Good morning. Sorry about starting a little bit late. We had to get everything set up. We're in close quarters today, and we'll all get to know each other real well. But we are very grateful for Forsyth County Community Tech allowing us to use this facility, this space. It hopefully was convenient for everybody to get here today, and we will begin the meeting just a couple minutes late. First on the agenda is to call to order and introductory remarks. We'll start with the invocation. Dr. Johnson, would you please listen to the invocation?
Certainly. Let us pray. Heavenly God, our Father, we thank you and praise you today and all days. We pray for our President Donald J. Trump, Governor Brian P. Kemp, that you will find favor with them as they serve our country and our state. We pray that you will protect them from harm and inspire them to be leaders of justice and freedom and truth. We pray for our members in the legislature as they work to serve the citizens of Georgia. And I hear the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" Then I said, "Here I am, Lord, send me." This passage from Isaiah captures the essence of Isaiah's prophetic call, where God asks for a messenger, and Isaiah volunteers with a sense of humble obedience. We must remember, fight for goodness and righteousness. We must never give up. We must never, ever surrender. We pray for those who are suffering or experiencing any adversity or danger. In your mercy, give them comfort, courage, and peace. May we humbly ask for guidance, discernment, and wisdom as we do our best to conduct today's business. And let us not forget that we first serve you. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Member King, would you please listen, pledge allegiance?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Member King, for those of you that are new to this, my name is John Ferguer. I'm the Chairman of the State Election Board. I'm joined today by Members King, Dr. Johnson, Member Grubbs, Member Rizal down at the end down there, Executive Director James Mills, and associated staff that's kind of in the wings today. So thank you for that. Calling to order the June 3rd, 2026 meeting of the Georgia State Election Board. I want to start off by thanking all the people next door. They're cheering for me loudly all morning long. And I want to thank the election workers for the primary that we just went through. It was a highly successful election. I want to thank all those people out there working hard. I was able to go out and visit a lot of polling locations, and every time I go out there, I'm really impressed with the quality of the people that we have out there and their diligence and how hard they work. And so I want to say that. The other thing I want to mention this morning is that there is a flyer that's been circulated about a meeting tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 4 in this building, an election integrity thing. That is independent of this board, and so it's not associated with this board in any way. It's an independent event. If y'all choose to attend, that's up to you. But like I said, it's an independent meeting, not associated with this board in any way. So with that, and unless there's anything else from other board members, we will proceed with the meeting. And first item on the agenda is the minutes from the March 18th, 2026 SEB meeting minutes, a copy of which should be have been distributed to the board.
It's in your electronic notebook.
Yep.
I've got a physical copy here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member King.
I would like to make an amendment to add the resolution that I circulated to the board last night.
We need to deal with these minutes first, and then we can do that.
Okay.
So these are, the board needs to approve or make amendments to the March 18th, 2026, which is before you, the minutes here. Has the board had a chance to review these minutes? The chair would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
We have motion to approve the minutes of the March 18th, 2026 meeting. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the March 18th, 2026 meeting of the State Election Board signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Minutes are approved. Make a comment to our court reporter over there. I tend to talk really fast sometimes, so if I do, just throw something at me and I'll try and slow down. Or the later in the day it gets, the faster I talk. So, yeah, Member King.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to add the
Is your-
resolution. I
let me
don't
make sure
know
it's
if it's
on.
on.
There's a button right up top there, I think. There you go.
Okay, all right, we're on. I'd like to add to the agenda under new business, the resolution that I emailed the board yesterday in reference to guidance to the counties. Thank you.
Any discussion or any comments by the board members? Make sure it's on. Tap it. No, it's not on.
I would suggest that rather than add it to this morning's business and delaying the cases for which many of the counties have hired attorneys, would you be amenable to addressing this tomorrow?
I would rather address it during new business. It should be really quick. Everyone had a chance to read it and review it, so it should be very fast.
I just want to acknowledge that everything we do before we hit the cases just adds more cost to the counties because they're having to pay their attorneys even longer. So,
Okay, well, it
But
should just be an additional 5 minutes.
at the will of the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any further concerns?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to amend the agenda to have the board consider engaging an attorney to write a TUI letter on behalf of the board to request electronic documents from the Department of Justice.
I imagine we have the same objection. Is this something that needs to be handled today, or can it be handled tomorrow?
It's a part of the business part of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to register my common complaint that it is violative of at least the spirit of open meetings when we add business on the day of a meeting, when we could have been adding this to the agenda in advance.
Mr. Chairman?
Member Grubbs?
And I understand what Ms. Gonzalez is saying, but unfortunately, there are things that happen that come up at the last minute. For example, the one thing that we need to discuss, and I'm fine with putting it on the agenda for tomorrow, but apparently guidance that went out from the Secretary of State's office to the counties concerning the Congressional District 13 race that's coming up. I just found out about it this morning, and I think it's something that we can certainly put it on for tomorrow after the cases. I'm totally fine with that. But I think that's something that needs to be addressed. But we were not copied on the information from the Director of Elections, Blake Evans, but it is concerning the conduction of elections and how they plan to make some changes. And I think that's something that we need to address. And then hopefully by tomorrow, everyone can review that information and we can hopefully seek some legal advice on it.
Mr. Chair, I have not seen this letter from Blake Evans. I would like to add it to the agenda for tomorrow and have adequate time to read it and consider what is in the letter.
Okay. Member Gazal?
My only comment on that is this is exactly appropriate to add because it was impossible to know in advance about this, and I have absolutely no objections. It's issues that we've been discussing for weeks on email that could have been added to the agenda in advance to make sure that the public was aware. That's what I object to.
Any further comments?
Mr. Chair, I'd
Yes.
like to amend the agenda
Okay.
and add consideration of vice chair position to the agenda.
For tomorrow?
Tomorrow would be fine, Mr. Chair.
Let me just say I'm glad I brought 3 Cokes. Okay. Anything else? Standing. Next item on the agenda is a presentation by Dr. Rick Richards, a presentation on Ellie. Dr. Richards, please come up.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to introduce Dr. Richards with to provide the attendance here, some background of Dr. Richards.
Okay.
Dr. Richards has presented to the Georgia State Election Board, Georgia House Committees, and Georgia Senate Committees. Each time, members of the committees and the press have questioned his research credentials. So I would like to say a few words. Dr. Richards is a U.S. Army veteran of 15 years, triple-boarded physician, and former faculty of the Medical College of Georgia, where he was selected Outstanding Teacher of the Year and Outstanding Young Faculty Member of the Year. U.S. Surgeon General Koop awarded him the Surgeon General's Medallion for Outstanding Service to America. He received a master's in medical management with emphasis in data analytics from Carnegie Mellon University. Dr. Richards has served as editor, associate editor, and editorial board member for several medical journals, as well as written over 80 peer-reviewed publications, 2 of which were selected the best in America for the years they were published, 7 book chapters, and 11 software programs. One of his research articles was selected by Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, editor George Lundberg as the most important article JAMA published during his 17-year career. He served from 2013 to 2024 as chairman of the Audit and Finance Committee while a director on the Augusta University Research Institute's board. He has spent 50 years recognizing core problems, formulating and turning meaningful research into solutions by bringing together impacted individuals and corporations with subject matter experts so that all stakeholders can be part of the process to devise and implement solutions that improve outcomes. The result has been over 40 startups, primarily in healthcare access, preventive medicine, cost containment, and technology, and now in election integrity. Let's welcome Dr. Rick Richards.
Dr. Richards, thank you. We agreed to a 30-minute timeline, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and our very capable executive director will let you know when you're getting close to that, just so you have some concept of.
With that in mind, I'd request that questions wait till after I'm finished.
Okay.
Thank you for the time to present Ellie. I come today to bring you a tool. Ellie, the elector list, is a program that I have led development of over the past 6 years. Let's take a look at the business that's occupied this board and the county boards since January 25. A single registration was challenged, and we spent hundreds of hours on the part of dozens of people, 17 months, and it's still not resolved. I'd like to make this problem go away. Let's take a look at this. You can either file a complaint and go down that pathway, or you can file a civil action and go down that pathway, all to do normal, routine list maintenance. At the October 2nd Blue Ribbon Study Committee on Election Procedures, Blake Evans said the following. He was there to discuss ways to add rather than decrease Georgia's list maintenance tools. He said his preference is to have as many data sources as possible, to use the sources you can to get as much data as you can, and to try to get as much data as we possibly can. Part of my reason for being here today is to make Blake Evans' dream come true. The problems in interviewing county election officials all over the United States is time, they don't have enough, money, they don't have enough, personnel, they don't have enough, technology, they don't have enough. So let me start by comparing Ellie's data with Eric's data, which is apparently the gold standard in Georgia. Eric has 26 states in D.C., and they're not likely to gain many more. Ellie has 50 state voter rolls. They have 51%, 121 million registrations. Ellie has 99% of the registrations, 233 million. They intake 4 major databases and produce 4 reports. Ellie ingests over 20 databases and produces over 400 reports. There is zero transparency to the public with Eric and to the states as well in the non-member data. Ellie offers 24/7, 365 access to every voter roll in the United States to anybody with a tablet, a phone, or a computer. At that same meeting, Blake Evans said it cost $118,000 to hire one data scientist, and they were going to have to do state-to-state bilateral agreements to ingest the other 24 states. I asked the question of Claude what that was going to entail and what it was going to cost. In addition to the $107,000 Georgia currently pays for Eric, they're going to have to pay $9.6 million in the first year to do the bilateral state agreements and $7.8 million every year to maintain it. They get NCOA, the master address list, the voter roll, and the DMV information. Mr. Evans said both NCA and limited access death master file over time have become less complete for a number of reasons. He didn't mention the reasons. The reasons were that only 40% of the moves go unreported, so you're missing 34 million moves. The NCOA has 160 million, so Georgia misses all of the moves to Georgia. They have no visibility of the people moving to Georgia and still registered in other states. And I also quoted Postal Pro that says that, reminds us that NCOA only is temporary, is only permanent. It does not include seasonal stays, student housing, or short-term relocations considered temporary. The limited access death master list has become less complete for a variety of reasons. In 2011, they stopped reporting last known address, they stopped reporting full date of birth, they stopped reporting in-state deaths. In 2013, they stopped releasing records for the most recent 3 years. In 2025, the Berwyn Group did an analysis, and the death master list was capturing 16% of the deaths. Ellie, on the other hand, has all 48-month list. At the time I did this slide, we had 47 states. We currently have 46 active, and we're obtaining the other 4 in the next 2 weeks. We also get the proprietary change of address. We bought every obituary since 1998. We use Google Maps, Google Street, Google Business, Zillow for residences and land information. We use the post office's CAS database for address eligibility and mailing address deliverability. And we download the property tax codes, the land use codes, the property assessor data, the homestead tax information, the sales information, the property legal descriptions, including the number of rooms, number of bedrooms, owner, and owner occupancy status. As of today, we have 8 million Georgia registrations. We have 233 million U.S. registrations. We have Georgia, 4.7 million property tax records, and for the United States, we have 160 million property tax records. All the data is public data. This is in Ellie. You'll notice the portal information navigation on the left, filters where you can drill down Georgia. We have the state listing here. Here's the database. We have multiple databases for each state. So you can look into history. We have all the counties you can drill down. You can drill down to precinct level. You can export all of the reports. We start out with the grid of how many have problems. There are, of the 8 million, 2.8 million have something that we need to look at. 35% of the Georgia registrations need to be reviewed. And this is a breakdown of the percentages by problem type, which we call sections. And then the cases, the individual registrations that need to be reviewed are called cases. We're going to drill down on those, and these are the incomplete or data error cases. 189 still with a birth year less than 1900. Name blank. Initial, 5,000 have only the first initial. 890, the middle name's blank, middle initials. So we got about 1.5 million that didn't put the legal name. We also have 441,000 that appear to have voted before they registered. You'll notice on the form that when you apply, it says it's a warning. You have to give your full information. In fact, it is a felony not to do so. So if you don't list your full name, it is false. It is fictitious. And this is some from Gwinnett County that have a first initial and no middle name. Let's click on it and go into the voter rolls and look at the registration address. So the post office has verified that these are not accurate or accurate. We list only ones that are not accurate, so we'll click on those and drill down. This is the program. This functions exactly like the program. So you want to know how many are at a UPS store, you click this form. There's 1,254. You want to know how many have an invalid primary number or house number? 60,000 have a problem. A missing apartment number, 196,000. The primary street number range is invalid, meaning they exist from 100 to 200, and this one's 300. We have 13,000 where don't even have a street name in the USPS directory, and 29,000 are drop addresses, bundled addresses like at businesses. So we'll drill down on this, and you can see that all of the magnifying glasses here, here, and here, if you click on it, it brings up the explanation of what it is and why it's important, and in many cases, what needs to be done about it. So we'll look at the commercial mail receiving agencies. We'll click on them, and here's the list. We'll click on the first one, and it'll take us to the drill down information of the story about the registrant. It lists their voter roll information, and if they happen to be registered in 2 states, it lists both states' information. It lists their address information, having gone through the U.S. Post Office to get the best mailing address and the proprietary change address to get the best mailing address from a proprietary standpoint. It lists all of the problems, and then you can click on it and drill down and go see the store in Google, take pictures, copy them as well. Let's go to Move, same functionality, workflow for all types. Georgia has 657,385 registrants who do not live at the registration address on their form. I'll let that sink in. 8% don't live. They have told the post office they don't live. They've signed an affidavit. They don't live at that address. They've moved 86,000 have moved and registered at the new address. 4,300 have voted in Georgia after moving. 37,000 have voted at a second address after moving, and we also have those who have voted in 2 elections at the same time. I didn't list that because it caused all sorts of controversy. We can discuss that privately, but we have that number for all 50 states. Here we have the drill down. We're going to drill down on somebody who has moved and registered, and you'll see that we have their Georgia information. We have their Ohio information side by side. You'll notice they voted in the same election, have the date of the voter roll. They've been on the voter roll in Georgia for 24 years, in Ohio for 33 years. We have all of the information down here. If it is light blue text, it is from the Secretary of State's voter roll, as is all of our voter data. And if it is purple, it's from the post office. So we have the NCOA information, the NCOA information as well. Here we go. And we have the move detail. They moved on February 1st, so it doesn't, the 30-day window doesn't apply. We also have the registration history, so we can see if there's been any change from month to month. We have the voting history. This person has voted 15 times. We have that full history. We have the address history, 123 Main Street. There's nobody else registered at the location. At the place history, we found 78 other people registered at that street address. Unusual to have 78 people registered. So let's look at the property tax. The property tax for the moved from location is on the top. No bedrooms. That's interesting. Commercial location. So let's move down to the registration information in Ohio. That is a single-family residence, but they have a homestead tax exemption in Ohio, which makes them automatically removable in Georgia, so they certainly shouldn't have been voting 15 times. These are the case problems. They're listed with the problem and what is the, here in this case, why is it ineligible for voter roll? Why is it not appropriate for absentee ballot? It's also CMRA, and it's incomplete data. So we've got 4 problems that need to be investigated. We'll drill down on that one, and it turns out it's a virtual mailbox at 145, Woodmont Lane. It's a house that's been converted into a virtual mailbox. Right down the street at 1441 are 66 more registrations, all of them still on the voter roll. So let's move to the next category, property class. Click another button. We have agricultural, commercial, exempt, industrial, office, recreational, transportation, and we've got 57,000 people registered at exempt, 73,000 registered at commercial. There may be legitimate reasons, so we'll drill down, and we can find 63 registered at a cemetery, 131 at jail, 32 at a mortuary, educational, on and on. We can drill down on those and find out more detail on each one of them. Here are the 350 plus different land use codes that are involved. We can drill down on each one of them, go straight to the registration and investigate it by drill down using other tools. If we just do a number, looking at those that are registered at the same address in Georgia, we have 1380 at one, we have 1295 at another. DeKalb, we got 1122. Each one of those needs to be investigated the same way. It takes click, 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 and you're done. So we can look at obituaries. It takes the names and compares it to the file that we've purchased. It also can do direct lookups. And when you see an arrow like the Find a Grave with the up caret, that means it will grab the data out of Ellie, take it over to Find a Grave, automatically put it in, and look up the registration and allow you to copy the registration, to copy the URL here, and the county gets a copy of that URL, can click on it. It's a hot link, goes straight to the obituary at the funeral home, take a picture of it, drop it in, and click deceased. When you click deceased, it goes to the county election office email, so it's automatically put in their inbox, and they have all the documentation they need to do any further research to make a decision. Ellie does no actions, it makes no decisions. That's all left to the county. So here's the drill down at the county level. You'll see the county inbox over here. All the county's got to come in morning and do is click that county. Of course, they can do the entire work process itself, or they can just review that done by the volunteers and the citizen volunteers who have public. The counties can name deputy registrars. I encourage them to do so, and they can work for them. One thing that this will do away with challenges, because the county can say, instead of filing a challenge, we'll just give you credentials to sign into Ellie, and you can file them direct, and then they're not challenges. Then we don't have to go through all the challenge process and the hundreds of hours with dozens of people. We'll just look at them, do further research, and make a decision. So the volunteers are doing their scut work for them. So we have submission type, submission finding, submission date, and who did it. If the county finds that one person's playing games with them, they just cut off their credentials. So we can do this, or we can go click, click, click. That's it. 30 seconds to 2 minutes max. And I'm going to do it right now. So here we have cases. Number one, I make sure they're in Georgia. I make sure it's the most recent voter roll. I list all counties or fewer. I click here to expand the list. I want to go to this and click this. Click. I look down the list. I pick any one. I click. There it is. We're going to go down and look at Woodmont Lane, the one example I just showed you. It is a commercial I can select any of the property classes. I can select any land use code I want. And during the lunch break, I'll be happy to do this for everybody in here. I can click any one they want. It brings me to this, the story. So I've got all that information I showed you earlier about the story. There's the picture. We can even create the precinct postcards, send you the data to create the precinct postcards. So in addition to send out what you normally send out, you can send out, here's, by the way, we were looking over your registration. You might not want to know that these are the following problems. Boom, boom, boom. You can click one of the links down below and go fix it. So you'll be able to vote. We verify your registration. You don't have any problems when you go to vote. You are enfranchised. Nobody will be disenfranchised, and it will take the burden of work off the county election officials. So we've got all the moves. Let's click again. We're going to click on moved and registered new address. Look at those 186,000. There's the first one. There's the results. There's the full story. All of the information you need to review this and decide what the next step is there in seconds, not hours, not 3 or 4 departments, not 5 or 6 people doing the work. It's all there. It's your data. Ellie has no data. It's the same resources the county people go to now because they are the ones who told me to build it this way. So there you are. We click it and it goes to submissions. There's the correction for their moved out of state. It lists their current registration. It lists where they moved to, so the person getting it knows you know. And unlike Eric, you've got all the states, you've got all the registration information in the other state, and you can act on it. Click, 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 click. You want to do this or this? Challenges. Make your enemies your frenemies. Call them in when he sends you a list of challenges. Call them in. Thank you very much. We appreciate the work. Would you like credentials to do this directly, to look at exactly the same data we already have, so there's no question about data lag, there's no question about data availability, variability. It goes right to them. So Sterling said we're all about getting the tools there for the individuals in the counties to do their jobs, trying to make it as easy as we possibly can, although he's done nothing to actually do that. Blake Evans said, our objective is to use every tool available to keep our list the cleanest and most accurate in the country. So I would present to you that neither one of these people would have a problem with them using another piece of software, a tool. I'd like to remind them that administrative correction is the majority of the problems. If the problem was there when the registration was accepted, it is not eligible still. So void, I learned this term, void ab initio, means it wasn't correct then, void from the beginning, invalid from the outset. It means it's invalid today, and if your registration is not acceptable, whether it's active or not, you should not be allowed to vote. No difference than if the person was dead. There are those that are change of circumstances or administrative corrections like dying, and those are ineligible removals are treated the same way. There is no quiet period. There is no 90-day waiting period for these type removals, and Ellie has noted which it is, so you can take action immediately. I would recommend, of course, that you send them a postcard or an email to let them know that they need to go fix it. I have included in this, and I'll give you a copy of this presentation, the exact information out of the Department of Justice's September 2024 guidance that says each of the things I have just related to you. Ineligible at registration, correction of records, felony and mental incapacity, inaction also is a violation. The quiet period, I've listed what the DOJ says here for the scope and limits. I've listed the systemic removal versus the administrative correction and eligible removal. And now I'm going to quickly go through some additional slides that you can look at your leisure, because I've developed procedures, flow charts, and implementation process for Ellie within the 159 counties in Georgia. From the flow chart for Category A, registration error, Category B, disqualifying registration action, the workflow, the implementation procedures, data sources, workflow steps, key metrics, and KPIs. I know this is going to be allowed by the Secretary of State because the training information for the Secretary of State's new tool, which incorporates 3 of the things that we do in Ellie, details on that at another time. And they say in this presentation to go to the same sources that Ellie uses. So we are rewarding them by giving them time. Ellie is free. We're giving them personnel by civilian volunteers who we train. We give them the technology. So we've overcome all 4 of the impediments. At the core of Ellie's gift today is a significant upgrade to Georgia's voter roll maintenance. We're enhancing ERIC's 26-state coverage with a comprehensive 50-state platform that draws on 20-plus data sources and generates over 400 reports, lowers cost, and ensures complete public transparency. A thorough legal framework for the form's a centerpiece, establishing that administrative corrections for initial registration errors fall outside the NVRA 90-day quiet period, a position reinforced by DOJ guidance, several fellow appellate rulings, and a 2024 Supreme Court decision. It's structured for deployment across all 159 counties. The implementation framework incorporates defined workflows, measurable KPIs, and GARVIS integration alongside citizen volunteer research model that effectively scales at county capacity at no added taxpayer expense. No politics, just data, a strictly nonpartisan, data-driven platform. Ellie serves the dual objective of safeguarding against disenfranchisement while maintaining the integrity of voter registration rolls, promoting enfranchisement itself. I'd be happy to take your questions. Thank you for the opportunity to work on behalf of you and the state of Georgia and the United States of America.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions from the board? Member Gazal.
Thank you, Dr. Richards. You say that Ellie is free. Are you doing this as a just,
I
Are
am
you paid?
personally paying for it.
so how do you get around 21-2-18?
Fair market value, I'm offering it to the public for free as well.
Do you accept donor dollars for this? Do you have to pay for the data?
I buy the data.
Okay, so how do you get around the fact that this would be considered a felony for counties to accept a donation?
The counties are welcome to pay for it if they like, whatever they think it's worth.
So I just want to make sure that counties understand that the legislature has
Right.
passed a law that prohibits them from accepting donations.
That's fine. However to work it out legally, I'm happy. If you want to pay me, pay me.
All right, just one point for the audience, please. We don't do clapping and yelling and all that stuff. You know the rules here. If you have to, agree with something, do these obnoxious jazz hands, but let's keep the comments and the yelling and the clapping. Let's not have any of that. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Yes. Any questions? Dr. Johnson?
Is it on? Yes. So, Dr. Richards, does Eric do this type of research?
No, ma'am. Actually, nobody really knows what Eric does. It's not public knowledge. Eric doesn't even share member data with its members, so the public doesn't know. They have 3 employees. They have no office. I don't know how they do the job, and there's zero transparency to the public. So that's one thing. The other thing, I know what they're supposed to do because my son John created Cephas, which does what Eric's supposed to do. He presented in March the same meeting. So I know what they're supposed to do, but I don't know what they do, and neither does anybody else. Do you?
I do not know.
Isn't that strange? State Board of Elections doesn't even know what Eric does?
So this research tool would be valuable for registrars.
It could be,
Correct.
yes, ma'am, it could be used for voter registration in the first place. and it would go through CAS to see if the addresses are eligible and deliverable in the first place before they achieve active status. That's the right first step. It could also correct the data entry problems where they enter the wrong information and can move on to the next field without correcting the wrong information. It could fix that part. It could be used at election to look up and see if they're in another state registered. That'd be pretty helpful to know before they voted. And if there's a protest, there's always provisional ballots. But you've got the registration date in the other state or the other address in Georgia. That information is in Ellie now, and it can be accessed immediately.
Is all of the data in LA publicly available data?
Yes, ma'am.
So is Member Gazal suggesting that if a registrar looks at publicly available data, it's a felony?
Please don't put words in my mouth.
I think it was the acceptance of money, a gift. Is that right? You were requesting the...
What I'm saying is if Ellie has a value, in other words, if you are paying for the data, if it's publicly available or you're paying for it, it's one or the other, it's not both.
No, it can be both. I can only buy publicly available data.
Right, but it is purchased data. So accepting something of value is prohibited under 21-2-18. It could be, right, and you're right, it can be publicly available, but it's purchased data. It has a value. It has a fair market value. Are you suggesting that, and do you accept donor dollars to help offset your costs, or are you paying for this out of your pocket?
The Eagle AI is my company. I have no employees. I fund it myself. Valid Vote and other 501c3s around the country accept donations. I am the donor that funds Ellie.
So you are donating, you are offering to give something of value to the counties?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And it's only of value by fair market value established by the going rate to charge for that service. The going rate to charge for that service is zero. Fair market value is established by the marketplace.
But the data you purchased?
I don't give them all the data. I just give them the piece they look at.
But they have access to it.
All right, Google buys its data. When the counties search these things out on Google, are they paying Google anything?
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am. Respectfully, it is exactly your question. Ellie's just a tool on the internet that they can access, just like Google.
Is it a felony if a registrar looks at the internet? I don't understand Member Gazal's question.
Going to Ellie on the web is just like going to any other website for which you have to put in credentials and you receive information or service thereby. Ellie's the same thing.
Well, a lot of these database management things, you have to pay, or you have to sign up for them, you have to pay for them.
If you want to pay for this one, you can.
You do, and right, Google is free if you Google something, but it doesn't give you all the information that.
For some
database
services
management-
with Google, you have to pay for it.
Right. Yeah.
So if somebody paid you $1, it's not a felony then? Is that right?
I don't know that it is the question is really, because you have them both out there right now. You can research all kinds of database
That's
sites
right.
out there that are free, and you can research some that you have to pay for. They're both available out on the internet now.
Yep.
So the question is whether this is something that's available to everybody out there.
Every one of y'all and everyone here can go to this website right now and look up your own voter roll and find out your entire story, not just your voter information from the state, but also the history. Also, who else is registered at your location, and have they voted using that registration? You can also click Contact Us and apply for credentials, just like the county electors would have. election officers would have. Not everybody gets credentials. I vet them, and if they are citizens, registered to vote, and active status, and pass vetting criteria, which I created, I'll give them
So
credentials.
you won't be charging anybody for any of this
That's
information?
correct.
No, nobody? whether it's-
Nobody.
Nobody, okay.
The other states get it free. We're offering it to all 3,143 counties in the United States.
Nobody's paying for it?
Nobody's paying for it.
Yes, I think that's the issue with me, is that there are a lot of sites out there that are totally free that you can go to, and there's some that you pay for, so it's,
So I hate it when we're throwing around the word felony.
well,
Well, it's a felony to sign up without the full legal name.
no, it's a good question, legitimate question, because if he's charging some people and not others, then you're giving away a gift to somebody, okay?
Yeah.
Right, so it was a reasonable question, are you charging anybody?
It poisons the conversation is what it does.
Well,
And
no.
the question that hadn't been asked, we have a full affidavit for chain of custody of the data we get from the Secretary of State and everywhere else, so that everybody that touches it, we know any change, there aren't any changes made, but we have that documented with affidavits as well. We have the full file, all the things you see down there, which, Stephan, thank you for helping us build that. We track all that data because somebody, somewhere, someday is going to ask.
Dr. Richards, I want to move us back to the substance, if I can. I thought I saw that you said 189 people were on the Georgia roll that were before 1900 born.
That's correct, and I first reported those 5 years ago.
Okay, and again, moving back to the substance of what we're talking about, not about purchase power or privilege power. Let's talk about what we just saw. If that's not alarming to people in this room, then we all should wake up. It's alarming.
Come on, let's,
Well, I also, how many dead people did you say?
I'm not going to give you a number because people will quote me on that.
Sure.
But each dead person, each obituary has to be verified by human eyes. You cannot make a mistake and call Aunt Tilly dead and have her show up at the county meeting. It just is a bad look. So you must verify that each one of those, you got to look at them, and the people who volunteer will be taking a picture of the obituary, and that goes into the inbox at the county. The county person responsible for that will verify that by clicking the link and verifying all the data before they make a decision. The county person makes a decision. The county person takes any action, if any.
So your program cross-references public data through homestead exemption, through obituaries, through voter rolls, through, I'm just trying to recall what you mentioned. It's a lot more than what I'm mentioning here, but I want to make sure that I'm grasping what you just said. This is public information that your program combines, and then you put in the public voter roll to see if that corresponds with this public information. And what it's showing is that there's lots of problems.
They're roughly, well, let me give you the list. Let's see, here's the report right here. You can click a button and get this full report. I'll give each one of y'all this report, and you got the exact numbers. When the counts are zero, it means we haven't done the count yet. We don't get the citizen data, so we can't do that. We've FOI'd the felon data. It took us 18 months to get the first set of that. So we don't have some data yet, but there we go, 100 greater than 110, 205 people. Just most of those are likely. Oldest person is 113. So we have all that information. But yes, the answer to your question is yes, that's what this is. But a key point is we get the NCOA data from BCC software. We use the same source that Eric does. So why are we finding these things and Eric not? That'd be a pretty good question.
Has this been offered to the Secretary of State?
Well, funny you should ask that. Let me close this. Let me go back to this. Let's see what we can do here. I just happened to I spoke with Brad Raffensperger 3 times during this campaign, showed him the data, gave him the data, and offered to meet with him. Finally, on May 8th, I met with Charlene, talked to Charlene again, emailed Charlene, met with Blake Evans, Charlene, and Bill Bickley on 6/8/23, showed them a full demo of this and offered to give it to them free and help them in any way I can. Less than 3 weeks later, they signed a sole source, non-competitive bid contract with a software company to try to create this. Took 2 years and released it as GARA. And that came out of my meeting, even though on the 12th, and then again in July, then again in August, I talked to Charlene again, exchanged emails about how can I help you. She never even gave me the courtesy of telling me they were trying to build it themselves.
Did I rehearse this question with you?
No, sir, you didn't, but I thought it might come up.
My goodness. It sounds like I did. That's why I wanted to make it clear I didn't.
I've never
I did a
discussed it with
dangerous thing,
anybody
ask a
except-
question I didn't know
Nope.
the answer to, and wow, what a response.
As I recall, the day after you made a presentation, you were slammed with negative articles in the press and multiple open records requests
Yes, that's
trying
correct.
to attack you.
Yes, Mr. Evans and Ms. McGowan went on the attack, saying my data was unreliable when it was really their data, and I agree, it's unreliable.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it was wonderful. I do find it odd as I sit here and I just kind of look at things. I tend to try to lean into common sense. And what I am noticing is that after you gave a presentation that highlighted that the current system is not good, it highlighted that you have better data, more data. It highlighted that you have more states, that you're more effective, that you will reduce the workload on the counties, that this is something that will provide a level of security, transparency, and effectiveness. After presenting all of that, the first question is to discredit. And my question is, why do you think there's such a protection of ERIC? Why do you think they are protecting a program that clearly is not effective, that does not represent all 50 states, not even half, and that, well, I guess a little over half, maybe 26, possibly. I know there's states that are leaving. But why do you think they are protecting this particular program so much if there's something out here that's more effective? So much so that they were willing to duplicate your efforts.
Anything I would say would be speculation.
That's fine. I would like to speculate based on your meetings and your information.
Money and power.
What's the financial incentive?
We haven't done the investigations to find out. But somebody's getting money and somebody's retaining or gaining power. But this is not unique to this situation.
Or other situations either.
Yeah, it's always comes back to money or power. Or on rare occasion, because people want to do the right thing. And this is Ellie. I'll sign in. I'll show you how hard it is. This is it.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
In my former career, I've done a lot of internet research on things. You're not saying that all the information you poll is 100% accurate, correct? I mean, stuff has to be verifiable, right?
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, we know that public data sites are wrong a
But-
lot. I mean, when I was put on this board, almost everything
Yeah.
they had found out about me was incorrect. They had me, a picture of me, and it was really a bald-headed woman. You know, so I mean, we see, so what you're doing is you're providing data that's on the internet and saying y'all need to check this.
Yes, but not exactly. That's a very, very small piece of it. When we say when Ellie notes that the address is undeliverable, that's because the post office has coded it undeliverable. It's the post office's data. So if there is an error in ERIC, it's because the post office made an error. It's because the county property tax assessor made an error. That's where the errors lie, in the data.
Yeah, but
And in
the post
either,
office probably isn't a good example to use because
but it's what the county
We know
election
about their
officials
errors.
are using now.
Yep.
So in either case, the error needs to be found, context to the right individual to fix, or the problem will continue getting worse. And you can't blame it on those, it's the post office's error, without telling the post office they got an error. And
Right.
who better to tell the post office? On that little postcard I showed you, it had the county election office website address and the post office's website address and the property tax assessor's website address. If it says you have a homestead tax exemption and you don't, it's up to you to call them and tell them that, because that's another kind of felony. And that many tax assessors are wanting to use Ellie. And I tell them, it's available, apply for credentials.
Yeah, my point was that the data is what it is. You have to check it to confirm it.
Which is-
Because it's
that's
not
exactly-
always correct.
You're exactly right,
Right.
and that's exactly what the election office officials, maintenance workers are doing now. They're just having to go to each of these websites, or heaven forbid, they refer it to the GIS office. The GIS office takes a month to look it up and sends them back the wrong information on the wrong address, and they got to go through it all again. Why don't they just drill right into the tax assessor's database?
You're compiling a lot of different
Yes, sir.
sites into one. I understand. Yeah.
Local government data, local county data, state data, federal data are the primary sources of data in Ellie. You go out to research to get any other data, like Zillow or Google, just like they would do anyway, because they've told me that's what they do.
Yeah.
I just created a live link that took the data to the website so they don't have to type it in.
Yeah, I love Zillow. It's infamously wrong, correct, all the time,
Yes.
too. So it's,
Yes.
yeah, it's-
And if you have to, you drive by, but that's something you'd have to do anyway, but you didn't have to do
Yep.
the first 2 hours of work.
So basically, your program also puts power back into the hands of the voter, because now the voter can go in and easily track their own registration to ensure that it is accurate, and ensure that if they are moving from state to state, and let's say they did file to remove their, or to cancel their registration, and let's say it didn't happen, they can double check. So
Yes.
you're giving power back to the voter as well with this.
Exactly right. I was on the phone with a lady in Colorado who wanted me to do a podcast, and I don't like to do that. And while we're on the phone talking about it, she looked her daughter up, who had not been in the state 12 years, Colorado, and somebody voted last year using her ballot. No way to know that unless you go on Ellie and look yourself up. In fact, you can go on Ellie and look up anybody if you know their birthday.
This is important because my daughter-in-law got a letter. Let me pull this. What? So, my daughter-in-law got a letter from the Environmental Voter Project. We're going to look and see who they are, what they are, where they tracked and said that she did not vote in the 2025 state primary runoff election, that she did not vote in the 2025 special state primary election or whatnot, when she did. Now, I don't know where this came from, but to your point, she was telling me, she said, no, I'm certain I did vote. I don't know where they got this from, but I voted. And there was no way to really effectively verify it from her perspective. She didn't know where to go, what to do, how to look this up. So having something like this, where you can just say, hey, let's just go to Ellie, which I'm probably going to do later on today for her, to verify it.
Why don't we do it right now?
Oh, let's do it.
Here we got Alaska. We'll go from Alaska to Georgia. These are states we have in Ellie. We'll go to Alaska to Georgia.
Actually, I don't want to put her personal
Okay,
information
all right.
up on the
Well,
screen.
this is the way it's done. That's a good idea.
I know, I thought about that.
But you notice here, you can go
She's
back.
new to the family. I don't want her to hate me.
You can look at the prior voter rolls, because we track the voter rolls, and we can tell if there's been changes like that,
Okay.
just by going back in history and looking at the change analysis. So we can look at the forensics on this. So, for example, in this case, we're going to go to non-residential, and these are the non-residential, and we'll pick out a property class. We can also filter by any of these things. So we're going to get exempt, and we're going to look down over here, and we're going to go down to, we can pull up all of these, but post offices are not allowed, so 9202. Okay, there's all the people in Georgia registered at the post office. I can click a button and I can send all of them a postcard and tell them their voter registration is not good. Please re-register. We're going to make these inactive, or the appropriate thing by law is to cancel them. These should be canceled today. They're a post office.
Right.
The post office says they're at a post office.
Right.
So we could clean the Georgia voter rolls in roughly 60 days. We could clean the U.S.
It's a matter
voter
of
rolls
will.
in roughly 3 to 4 months.
It's a matter of will. Thank you.
Other questions?
Dr. Richards, I wanted to ask you, do you know how much the state pays to participate in ERIC?
$107,800. And $118,000 for each additional data scientist necessary to cover the state-to-state contracts, of which they'll have to do 24, and they'll have to manage that data, they'll have to buy the equipment, they'll have to do the analysis every 2 months, which is what they do it now. It costs roughly $8 million a year, and John's ready to do it for far less than that.
So one has to wonder, why do you think you get so much pushback?
I think you answered your own question. Money, power, and Ellie makes the whole voter roll election process democratic. It's open to the public. Right now, the ERIC process, the state process, is secret. It's mysterious. We'll tell you what you want to know. No, no, no. We'll tell you what you need to know. No, no, no. We'll tell you what we want you to know.
So when the Blue Ribbon Committee on Elections that the legislature did, and you know, I watched, if I wasn't there, I watched online, and I know that there was one member of that board that was really desirous of ditching ERIC. Have you had any further conversations with the legislators that were part of the Blue Ribbon Committee?
My son had a meeting with Victor Anderson after the last 2 months, the March meeting, and I had a demonstration of this software to Tim Fleming. Those are the only conversations I've had.
And so what resulted from those conversations?
Nothing.
So no follow-up?
No.
So in your opinion, with the Blue Ribbon Committee, do you think that they really desire to have more accurate voter rolls?
I don't speculate on other people's opinions.
So is there anything else out there in the marketplace that comes close to what you can do with Ellie?
No, ma'am. I have twice the data the feds have.
So what is your motivation in doing it? It's clearly not money because you're doing it, you know, and making it available for free.
I took an oath every Tuesday night from age 11 to 18 when I became an Eagle Scout. I took an oath from age 18 right on when I joined the Army, and I will protect and defend.
You have my respect for that, sir.
Thank you.
So there are members of the of boards of election here, and there are election directors here and that kind of thing. Have any directors reached out to you to inquire about how to possibly even implement or to do a demonstration?
You would be stunned how many are waiting for me to release it across the country. A letter has gone out to every county in Arizona from the chairman of the Senate Election Integrity Committee advising them to use it. I've met with other states. I don't mention customers, but other states. They are waiting for me to release it. That release will officially be later this month.
So does Georgia
I just want to start in Georgia. I live here.
Right. So is Georgia peculiarly different from other states in people just not wanting to give it a chance?
I haven't gone out and widely promoted it. It's not a product that I'm selling. I don't want it to be purchased and used because of a lot of adjectives and adverbs. I want it to be used because of the data. The integrity of the process is incredibly important. I'm not going to let people use it who are going to use it wrong, and I want to make sure they're fully trained, because if you open this up and see that 52%, well, let me mention, 100% of the registrations in South Carolina have a case. 100%. That doesn't mean 100% are invalid. That means 100% need to be looked at.
So just to be clear, you can go check out an address and see how many registrations are there.
Sure. And I can see who has them, and then I can click on them and go look up their history. We call it their story. We can tell the entire story of that person surrounding their election registrations and voting history. I know how they voted, I know when they voted, I know when they got their absentee ballot, when they returned it. All that information is publicly available if you'll just spend several years finding out how to get it.
I would like to have someone get with you, Cobb County is my home. And before I was on the board, I found it very curious that there were hundreds of registrations at our local newspaper address.
What's the address? I'll look them up.
Give me 1 second and I'll look it up.
Dr. Rick?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Richards, could you lean into the mic a little there? We want
Yep.
people to hear what you're saying.
All right, thank you. So here we are in Cobb County, and we have 482 registered at Powder Springs, 361 registered at Terrell Mill. These are the registrations in Cobb County, and that's how quick it is. We have 80 billion data elements in LA.
Okay, it's 47 Waddell, Waddell.
47 W-A-D-D-E-L-L
DDELL
Street.
Street.
All right, let's see. And that's what city?
Marietta.
Marietta. I picked up Cobb County, so it should be there. That's going to be better, except I can't see the keyboard.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, 47 Waddell. It says there's nobody registered there.
Can you take out the extension just to see? Okay, maybe they finally cleaned it up.
Let's go back over here. Let's go to the advanced filter. And in the advanced filter, you can search for anything, by anything. And you can also sort by anything, for anything, so you can narrow it down. So we'll go to, we got the best address as well as the mail address and the 47 Waddell. Let's try finding it this way. So it'll take a few seconds to go through. There we go. Nothing there. They must have cleaned it up.
Okay, that's good. Good on Cobb
But I'll
County.
send you credentials, and if y'all send me an email, if anybody in here sends me their email at dr.r@theelectorlist.com, I'll send you the link to get credentials. Everybody can have it.
Would you say that in the mic?
Well, you go to this website, theelectorlist.com, and when you go to the elector list, there'll be contact us. Just say you were here, you were at the Georgia State Board meeting, and you want credentials. No charge. I think we made that clear.
Dr. Richards,
Yes, ma'am.
what is your ask for the state election board to improve the accuracy and currency of voter lists? What would you ask us to consider today?
I wanted the opportunity to share. Obviously, I sat through 2 months meetings to get to here, and thank you so much for that. I wanted to dispel the mythology around what we were doing with Ellie, and I want you to help me make it available. I am willing to train the counties in how to use this. I was hoping you would support me by saying it looks like a decent thing to do, a next step. Let's start implementing it and use it. It's available to your investigators. Think about your investigators who are working on those cases that I showed you, Stephens and Jason's. They could have solved that in a matter of hours, minutes and a few phone calls. How much time have y'all spent? How much time have y'all spent sitting here listening to this mess? Challenges will go away. You won't have any more of those. County Board of Election meetings will be different. You'd be back to the business at hand. Y'all would be back to the business at hand if you didn't get caught up in this minutia of looking for data that's right in front of your face.
Dr. Richards, I think you've raised some great points, and we do have some other business that we have to get done. I want to say thank you for this great presentation of substance. And I would like to personally ask this board at another time, but to think about and to consider all the legal ramifications would have to be considered and taken into account. But I would love for this board to consider if everything could be checked out and be done legally. I would love to have this on the state election board website that people could access.
I'd be happy to cooperate, and I'm honored to serve.
Thank you, Dr. Richard.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I make a motion that we include a link to Ellie on the State Election Board website to be used electively by registrars that are interested in improving the accuracy and currency of their voter rolls. Are we in Forsyth County? Yes. Forsyth County is registered at 112% of voting age population. It would benefit Forsyth County, maybe.
The motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
There's motion and second discussion. I would like to make a comment. I don't oppose that at some point. I think it's premature to do that today without, I mean, this board hadn't had a chance to go in and even look at this site. And, you know, I'd like to play around with it myself and see what's on it. I'd like to see, I mean, it's the first presentation, first I've heard of it, and for this board to endorse it after a 30-minute presentation and questions, I think is a little bit premature myself. And I would like the opportunity to spend some time with it myself, so.
Well, Ellie, just for the record, this is not the first time I've heard of Ellie, and to this point, he has been here for months, and been engaging us for months. So I don't know, it's not, I'm not making this decision based off of a 30-minute presentation. I'm making this decision based off the fact that we currently do not have a adequate method at which our public can assess their data, their county's data, in order to ensure that their voter rolls are clean and that their registration is clean. And anything that gives the voters more power, I will support. I don't think that's up for debate.
Well, my problem is that I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, hadn't had a chance to, had access to it, and I can't endorse something that I can't, have access to or look at.
I'll have lunch with you. I'll have lunch with all of you. I'll let y'all play with it, do anything you want to. I'll show it up here. But the data in Ellie is what was being used to file challenges for the past 2 years, 3 years. And it was right. It was plagued with disbelief at the county board of election level where they didn't even look at the data. They just denied it. But we have all that data. We have it now. I can give it to you down to the county. I'll show it to you at lunch. You can play with it as much as you want to. But it's your data. If you find any errors in it, that's what it's for. If it doesn't work, that's a bug. Tell me. I can fix it.
Is there a link to an ERIC database?
Surely you just, they don't even give it to the member states.
Yeah, I'm not criticizing what you do at all. I'm not criticizing this. I think that it's inappropriate, though, for us to listen to a presentation today, one side of the presentation, and then vote to link it to our website without having a legitimate discussion of it, And I just think that we've got to hear both sides. If there are people that oppose it, they need to be able to oppose it so this board consider all options there.
Yeah.
But to hear a presentation today and then put it on, link it to the board, and the board to say we, support this, that's an issue for me.
Yeah, I understand how you feel. Others feel that same way. That's rational. But when you understand there is no opposition, because in order to argue against data, you have to argue with data. You can't argue with emotions.
I don't know if there's opposition. I really don't.
Okay.
I don't know
Okay.
what's out there. So I just think that this board does itself a disservice when you don't hear both sides of the argument. That's always been my
I'm
position.
happy to help.
Whether it's, so I,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you for the option.
would you be willing to consider this motion tomorrow?
no. I don't think that one day and allowing people to come, asking people to come in and speak tomorrow is legitimate either. I mean, I'm willing to consider this in the future when we've had time to look at it and other people have had time to, opine on it. But to me, I mean, the motion's been made, there's a second. This board's going to vote on it one way or another. I'm just making my comments. I just don't think it's right for us board to do it at this time, so.
This feels like bureaucracy, because you're basically saying that today's not good enough, tomorrow's not good enough. I don't know when, but at some point, I'll just, come up with, I don't know, like, why do we continue? What I'm not understanding is, why do we continue to draw things out? Why does everything in government have to be so long and dramatic? We just had a discussion. We heard from Eric. We heard from several different organizations, and this is a free platform. We're literally asking for a link, to put a link up that people can use at their own discretion. And if there's anything that they see that's not accurate, he has it where they can literally click one click and go straight to whatever office or point of contact they need to go to get it rectified. I don't want to keep delaying something that benefits the people.
If we put it on our website, we're endorsing it.
I agree.
We're endorsing it. And without having a full discussion of it, and having people that may or may not oppose, there may not be anybody that opposes it. There may not be. But we haven't put it out there. This is the first time it's been presented to the board. I know he's been here before, and we've had to delay it. But without having a full discussion of it, I just don't think it's appropriate for this board to endorse something like that, so. And I'm not saying I oppose it. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying I think this board has an obligation to hear all sides of everything before they make a decision on something, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Gazal?
if I could identify somebody to come in and provide factual information about ERIC, because I keep hearing that nobody understands what ERIC is, what the sources of data are, how it differs with PII versus publicly available information. I think it behooves us and behooves the voters and our audience to bring somebody in to give that presentation.
Member Gazal, at the Blue Ribbon Committee, I sat and listened to Eric present themselves, and it was not it was not even close to being as good as this. And I don't need them to tell me that they do not have as many states in their program as this program. Like, I don't need them to come in and tell me that. We can see that.
Okay, so we're just based on, I was not at that committee meeting. I don't know how many people here were. I thought we were the board and not the committee. But
Okay,
if
I
you-
would love for Eric to come before us if that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Yep. I'd like to remind Member Gazelle, Ellie is not a replacement for Eric. It is a supplement to Eric. John's product, Cephas, is a replacement for Eric. So Ellie has nothing to do with replacing Eric. It does everything that Eric does, but at the county level.
So in
It
other
has
words, are
50%
you
vote.
saying you have the PII that?
I don't need the PII. The only thing the PII is good for is getting the citizenship data, and I don't get the citizenship data. So we are able to, if there's a population of 1,000, without the PII data that you're talking about, we can only find 990 of the problems. We need the Social Security number to get the other 10, but we don't need to wait until we can do all 1,000 to work on the 990. Eric can handle the 10.
Well, I'm gonna give you an example that has nothing to do with citizenship, but that required PII. We received a referral from the Department of Justice for a potential double voter, a person, we had all three names, and it appeared from what the DOJ had and referred to us that somebody had registered and voted in 2 states at the same time. With the PII, we discovered that these were 2 entirely different people. So we're dismissing the case because it was not.
You did your
clear.
job. Congratulations.
Yes, but my point is.
Well, we haven't done anything yet.
No, in that case, they did their job.
We've done nothing
The
yet.
screening process led it to you to take the final decision and action. That's what Ellie does. You're right.
But my point is, without PII, there is a very high risk of false positives.
Ellie doesn't do positive and negative. It points you to the direction to do research. And the person sitting in the county's office sits there and has the Ellie screen, no PII, and they have the county screen, PII. So they see this, they do that, and say, oh, never mind. It's not a problem. It's part of the process. It's supposed to happen that way. You were absolutely accurate. Thank you.
So, as far as my opinion, I think Dr. Richards is to be commended for what he's doing. I mean, it is a public service, and I wish we had more people who were dedicated to truth and transparency. As far as, I appreciate you saying it's not a replacement for Eric, and I do recall your son presented at the meeting we had in Marietta, and I think it's time that alternatives are sought and that kind of thing. To Member Gazal's point, I would love to have representatives of Eric come in and hear what they have to say and basically give an accounting for why some of the things happen that happen. As far as linking to our website, we don't even have our own website at this point. So it would be kind of hard to link to our website unless we're talking about linking to the Secretary of State's website, in which they give us just a little corner of the universe to sometimes post things once they get approved. And I know approved is not the right word, but that's a whole other situation. So, I think free tools to the public are a great idea, but do you have an idea of how to get through the gulag of posting something to the website when we have to ask Mother May I?
That's not the way it works, Member Groves.
It is the way it works.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
They physically have the people that do the posting. We don't have the people that do the posting, since it's their website. What happens is, when something is to be posted, is sent to me for approval, I send it, and I say, okay, this is approved for posting. That's the way it works, and they post.
Is
they
it
post-
true or not true that you send it to Charlene McGowan for approval?
No, she does not approve it. She posts it. I
But-
approve it.
What's the difference?
Because I physically cannot post it. I don't have the ability.
Neither can she, Chairman Verveer,
But the IT people report to her.
but she filters it.
She doesn't, she does nothing with it except tell them to post it.
So you do have to get her approval.
No,
Well, the IT department has to get her approval.
they report to her.
Right, so they have to get her approval to post it.
She doesn't approve the document, though. I approve the document. I approve the document, she posts it. She's never said to me, we're not posting this, ever.
Why in the world doesn't the state election board have the phone number of IT and call them directly and say, post our meeting agenda?
All right, I'm going to show you a perfect example of the problem with Eric. We've got the move data. We've honed down on Georgia. The June data is being processed. Fulton County, they get a lot of heat. Let's go down to the moved and registered. Moved and registered, Fulton County, 12,000. Those that are county to county, there are only 24 that haven't been processed. Fulton County's doing their job. There are 12,000 of the states that haven't been processed. Eric's not doing their job. So quit fussing at Fulton County.
Dr. Richards,
Yes, ma'am.
under the NBRA and under Georgia state law, the only way an out-of-state mover can be removed from the voter rolls is if we have a copy of their registration with their signature. In the absence of having that, both Georgia state law and the NBRA requires Georgia to place those voters in inactive status. It has nothing to do, Eric has nothing to do with
Okay.
whether or not we can remove a voter.
For-
All they can do is flag it.
Yes.
And at that point, the county, or I don't know whether it's the county or the state, reaches out to the new jurisdiction and requests a copy of the voter registration with the signature. If we have that, that is what allows the county to remove the voter immediately. Without a copy of that wet signature, we are required to place the voter in inactive status for 2 federal election cycles.
I would respectfully request that you review the law.
I have read it many times.
Where
I
does
would
it say?
request that
Where does it
you,
say a wet signature
Let me
is
just-
required?
One, speaking at a time, please, for the court reporter over there. She is going crazy trying to record everything from 2 people.
Yes, but the fact that someone has obtained a registration in another state requires their signature is evidence that they have signed and acknowledged that they are a resident of that state, or they are committing a felony in that state. They have taken directive action to declare their residency in that location. Therefore, their residency in Georgia is void. And you can go through these hoops that the Secretary of State put out in front of you to do all this rigmarole that is required by law, but the September 24 DOJ guidance is pretty clear.
Any further comments or questions?
I know that my mother moved from Florida to Georgia, and in 3 weeks' time, received a nice postcard from Florida asking if she had moved and to ask her politely to change her, cancel her voter registration. There's nothing that prevents our counties from doing the same, our counties in Georgia. And this tool would be magnificent for the registrars in all of the counties to use to improve voter registration in Georgia, since Georgia is registered at 103% of the voting age population. So I would applaud a tool that we now have that we could offer to all of the counties. They're in charge of their voter rolls, the counties are. The Secretary of State simply is the holder of the entire state's voter rolls, but it's the county's responsibility. Right, Ms. Dober? Right.
Are there
So-
any counties in Georgia using this currently?
Officially, no.
Unofficially?
Can't say.
Yep. They have to have credentials, though. He would know if they were using it, so, or he'd know who has credentials.
In fact, there are 2 separate portals. There's a portal for election workers, and there's a portal for non-election workers. These people cannot see each other's notes, workspace, because they want to get together and discuss what are we going to do about this. It's just like the chat session. Those don't cross. The data is to both of them. The comments made when the submission button is hit can be read by the county. And once it's submitted, once a record is submitted for a reason, it goes into the county inbox. It is not available for working by anybody else. So there are no duplicate efforts on the part of the county election workers. That registration is off the table for further action until the county has reviewed it, researched it, and made a decision. So there's no double work at the county level.
Yeah, I would feel much more comfortable, number one, if I was able to get in the system myself and look at it. And number two is if not today. And, oh, are you putting my emails up there?
He's doing some open records requests.
I would feel much more comfortable if I was able to get into it and look at it myself. Not today at lunch, please. I'll be on my 4th Coke by then. And if I knew some counties had access to it, and I could talk to them and say, what do you think about this? What issues have you had? I mean, like my good friend Andover, or somebody that, that I know is going to.
If you'll send me their emails, I'll give them credentials, and I can have some that are using it, some that you want to use it, that you have a relationship with, so they can advise you on, is it good, does it need to be improved? All of the features of Ellie came from suggestions from county election workers.
Let me just go back and say I have no relationships with any counties here, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
could you call the Attorney General and ask the question if there is a legal prohibition or concern for posting this link on our website as a tool, as a database that can be accessed by anyone?
yes, I'll make that call.
At lunch?
Yes. I mean, that wouldn't change my opinion, because I still want to see, I don't know, I don't think there is a prohibition. I just, before this board endorses something, I would like to know how it works and have some other people have used it and say, this is a great tool.
I'll
So,
say, as long as you want tonight, as long as the people here want, be happy to do demos with the video that I show live data, no pictures. Because we can't have everybody's, your daughter's address and the name showing up there. The last time I showed live pictures, CBS made a big hubbub and embarrassed a lot of people. But I'll be happy to do a live demo, just no pictures.
any further comments or questions from the board? There's a motion on the table to post a link on our website to this, and there's a second. Any further comments, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying no.
No.
The chair will vote no also at this time because I've already explained myself multiple times, so motion fails 2-3. Thank you. I think that this is a perfect time for a short break. If the chair will entertain a motion for a short break.
So moved.
We have motion second.
Okay.
Second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We will break for about 5 to 7 minutes. Let's make it real quick, and we'll get back and start on some other stuff. Thank you. The next thing when we get back is public comment relating to rules. So if you're making a public comment related to the rules we heard, be ready. Sorry.
Oh, no, we're good. We're good. It said, good man, good man. Yeah, cause dear God, it was like, it was acting like it wasn't up there. Okay, stupid thing. That's what I need.
Thank you for that quick break. We'll call back into order the meeting at this time. The next item on the agenda is public comment, and this portion of the public comment will be only for those people that want to speak on the rules that this board is scheduled to hear this morning. So if you've signed up for any other comments, you'll have your chance at a later time. We just want to hear from people that want to speak on the rules, and we're going to be strict about that. So if you get up here and start talking about something else, we may have to cut you off. And rules only, please. We ask for your participation or your consideration of that. Our executive director will manage this process. And your comments are kept to 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we would hear from, I believe, Dr. Conrad Hayashi. And I believe there's a timer that you can see here located, so you'll be able to see that as you begin to speak, each speaker, and Sean will help us if you don't stop.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate that you have that timer because it makes it much better than having to look at the iPhone and go back and forth. So anyway, thank you for having pronounced my name somewhat close, and I'm Navy retired Dr. Conrad Hayashi, and I'm a public health specialist from Thompson Park, Decatur. And as a taxpayer, I hate to see hardworking public officials wasting time that distracts them from mission accomplishment. And that includes dealing with historically baseless mass voter challenges. Now, in 2022, a widely discredited group, True the Vote, filed 360,000 voter challenges. A federal judge later called them, quote, seemingly frivolous, unquote, and that they, quote, utterly lacked reliability, unquote. Their shoddy methodology has become legend. In Georgia, just 6 people were responsible for submitting approximately 89,000 voter eligibility challenges for a single election. The nonpartisan group, Protect Democracy, found mass challenges often rely on flawed data and without having Social Security numbers are mostly, and was in fact, in one county in Georgia, about 97% of them were thrown out after scrutiny. The radical leftist state of Florida has a $1,000 fine for frivolous challenges. While we must investigate legitimate fact-based challenges, we should not reward frivolous, taxpayer-using, and unwarranted challenges. When challenges are found to be valid, only then should costs be reimbursed. I would like to make a slight discursion in that I really saluted and was impressed by the presentation on Ellie until I did a little more research. And I looked
Dr.
at...
Hayashi, we gotta-
Okay.
we gotta
I
start the
looked
rules.
at Jane Tim's article of March 18th on
Are you speaking
NBC.
to the rule? Which rule are you speaking to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's stick to rules. Let's stick to rules.
I'll go back. So thank you very much. And I think that there should be reasonable and customary charges only when, unless a challenge is found to be valid. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hayashi. Hayashi, got it.
All right, let me just remind, this is to speak to the rules that are before the board. So other comments would be at a later time. All right, Betsy Shackelford, please. And then after that, Mandy Schultz, if you would come on down, and Ronell Solers.
I would like to speak to one of the rules, but also I am going to make an ad hoc statement. Ellie is the godchild of Eagle AI, a discredited
I'm
database.
sorry.
Ma'am, we just got through saying the rules.
Okay, so
Please.
my right to free speech is limited.
No, you have that right at the other portion of public comment.
I am stunned by the utter uselessness of the proposed rule to require poll workers to create handwritten lists of voters. I can only guess that maybe Janice Johnston is at war with technology, except for Ellie. I wonder if next she will require grocery store clerks to write out individual items and costs for handwritten receipts and require communication with her to be handwritten rather than emails and texts. She is no doubt aware that implementing such a fallback to archaic methods would create, in some counties, stacks of hundreds of thousands of sheets of paper for each election. Not to mention slowing the check-in of voters so badly that long lines would be created, resulting in some voters becoming frustrated or unable to remain in line longer. I believe this last scenario is the real reason to try to turn back the clocks and avoid the technology that enables us poll workers to efficiently check in voters. She and her MAGA colleagues are anti-voter and under the thumb of an election-denying deranged president. I will never forget Johnston's preening little pirouette at a Trump rally.
Ma'am, that has nothing to do with the rules. I've been very polite.
It does.
I've
It
been
does
very
indeed.
polite.
It has to do with the person who is setting this role in front of us. Do not accept this ridiculous, harmful rule that serves neither voting processes nor voters.
All right. Mandy Schultz, if you start going on about something that's not about the rules, I'm going to gavel you down, and you'll lose the remainder of your time if you continue to do that. So please honor what everybody else is honoring here during this time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mandy Schultz, and I'm a Fulton County voter. I'm here to oppose two petitions. First, the Bartelski petition, which proposes to prohibit counties from charging for voter registration challenges. Currently, filing one costs the challenger nothing. Counties bear the entire burden, like staff, time, hearing, and notifications for challenges that are overwhelmingly dismissed. A single Cobb County resident used Eagle Eye software to file nearly 2,500 challenges in 1 month. But 95% of those voters were already on track to be removed. The challenges accomplished nothing except consuming county staff and time. The rules makes it permanently free now and consequence-free for anyone who wants to make these challenges all at scale. And now it's being asked to make these challenges permanently free. And the board's own investigator built his career filing exactly these kinds of challenges against Fulton County voters. The board should not be in the business of making that permanently frictionless. On Member Grubb's petition, I'm asking this board not to initiate rulemaking. The board has a documented pattern of last-minute additions. Member Gazal raised this at prior meetings, and again today. May 14th was the latest example at the online meeting. We got 2 days' notice of what was being proposed, but the documents were actually posted on Facebook the day of the meeting. It was rushed through, the chair being absent, one member in and out, another already said she had to leave. 3 of the 4 proposed rules target one race, the July 28th CD13 special election. The legislature convenes in special session June 17th, that is 14 days from now, to address the same July 1st deadline these rules work around. That is the legislature's lane. The Georgia Supreme Court has already told this board it cannot exceed its statutory authority through rulemaking. Please, the board should not reward that process by moving it forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for speaking to the rules. Thank you. Ronell Solers, and then after that, Pam Woodley and Catherine, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, but
My name is Raynell Solar, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County. We live in a digital age. Digital record keeping is safe, secure, efficient, and accurate. Computers have significantly increased our ability to maintain large databases of information. The proposed rule change is unnecessary. It requires a handwritten paper version of the numbered list of voters. Not only is the paper copy unnecessary, it's also impractical. I manage one of the largest precincts in DeKalb County with 5,050 voters. It may be simple for a small precinct to incorporate this change, but it would be extremely difficult for a larger precinct. The proposed change would only add chaos and confusion to an already busy day. Information on the proposed rule states that a poll worker will be assigned to the task of check-in and writing the voter's registration full name as recorded in the elector's list on the numbered list of voters in a legible manner. But it also states that no additional poll workers will be required. Thus, a poll worker is assigned an additional task. Slowing down the check-in process and increasing wait times. Finding the voter's name on an elector's list with over 5,000 names in fine print would be tedious and time-consuming. This rule change is not needed, and the current system should be left alone. I've never heard of any problems with it. Why fix something that isn't broken and actually works well? To look at this differently, electronic records are everywhere. I, along with probably everyone in this room, cares about the security of financial records. One common example is online bank statements. I only receive electronic versions of bank statements, and I trust these records, and for good reason. It's never been wrong. This also applies to electronic poll books. Please vote no on this proposed rule. Thank you.
All right, Pam Woodley?
Hi, I'd just like to confirm my agreement with the previous commenters. I don't understand why the numbers list, the handwritten one, is needed, and I don't understand what will be done if there's a discrepancy at the end of the day. I think with 100% certainty it'll be human error. As we have seen over and over again, when there are problems in elections, it is human error 99.9% of the time, and fraud the 0.1% of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Kay, I'm going to say, I'm sorry, your last name.
It's Crummert, but I really wrote very quickly. I'm sorry. I'm Catherine Crummert. I'm for Forsyth County, a poll worker, an observer of proceedings. I'm here today to ask that the board reject moving forward with agenda item 5B regarding prohibition of charges for voter registration challenges. The experience of Forsyth County illustrates why counties should not bear the cost. Forsyth has been a target county for voter challenges for the last 5 years, especially since passage of SB 202, which enabled mass challenges. Since 2021, 63,224 registrations were challenged, 1/3 of the county's over 182,000 registered voters. At one point, 15,000 challenges were made at the same time. Of these more than 63,000 challenges, 1,370 registrations were canceled. This is 2%. It must be highlighted that most of these cancellations would have occurred during routine roll maintenance. Challenges waste time and money. Challengers ask elections offices to print their reams of evidence, but paper is a tiny fraction of the total cost. The greatest cost is time. Over 5 years, 5 board members and several staff have spent thousands of hours reviewing and tracking these challenges, printing, mailing, stamping the letters that must go to voters, the follow-ups. Time is money, and these hours of time are not accounted for. In sum, our county elections offices should not bear the unnecessary, inefficient, and costly burden of challenges that produce a negligible return. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine. The next 3 are Elizabeth Hendrickson, Garland Favorito, and Tamara Favorito. If you would make your way.
My name is Elizabeth Hendrickson, and I'm from Cobb County. I'm speaking in opposition to proposed Rule 183-1-6-.07 because it goes beyond clarification of the statute into creating policy that allows individuals to force counties to spend taxpayer funds to investigate any number of challenges. The part of the rule referring to only one hard copy being required of the challenger is even further overreach into what should be procedures determined by the county in the absence of direction in the statute. If there were litigation, the rule would likely be struck down in court, once again wasting taxpayer funds. I appreciate citizen engagement in the elections process. Our election system is better because of the volunteers who are poll watchers and participate in vote review and ballot duplication panels. It is important, however, to keep citizen oversight from becoming citizen micromanagement. The job of voter roll maintenance belongs by statute to the state and county elections officials who have access to the databases with non-public information, the expertise, and the procedures in place to complete this task accurately and fairly. When a challenge is initiated, procedures for notice to the challenged voter must be followed to prevent the disenfranchisement of legitimate voters. These procedures are costly, including mailing, printing, and staff time. A citizen who researches public sites and files large numbers of voter challenges based on partial matches and unsupported inferences is not performing a service. Individuals should not be allowed to charge the costs of investigating their suspicions to the taxpayers of any county. When the taxpayers are paying, there's less incentive for a challenger to be certain these challenges are well supported, leading to much wasted time as well as taxpayer money. As you hear testimony on this rule, please consider carefully all the implications, including costs to taxpayers. Please reject, or at a minimum, table this rule to seek broader input from stakeholders, including elections professionals and county board members, before taking a vote on such a serious matter. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
All right, Garland Favorito, and then Ms. Tamara Favorito and Don Hackney.
She's not here today. She couldn't get here. My name is Garland Favorito. I am the co-founder of Voter GA. We have led the election integrity movement in Georgia since 2026 with over 20,000 supporters. I've got a career IT professional with 40 years in the business, including 13 years of cyber protection of the identities, accounts, and transactions of over 1.5 million online banking customers. I wanted to speak to the numbered list of voters rule. Numbered list of voters, I'm surprised that some of the previous speakers don't know, is already in statute, 21-456. The problem currently is that this numbered voters list is not produced on time, and sometimes it's not even produced at all in certain of the counties, and it's a necessary fraud prevention measure, as you've already discussed here at the board. The legislature already almost passed this in the last session. There's been several different bills that similar language is in, so it's just a matter of time, I think, before the legislature confirms this. The issue is just that it's not produced on time and it's not public in a timely manner. And so the bottom line of this rule to me is that if you don't know who voted in an election, how can you say that you conducted an election? So thank you.
All right, Don Hackney. Don, are you here? Okay.
I'm Don Hackney, a retired Atlanta attorney. 1 year ago, the Georgia Supreme Court dramatically reduced this board's authority to engage in rulemaking. Unfortunately, some in this room are still in denial. The Eternal Vigilance Order demands that a proposed rule must meet each of 3 separate tests. All of the recent petitions can't even make it past the first test. The legislature must have actually delegated the authority to the board. They could do this with a law that says, quote, the SEB is hereby delegated the authority to do X, or that, quote, the SEB shall develop rules to do Y. None of these petitions meets this test. The paper ballot petitions are the most egregious. There is, of course, no actual delegation to the SEB of the authority to drastically change the way Georgians vote in person. To make it worse, these efforts would nullify the most important statute in our entire election code. Section 300 demands that in-person elections be conducted by electronic ballot markers. Can anyone think of a more fundamental legislative decision for the General Assembly? Eternal Vigilance and the recent Superior Court case threw out 6 SEB rules that dealt with relatively mundane issues of election administration. So how could it possibly be that this board could simply erase critical election law and adopt their favorite method of voting? The petitions should have been quickly dismissed. Instead, hundreds of Georgians have been subjected to 5 lengthy regular meetings and 3 special meetings, and the public servants on our county boards and their staff have suffered the anxiety and fear of simultaneously preparing for 2 entirely different voting systems. Mr. Chairman, I have a suggested solution to this dilemma, and I hope that a member of this board...
Your time is up.
I hope that a member of this board will ask me to describe it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. All right. Next, we have Jennifer Mossbacher, Melissa McCollin, and Gail Lee. If you would make your way down, please.
Smiley for short people. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Mosbacher. I'm the chair of the Cobb County Board of Elections and Registration. I'm here today to speak regarding proposed Rule 183-6-07, Prohibition of Charges for Voter Registration Challenges. On August 12, 2024, our board adopted voter challenge procedures under OCGA 212229 and 212230 with advice of counsel. These policies provide clarity where statute is silent and create a fair and transparent process grounded in integrity and due process. Included in our policy is a provision requiring challengers to pay the direct cost associated with notice to challenged voters. This is a cost recovery measure tied to the legally required notice process. Counties cannot reasonably forecast how many voter challenges may be filed. Without this provision, all costs fall entirely on election offices and taxpayers. Our policy ensures responsible stewardship of public resources while encouraging challenges that are specific and well substantiated. To date, we have not needed to invoke our challenge cost worksheet. Our estimated service cost per challenged voter is approximately $1.88. One challenge filed in June 2024 before our procedure involved 2,472 voters. 106 were potentially eligible to proceed to a hearing and would have had associated notice costs at this amount. I also have concerns regarding the final portion of this proposed rule attempting to dictate acceptable submission practices for challenge materials. The language is vague, it does not clearly define what materials are being referenced, and reaches into administrative procedures that are better managed at the county level. Counties need flexibility to administer these processes in a way that is operationally practical and consistent with local resources. I respectfully encourage that this rule be tabled or its adoption declined, and I welcome a collaborative review of voter challenge procedures involving election professionals, board members, and legal counsel across the state. Together, we can better serve counties, voters, and challengers.
Thank you.
And I have one copy of our challenge procedures if you would like
Sure,
to.
if you'll give it to Sean White over here, he'll take care of that. Thank you so much.
He's our official bailiff.
Great.
And Miss Melissa?
Yes, I'm Melissa McCollum. I'm from Hall County. I don't follow this. I just read them today. So I can't give specific things, but we, the taxpayers, should not have to pay for people to challenge ginormous numbers of voter registrations. If you want to challenge one or two, then put that we'll pay for that. But there's no reason for us to pay the whole thing. The other thing is on this, the one where you want to make the separate list, you only want to have one list that is continuous. Does it stop at the end of the day? Do you start the numbers again tomorrow? What happens to people who do early voting? If you do this, how are you going to get them back to their precinct? How are you going to, do the whole time of early voting with all those numbers and then get all the way to vote day and then have all those numbers? In the old days, they had a big computer sheet and they found your name and you scribbled your initials by it. Now they do it on the computer. They find you, you show them your license, they take a picture. So they know who voted from the computer. I cannot see anything that could happen from this except for craziness.
Gail Lee?
I am Gail Lee, a member of the DeKalb Board of Registration and Elections, and I'm speaking as a board member in support of the petition to prohibit charges for voter registration challenges. Full disclosure, before becoming a board member, I was a challenger. As a board, it is our responsibility to maintain voter roll accuracy as much as possible under the current rendition of the NVRA and the court's interpretation of it. When citizens present challenges to registrations, pointing out individuals who are deceased, registered at mailing facilities, are 12 or 125 years old, or moved to other states and subsequently registered there, they are rendering a service to our county. Because accuracy is the responsibility of the VRE and the board, the costs associated with processing the challenges should not be borne by the challengers, They are, after all, doing our job. OCGA 21-2, 229, and 230 were created to help our counties carry out their duties. If the roles were accurate, there would be no need for citizen challenges. I submit that a board should be thanking challengers for their help in carrying out this responsibility and not throwing up barriers to discourage citizen oversight, which is the effect of charging them with the costs. And as a side note, I support Dr. Richards' suggestion to bypass the challenge process by making deputy volunteers.
Thank you. We have Ralph O'Connor and then Richard Schroeder.
Good morning. My name is Ralph O'Connor. I've been an election poll clerk for every election day at Christ Church Presbyterian in Atlanta for over 4 years. I request that you reject the proposed rule modifications related to the numbered list of voters for several reasons. Proposed rules do not improve the voting process nor the systems for verifying election accuracy. The cited sections of OCGA 21-2 are either for specific types of ballots, such as absentee ballots or paper ballots, or sections that have not been updated since Georgia began using poll pad check-in. Proposed rules do not provide any benefit for Georgia voting systems that outweigh the increased cost to the taxpayer who will fund additional poll workers that will be necessary to implement the proposed rules. Also, the proposed rules, as has been mentioned earlier, will result in longer wait times for voters. Georgia does use paper numbered lists of voters in specific situations when voters cannot be checked in on poll pads, such as provisional ballots. Fulton County uses an electronic numbered list of voters from Jarvis during their Board of Registration and Elections pre-certification review of election results. So a list can be generated, but it's electronic, which means it can be sorted, can easily be searched, which you can't do with a paper list. One of the sections of the code, 21-2-497, says there should be numbered list of voters for each precinct. Where I worked, we currently have 6 precincts voting there. Does that mean we have to have 6 separate lists if we take the codes? If a voter's name is to be written as recorded in the electors list, does this mean the clerk who's doing this has to have another poll pad to verify that they know their name? Thank you.
Time is up. All right, Mr. Schroeder.
Richard Schroeder, Hall County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these. I was a poll worker in Hall County for over 3 years. I was forced to resign because I couldn't follow my oath that I take in the morning because they wouldn't let me. I was the lead tabulator. I couldn't count the ballots in the precinct. I was encouraged by the board, but our Hall County wouldn't allow it. So I'm still waiting to do a legal election. On the people that are talking about costs, my God, add up the cost of these electronic voting devices that are skewed with problems. I want to go to the poll pad. It says in the book here, it says electronic poll book. Is that the poll pad? Same thing? Because it says electronic poll book device contains a list. Registered voters. I'm old. I used to go in and I saw my name on a list. I was a registered voter and I could sign it just like I sign every time. It looks the same. Poll worker, remember, 3 years? I've never seen somebody sign on that plastic poll pad and it looked like their signature. It's not the right way to do it. And I'm talking about these rules. Right underneath it, it says election management system. Did we not see the election management system 2 months ago be flopped around on a 10-foot screen in a matter of seconds? That's the election management system Why are we still, I voted just 2 weeks ago on the same
Mr. Richard, you talking about the signatures signing in rule? Is that what you're addressing here?
signing on the poll pad. You can't sign on
Okay.
plastic
well,
and make it look
you
like
gotta-
a,
You got to speak to the rules. That's what
that
this
is in the
time is
rule.
for.
It's a sign-in rule.
Poll, is the poll book a poll pad?
It is.
Then yes.
Okay.
It's very, and these people are talking about cost, my God.
All right.
There's no cost more than these machines, and 2020
Thank you.
really
Your-
flipped it over.
Your time is up.
I want to vote on paper and count them in the precinct. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Is that it? For comments, for rules comments? They said there's a lot of people who signed for rules comments.
I only have one page. Sean, is there another page? Were those signed up for rule changes? Okay, if you're signed up to speak for a rule change, if you would come to this right side wall and line up, and we'll work through you. So, Ms. Jean DeFort, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm Jean Dufort, and I am speaking in favor of the rules proposed by Sally Grubbs. I recently had the privilege of poll watching in 4 counties, including 3 that are in CD13 special election. And you know the whole process, you've watched it, but the magical moment, over and over and over again, was when a voter walked up to a scanner, put their ballot in, and were cautioned, wait, listen for the click. Congratulations, your vote's been counted. And they walked away happy. Yesterday, the counties of CD13 were advised by the Secretary of State's office that we're not going to count the CD13 votes from actual ballots. We're going to count them from images of ballots. The rule Sally Grubbs is proposing under definition of the vote, which Eternal Vigilance said absolutely defining the vote is a core responsibility of this board. Ms. Grubbs' rule says the vote is on a ballot, not on an image of a ballot. So the urgency, yesterday morning we didn't know and understand the urgency of her rule. Today we understand the urgency because for reasons unknown to me, the Secretary of State thinks by executive fiat he can make something happen in a congressional race in Georgia that does not happen not only anywhere in the United States, but anywhere in the civilized world, to disassociate the voter and the ballot from the tabulation process. And that begs decency, actually, right? That should fry all of our brains. You sat through a presentation by Dr. Appel that explained exactly how dangerous that idea is. So I urge you, take those rules on with urgency today and give CD13 voters an honest election. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jean. If you would just step up and state your name, and I'll find the name on the list.
Good morning. I'm Max Clavijo from right here in Forsyth County. Okay, as for the numbered list of voters, here in Forsyth County, we have a fabulous election staff at our BRE. And we have about approximately 80,000 registered voters, which is not the largest. We're probably about the 11th. So there are 10 larger than us and 148 smaller than us. And guess what? We get a numbered list of voters before voter certification. Our election workers produce the paper certificates along with the electronic list from the poll pads, and we're presented with a numbered list of voters prior to election certification. That's not unreasonable to expect that from all other counties. As far as the charging for challenges, the reason that that rule is being proposed is because charges are exorbitant and inflated, and if it really costs that much to have an election staff, I don't think we'd have any election staffs, because there's no way that the actual cost for that labor is that much. And then Member Grubb's proposal, we're talking about following the law, the letter of the law. So all of these things are common sense and asking everyone to follow the law. One thing that I wonder, and maybe you wonder too, why is it that one certain side of the political aisle has knee-jerk opposition to any effort for election integrity or for accurate voter roll maintenance? If we had accurate voter roll rate maintenance, as was demonstrated this morning, we wouldn't have to have voter challenges. So it's all common sense, and I urge you to support these.
Max, could you spell your last name for us, please?
CLAVIJO.
Thank you.
All right, next, and if you would just clearly state your name.
Rachel Glover, Associate Director of the Voter Access Project with ACLU of Georgia.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am here to oppose proposed Rule 183-1-12-.02. This proposal ultimately requires poll workers to hand record each voter's name on a numbered voter list during the check-in process. There is no clear requirement for this handwritten process in Georgia's election code. And the proposal provides little explanation of what problem is intended to solve or how it would improve election administration. What is clear is that the rule would create additional work for poll workers and could slow down the voting process. Poll workers are already responsible for managing voter check-in, assisting voters, and ensuring elections run smoothly. Adding a manual recording creates a requirement at every precinct, risks creating longer lines, longer wait times, and additional administrative burdens. In some counties, it may even require hiring and training additional poll workers. The proposal also raises serious questions about accuracy and security. How will counties ensure names are recorded correctly and legibly? How will these paper records be maintained and protected? What procedures will be used to verify the information is complete and accurate? The rule does not provide answers to these practical concerns. Most troubling are the potential privacy implications. Voters enrolled in address confidentiality programs, including survivors of domestic violence and other vulnerable individuals, could face increased risk if records reveal the specific precinct where they voted. Additionally, a list showing voter names and check-in order raises legitimate concerns about ballot secrecy if voting activity could be connected to ballot scanning, order, or timing. Election rules should improve efficiency, security, and voter confidence. This proposal risks doing the opposite by increasing administrative burdens, creating privacy concerns, and slowing the voting process without a clear statutory basis or demonstrated benefit. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to reject the rule proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if you would just state your name.
Hi, Board. I'm Kristen Neighbors with All Voting is Local Action, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed rule that would force taxpayers to cover the cost of voter challenges. Over the past 5 years, more than 100,000 Georgians have had their right to vote challenged, and most of those challenges have come from the same handful of citizens. While SB 202 is clear that the number of challenges someone can bring is unlimited, it is silent on who has to cover the administrative costs. And the costs are substantial. When Zach Manifold was the election director of Gwinnett County, he estimated that it took 5 to 10 staff all day, every day for a couple of weeks to research a challenge they got of more than 30,000 voters. In addition to the staff time, each voter is also sent 2 first-class letters, one to give notice of the challenge and a second with the board's decision. It's an enormously expensive process when it's on a large scale. Taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize these mass challenges brought again and again by the same small group of activists, particularly without clear statutory direction. So I urge you to vote no. And while we're on the topic of voter challenges, I also wanted to ask about the hiring of Jason Frazier, one of Georgia's most...
It has nothing to do with this, and you know that.
I do, but
Please.
putting comments at the end of the second day
Ma'am,
is
you're-
designed to make sure
Your
that
time is
people aren't
up.
listening.
Your time is up. I'm sorry.
I want to know if his job was publicly
ma'am?
posted,
Do we need to call security?
and will he recuse from Fulton cases? Thank you.
If you would just state your name.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Torrey McFarland. I'm an organizer with ACLU of Georgia. And I'm here today to speak in opposition to proposed Rule 183-1-6-.07. This proposed rule creates a significant unfunded mandate for county election offices without any demonstrated need or public demand. Rather than solving a documented problem, it continues a trend of expanding and facilitating voter eligibility challenges while shifting resulting costs onto counties and local taxpayers. Under the proposed rule, counties will be responsible for the costs associated with elector-initiated challenges, including postage for required notices to voters, record management, document production, staff review, and board hearings. Notice is essential to protecting due process, but it is not free. Mailing, printing, staffing, and administrative coordination all require resources. Yet the proposal contains no estimate of these costs and identifies no funding source to help counties absorb them. The burden will fall disproportionately on larger counties that already receive the overwhelming majority of voter challenges. Since the passage of SB 202, Georgia has seen over 300,000 voter challenges, with nearly 89,000 of these filed by just 6 individuals. County election officials have repeatedly stated that these mass filings consume staff time, they strain budgets, and they overwhelm election offices, even when many challenges ultimately lack merit. The proposal also raises concerns about the proper scope of rulemaking authority. Georgia law treats registrar-initiated and elector-initiated challenges differently. Where the General Assembly has not assigned these costs to the counties, the board should not do so through administrative rulemaking. Likewise, the hard copy requirements are unnecessarily prescriptive and reduce the flexibility counties need to manage local operations effectively. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the board to reject this rule and instead engage county election offices and other stakeholders in a broader discussion about how to protect voter rights without implementing additional unfunded burdens on local authorities already burdened.
Thank you.
My name is Margaret Weston. I am a voter in Fulton County, and I have been voting for 55 years. Right now, I'm speaking because in my retired years, I became a volunteer with Common Cause, and I have visited county board of elections meetings in many counties, Cobb, Forsyth, Hall, Cherokee, even Gwinnett, many counties. In all of those meetings, they hear about voters that are being challenged. And in every case, there is always a reference to the volume that they've had to cover in the previous month. Now, because I've had many years of employment in the business, in business in general, I can tell you there is cost to examining any one of those challenges, great cost. I am speaking against your prohibition of charges for voter registration challenges because it's just logic. There is work involved in it. I would suggest, my own personal opinion, allow the counties to determine what costs should be involved. How many can you challenge without a charge, and when can you add a charge to eliminate the problem of the voluminous requests coming from a few individuals? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if you would just state your name clearly.
Good morning, afternoon, board. My name is Cindy Battles. I'm the policy director for the People's Agenda. I am here to speak against rule number 183-1-6.07. Since mass challenges and SB 202 kind of made it to where that those could be unlimited, we know that counties have spent a large amount of time and money on these voter challenges. Some of these voter challenges have often come from third parties, and we've seen situations, particularly here in Forsyth County, where the same challenge has been submitted more than once. As a matter of fact, at one point, there was a meeting where 2 people had submitted the same exact challenges. In another meeting, the hard copy had an asterisk that said already submitted, but it had been submitted again. This is creating a huge burden for counties. To say that they can't charge for this is going to put astronomical impacts on the infrastructure of elections. When y'all were having the meeting about the memory cards, and Member King was really concerned, rightfully so, about the unfunded mandates and the impact on counties. In particular, one county called me because they thought that they were going to have to divert funds and not get a new ambulance. Your decision to put that off and make sure that the Georgia Assembly created that rule and created funding for that meant you literally saved lives. So I'm asking you to take the same considerations here when you're creating a rule that's going to put a cost impact on counties, and either table this or make sure that the Georgia Assembly has given counties money to fund the work that they have to do for these voter challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Gaudio. Regarding all 6 rules, vote yes, yes, vote yes, 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 and yes, yes, yes to all 6 rules. The numbered list of voters, as Garland Favorito already pointed out, is already in statute. This task is much more important than the person who hands out those ridiculous stickers that gaslight the public saying that they have secured their vote. If you think you can't afford a mere handwritten name, you could give that person the job because all they're doing is handing out stickers. The citizen sleuths who are helping us clean the voter rolls, our voter rolls are disgustingly inaccurate in this state. The counties are doing a woeful neglect of cleaning their voter rolls. There are many more talented people who are very skilled at doing this and assisting the counties. Their time is for free, so why should they be paying a fee to get the information to help the counties? It makes no sense. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Julie Adams, Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections. I'm here in favor of all the rules, but a couple I want to talk about specifically. The charges for voter roll challenges, I think we all know that it's common sense. If we cleaned up the voter rolls, there would be no challenges. And from the presentation we heard before, and I am very familiar with Ellie, we could clean up our voter rolls in Georgia in a few weeks to the maximum of a couple of months. And we could use that for people registering, and to make sure they stayed clean going after that would be a lot less work. Now I want to switch to the numbered list of voters. As it's been stated many times, it's already in Georgia law that we have a handwritten list of, a numbered list of voters. But I will tell you, it really helps in certification. I'll give you an example for Fulton. I get to see the Jarvis report and the voter history report locked in a laptop, and it's you can't sort it or anything like that, but they have sorted it by vote method and things like that, but it's still stuck in there, and that, so no sorting. But the other problem is, in the state of Georgia, we still allow ballots to come in after Election Day. The UOCAVA and overseas ballots, we're still working on provisional ballots. And so whatever I look at, I cannot see the numbered list of voters, the actual people that came in to vote, because we don't have that yet. And we don't have credit for those people that are provisional. And so I think having the written list would really help. Thank you.
Thank you. And Rick Richards.
Rick Richards, Columbia County. I had a few things I wanted to say, but most of these people have said it for me. I went to the meeting in Forsyth County, and the challenges were submitted in a spreadsheet, whereupon we were told that the spreadsheets were not allowed to do it as individual pages. And then the individual registrations were submitted, and the staff member put them on spreadsheet for the board and was blamed for doing it and was the spreadsheet, the person who fixed the spreadsheet, oh, we got them individually, I did this for your convenience. In another county, the individual was told they couldn't accept them separately. They had to have a printed version for each member of the board and each staff member, so they had to make 8,000 copies of what could have been turned in on a spreadsheet. Regarding the rules further, I was going to make a lot of comments about the amount of work, the amount of cost, the amount of time that it was taken to do all this, and every one of these other speakers kindly supported my reason for saying if they used Ellie, none of that would be necessary. All of that would be saved. All of that time, all of that money, all of that fuss, all of those errors would not happen. Thank you very much for supporting me.
Time is up. Now, this is the last speaker. Well, it seems like the wall keeps growing over there.
Yeah, Richard Jordan. Point of information with regarding the rules, is this session on open comments
No,
for the rules?
just the rules.
I know, but is this superseding the open comments? Is that tomorrow, scheduled tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I appreciate all those comments. I know for me individually, they're helpful when deciding on these rules, and so I appreciate everyone's input on that and your thoughtfulness on it. We're going to change the lineup just a little bit since we're getting near lunch and do consideration of possible final adoption of petition submitted by Stefan Bartelski. We'll do yours first regarding prohibition of charges for voter registration challenges. And then we'll, what time? It's ready? Lunch is ready? So we'll do that one first, and we'll likely break for lunch, and then we'll come back and do Dr. Johnson's rules and after that. So, Mr. Bartelski.
Thank you.
If you would keep your comments to 10 or 15 minutes is what we've allowed people in the past, if you don't mind.
I hope to be shorter. I have prepared them.
Okay.
So that should help with keeping them
Of course, then we'll,
on time.
your initial comments, explain your rule, and then the board will be open to ask whatever questions we have pertaining to it.
Well, I'd like to thank you for your time today and also for advancing this proposed rule to this stage of consideration. As I said, I have a prepared speech, but I want to make a small change to it. I want to say that while it was prepared, I will be answering virtually every, if not all, opposition that was expressed during the public comments on rules. When I first introduced this rule, and as people have said, that this rule is to ensure that people are not being forced to pay for submitting challenges. I used the analogy of being required to pay the police before they would investigate a burglary at home. That was a couple of months ago when I first presented it. Today, I want to offer a different analogy, why I think this rule is important, one drawn from a darker chapter of our nation's history. This country once used poll taxes to suppress the rights of certain groups of citizens. Those taxes did not explicitly forbid anyone from voting, but they imposed a financial barrier that effectively denied many people the ability to exercise their rights. The fees and financial burdens that some counties now impose or propose to impose on voter registration challenges function in a similar way. They do not restrict a challenger's right to vote or to submit a challenge, but they do undermine the challenger's civil rights by making it financially prohibitive to report suspected ineligible registrations. And when ineligible registrations remain on the rolls, they create opportunities for bad actors to introduce fraudulent ballots into our elections. That harms every lawful voter in this state. I do not believe that cost recovery is the true motivation behind these fees, although that is what all those in opposition pretty much have come up and said. The far more plausible explanation is that these charges are intended to deter people from submitting challenges at all. You have heard the argument that the volume of challenges creates an undue burden on county election offices, but as stated in the written justification for this rule, and as stated by some of the people in support of this rule, if election boards were consistently fulfilling their statutory list maintenance duties, the number of challenges would be dramatically lower. The work would be easier, faster, and less expensive, and of course, having a tool to help with that will make it even easier. Georgia law, specifically OCGA 21-220, 221, and 234, places the responsibility for maintaining accurate voter rolls squarely on the boards. Citizens who submit challenges are not creating the problem, they are identifying the consequences of the problem. There is also a constitutional dimension that nobody has brought up. The 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause requires that individuals in similar circumstances be treated alike. While this clause is most often discussed in the context of voting, challenges are voters, and they are being treated unequally based solely on the county in which they reside. Some counties impose fees, others do not. Some counties require multiple printed copies, others accept electronic submissions. Some counties create financial barriers, others do not. This inconsistency creates unequal access to a statutory process that is supposed to be uniform across the state. Uniform across the state. Uniformity of election processes is one of the core responsibilities codified in law of the State Election Board. Ensuring consistency across counties is squarely within this board's authority, and adopting this rule is fully aligned with that mandate. Finally, nowhere in the relevant Georgia statutes, including 21-229 and 230, is there any authorization for counties to charge fees for processing voter registration challenges. The General Assembly could have included such authority. It did not. These costs should be treated as part of the normal operations of election administration, just like every other statutory duty. Counties routinely absorb the costs of list maintenance, ballot preparation, poll worker training, and other mandated functions. Processing challenges is no different. On behalf of myself and many other election integrity advocates across the state, citizens who volunteer their time, their expertise, and often their own resources to help ensure accurate voter rolls, I respectfully request that you approve this proposed rule. Thank you for your attention, for your commitment to the integrity of Georgia elections.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions from the board? You turn on your mic, please.
A quick question for the counties that are present. I don't know if Ms. Dover would like to answer. What is the cost when someone challenges? How much does it cost Cherokee?
We have not had any mass challenges, so that would not be something that I can answer.
Okay. Mr. Hancock, have you had mass challenges?
Not recently.
Okay. And Fulton County, has Fulton County had mass challenges?
We've had it a long time. I think it's because of our policy.
Okay. So,
Wait, you go there.
perfect, yes. Cobb County, do you have mass?
Would you need, for the record, if you'd come forward and
Yeah.
state your name so that our person over here can get that in the record.
I actually developed our cost worksheet that we do use.
Hey, state your name, please.
Sorry, my name is Jennifer Mossbacher. I'm the chair of the Cobb County Board of Elections. I'm also one of the authors in collaboration with our council on our policies. I believe we are the only one in the state who does have this provision in our policies. Happy to address questions about it, as I feel like you all haven't really seen what this policy does. It's not actually charging challengers. It is a cost recovery method. The cost worksheet looks solely at administrative cost, no labor, and it's about $1.88. I can share that worksheet with you, but it's about $1.88.
$1.88 per challenge?
Per voter that we have to notice.
So that's per challenge, per voter that's challenged.
Per voter that proceeds to the hearing that requires statutory notice.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that if I present 100 voters and 50 of them do have to be notified, then I'm charged $1.88 times 50.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, who pays this? The person that's challenging?
So if you had the opportunity to read my policies or our board's policies, you would see exactly, it's laid out pretty clearly in there. I would encourage you all to look at how that lays out. But essentially, when a challenger submits a challenge per 229 or 230, they're required to go through, the burden of proof is on the challenger. So they have to submit materials to us. We have to review those materials and determine if those proceed to a hearing. That is all laid out in our policy, what actually allows those to move forward. And if they move forward, then there would be a cost assigned to the amount of voters that are being noticed. So it's not a cost associated with the actual, there's no cost to file a challenge. I want to be clear. There's no cost to file a challenge.
So basically what you're saying is that if a citizen comes and does the job of the county by identifying individuals that need to be challenged, and if you determine that they were correct, that you're charging the citizen?
Well, you would see from the actual, Ms. Grubbs actually showed a demo of the fact that there are people who say that there are challenges that are legitimate, but yet our voter rolls are maintained well by our county. So it's not doing the job of the county. We follow 21-228, and if we have, and we follow the code to do voter list maintenance regularly. We're not asking citizens to do that work for us. Therefore, we don't need to incur an extra cost to do that.
So basically, but if they do it, and they find something that was not found by the county, then there is a cost, and the cost is going to have to be paid, the citizen will have to pay for it, correct?
It's not saying that there's not something that's found by the county. It's saying that if that actual challenge proceeds to a hearing.
Correct. So you're basically saying that if a citizen comes and challenges the county by saying that there's a citizen on your roll that should not be on the roll, and then you review it, and the county determines that there should be a hearing, there's now a cost associated, and that cost now is passed off to the person who found it, correct?
In 21-228, if you've read that code section.
No, I just.
But I want to.
Okay, you've done this
I'm gonna
3
answer your-
times. Can you answer my question directly?
I-
You've done this 3 times. I've asked a question and you gave me a roundabout response. I like
first of
clear,
all-
direct responses. If you could just give me my answer correctly and accurately and directly. Are you saying, because I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. I don't have time to go back and read everything that you presented right this
If
second.
you don't have time to read
So,
the policy,
excuse me, I
then you
said right
shouldn't be
this
actually
second.
making a rule about the policy.
Excuse me, you cut me
I
off.
think
If you
you're-
if you let me complete my sentence, then your response right now would have been unnecessary. I said I don't have the time to read it right this second. I said this second. That's why I'm asking you questions. If that's
Understood.
okay, can I just ask some questions?
Feel free to ask
Matter
your
of fact,
question.
I'm the one that encouraged the counties to come up because I want to ask questions.
Understood.
Okay, so as I stated, I want to make sure I'm clear. If an individual from the community comes to your county and says that there are people in your voter rolls that I have questions about, and if you do the research and realize that there are people that you should be questioning, so now you send it, you encourage it to go further, there is now a cost that's associated to that person that you are now researching, correct?
I do not believe that's an accurate characterization of how the process for a voter challenge works.
When do you provide costs? When do you start tacking on costs?
The cost is associated with the actual notice that has to be served to a voter who is challenged.
Correct.
It doesn't determine whether or not, it has nothing to do actually with whether or not the information that's being presented to us is accurate. It's if that challenged voter is proceeds to hearing, then they have to receive legally required notice.
Correct.
And that
I
notice
agree.
is the same thing that
Well,
happens.
I haven't gotten an answer to my question.
for it?
Well, I don't want to, excuse me, I don't, excuse
The
me.
challenger-
I don't want you to ask my question a different way. She knows what I'm asking.
The
She's fully
challenger-
aware of what I'm asking. My question is very clear. You said if an individual brings a challenge to the county and the county determines that these individuals should be notified, now you associate a cost to that individual, the $1.88 per person, right?
It is a cost of notice.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
now, who pays for that? Who gets invoiced? Who do you send that cost to?
The cost of service is to the challenger.
To the challenger. Thank you. So the individual does have to pay, even if they provide you with information that's associated with the roles that you said you maintain that could be inaccurate. We're still now telling the citizen, thank you for your work, thank you for bringing this to our attention. As a result of you bringing it to our attention, there is a notice that's going to go out to the voter that you provided for us. However, along with that notice is an invoice going to be sent to you for having to do the work of the county. That's basically what you're saying.
No, that's not what we're saying at all. In fact, in OCGA 21-228, which is the section that deals with qualification challenges that are handled by the actual county themselves, it specifically states that the registrar in that particular code, in that site, the registrar shall provide the notice of hearing, and if that notice requires sheriff or law enforcement, that those people will be compensated. So there is fee associated with the notice, even within 21-228, that says that the initiated challenge by the registrar, that cost is borne by the registrar. So if so the logic is that legally, and if you all received a memo from our attorney actually on this matter, that it would be, and he says right in here, given that registrars are expressly responsible for service costs for challenges they initiate, I'm going to read that again. Given that registrars are expressly responsible for service costs for challenges they initiate, it stands to reason that the cost of service for challenges initiated by individuals should be borne by those individuals. That is directly from the attorney memo that you all were given, and that is borne right from 21-228, where it explicitly says that that cost is borne by the registrar.
The code doesn't say that the citizen's got to pay. It says the registrar, because that means it's taxpayers. Yes, I'm okay with the counties using taxpayer money to ensure that the voter rolls are clean.
Right,
I'm okay with that.
We do
That's
that
what
when
you
there's
should be
county
doing.
We do that under.
That's exactly what counties should be doing with my dollars. However, what I'm not okay with is you telling me that if a citizen has to step in and assist the counties because there's something that's off, that if we find out that that citizen was correct, that now we are charging the citizen. The fact of the matter is the citizen should have never had to step in. It should be the counties that are responsible, because that's why you have our tax dollars, so that you can utilize these funds to do this job. So
And
I'm
we do.
okay with the registrar using tax dollars. I'm totally fine with that. But what I'm not okay with is you charging individuals because they're now having to step in and try to assist with cleaning up our rolls. That's where I stand on it. Moving on.
Hey, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Did you determine the administrative costs of having to, let's say somebody comes and issues 1,000 challenges.
Yes.
Did you determine the administrative costs of having to go through those and figure out which ones are valid, which ones are not, which ones proceed to hearing, which ones don't?
Did I determine the administrative cost associated with that?
Yeah.
I have done some calculations in terms of looking at what the time involved in those kinds of things are, but that's not the cost that's associated with the challenge policy.
Yeah, I
Because
think
service notice is actually just the actual
you're
piece.
doing one small piece of it.
We are just really dealing with the one small piece of it within that policy, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Member King on that issue. Well, but I guess that, and I'll talk to Mr. Bartowski about that when, any more questions for?
So, Ms. Mosbacher, y'all developed this policy because y'all didn't like having voter challenges come before the board, correct?
No, ma'am. We've developed a policy to help actually make a more clear process for both the challengers, for the office, and for voters. A very clear process that delineated exactly the steps that people needed to follow to submit a challenge so that there was not confusion in how to go about doing so.
And to recover some money.
Nope, it was not about actually recover. We developed policy to create a transparent process for voters and for challengers and for our office to be able to administer. The charge provision that's in this policy is a cost recovery method for a very small
said
piece
that.
of serving notice. That's all the piece of it is to serve notice to the voters that proceed to hearing.
Okay, so how much in your cost recovery method have y'all recovered for costs since you implemented the policy?
We have not had any challenges that have proceeded to the hearing level that required notice since the implementation of the policy.
It's really hard to give short answers, isn't it? And by the way, the information that you brought today, this rule has been on the agenda, so you have, I believe, my email address, and you could have certainly emailed the information, so we would have had it in advance, the policy.
Right, but due diligence is also your responsibility. Our policies are publicly available on our website.
For 159 counties to go see if they have policies on this matter.
That's
Excuse me.
That's due diligence.
So, how much?
If I have to look through hundreds of thousands of challenges, that's the same
Just a
type thing.
moment.
One person.
How
at a time,
much,
please.
how much,
Sally and I are old friends.
Well,
yes,
I
we're
know, but-
buddies.
But our court reporter's having a real difficult time getting all this down.
So how much money does the Cobb County Board of Elections expend annually or even monthly in returned mail?
Not an answer I have for you today.
Well, that would be due diligence.
I'm certain that I could get that answer for you, but it's not a question I was given time to prepare for. You all have had this on
Well,
your agenda for a
cost-
significant amount of time, according to you.
Costs are something that concern the county, clearly.
Absolutely.
Because if you, we've heard from all of these counties, all of this thing about cost and burden. And, so recently in Cobb County, there were some voter registration cards that were sent out that had, like, say, for example, incorrect precinct information. There were voter registration cards that went out that just had a lot of incorrect information. Then there are ballots that are sent to incorrect addresses or, all kinds of things like that. Then there are the absentee ballot requests. I know that's been an issue where the county has not processed the absentee ballot request timely, and then there has to be overnight charges incurred. Same thing with UOCAVA ballots. So mail and getting notices out and that kind of thing can be a significant cost. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not sure what the question has to do with the specific rule in there, but cost.
Because we're talking about expense, we're talking about cost and why you would charge people to do voter challenges.
We are not charging people to do voter challenges.
You can call it whatever you want, but there's a cost associated with a citizen doing a voter challenge if it proceeds to the hearing notification, as you said, in your information, if it proceeds to that level, there is a cost for a citizen to perfect a voter challenge, yes or no?
There is a cost for service to the
Yes
voter
or
who has been
no?
challenged. I'm going to answer the question in the appropriate manner, which is there is a cost to serve notice, legally required notice to the challenged voter.
But to be clear, if a citizen brings a challenge and it proceeds to the hearing level, and y'all have to do work on that voter challenge, and it proceeds in that fashion, there is a cost to the person who brought the voter challenge.
There is a cost associated
Do
with
you
any-
ever issue invoices to people for doing voter challenges at any level?
We have not to date.
Would that be part of your process?
In our policy, if somebody proceeds to a hearing, we
Okay,
would
just
calculate.
forget it. Let's
we would-
just make the point. Let's just make the point that there are significant costs in counties when you send mail to the incorrect address, or if you make a printing error, or you send cards to people with inaccurate precinct notifications, or when you make last-minute precinct changes, there's lots of cost that the county has to bear. Yet in this instance, you choose to pass on cost to people who bring voter challenges. That's the point I'd like to make.
All right, let's move back to the petitioner. Mr. Burkowski, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
There you go. I actually have a question for our staff, which is, have we received any public comment during, because we've gone through the notice and comment period. Did any public comment come in on this?
In the digital binder, in your notebook, the public comments are there.
Thank you.
I have to tell you what my concern about this rule has been all along is not that I agree that if someone submits a voter challenge and it's upheld and it goes, it should not, this person should not have been on the roll, you shouldn't have to pay for that. The county should have to pay for that because it's the county's mistake or it's the county's error in not cleaning those voter rolls. So I totally agree with that. My problem is when we have some people that have issued 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 voter challenges, a huge list, which does take a lot of time for the counties to go through and determine, and that is taxpayer dollars. And I'm concerned about people like that, that issue these huge, or have these huge lists, and it really bogs down the county from doing other things and creates issues for them. So that's my concern with this.
I would say it comes back to what I said, that if the boards are doing their job properly, the numbers are going to be a lot lower. Now, I myself have not submitted thousands at one time. They're in the hundreds. I think the maximum was something 600 maybe, one group. And if I had to then pay for all of that, yeah, that would I'm retired, I'm on a fixed income. I would have to think twice about doing that. And so, and I think what the lady just said, wanting to recover the costs even of the service, she says, well, it's only a small part of the whole total cost. Well, if it's only a small part, absorb it and don't use it as a punitive amount against the challenges.
Yeah, I guess I don't have the confidence that everybody has using the same due diligence that you are to go through multiple websites and figure out whether these people should be challenged or not. I think I've heard some issues about these mass challenges where people didn't go through and really scrub the list, and it's just causing these counties a lot of time and a lot of energy and a lot of money to go through that. And I have a problem with that. And those people should be held financially responsible for the amount of money they've caused the county, But
I
that's
use
my
Ellie.
opinion.
I use Ellie, and you've seen how accurate that is. And most of the other people that I work with and who have, obviously, I'm lucky. Forsyth County does not use this, but I submitted this because I heard from other people that I work with, and a lot of them through the Ellie network, using that same good data that their boards of election are imposing these fees, these ways of deterring them from submitting on them, irrespective, of how good or bad the data was. And we've heard a lot of things about people saying, well, 10,000 was submitted and only 1 or 2 or 3% were actually accepted. There's a lot of issues in that because it's not just, they were not all bad data. In many cases, boards of election are ignoring the evidence and therefore saying, well, yeah, we just don't accept it. And therefore, and that's you're saying, well, maybe the people that submit these large volumes, if the ones that don't get accepted should be paid for. But, there's so many boards that refuse to accept a lot of this evidence. That's also going to make it difficult. I think it's just, and at the end of the line, COB is doing one thing, Gwinnett's doing another, other counties are doing things. One of the key things in my argument is that your remit is to ensure uniformity across the state. And charging different fees, different ways of doing it is not uniformity. And it makes it complicated for election integrity activists to know they've got to go and find out what their county wants to do and then work out whether or not they can afford it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with any of that, but I also always think about the small counties that don't have much staff, you know, that may have 1 or 2 people or 3 people, you know, and if they get a lot of challenges, even if they get 100 challenges, it just takes a lot of time that they have to respond to that, you know, and so I worry about the challenges that hadn't been as thoughtfully done as you might have done, you know, and what the counties haven't responded to that, so.
I don't think there are that many where to be honest, where people have indiscriminately made challenges. I think most of the challenges, and I know most of the people that I've spoken to have done their best to sort everything out and make sure that they're accurate. On the other hand, yes, for the smaller counties, remember, yes, they do have to take some effort to, you know, look at what's come in, but all of the work has already been done for them, right? Basically, if you look at the information that comes out of Ellie, right, here's a list of people for which citizen activists, citizen investigators have gone in and found found a picture and put it in what they submit of an obituary. Now, if the county doesn't trust that and they want to go and look up the obituary, yes, that's more work. But actually, all the work's been done for them. The only thing they have to do is say, okay, here's the voter registration number, let's say in the spreadsheet that we normally submit. Here's the voter registration number. Is that voter registration number, does that correspond with the data in there? I mean, that's 10 seconds for each line. Yes, that one's okay, that one's okay, that one's okay. The evidence is right there. The obituary, the voter registration in another state, the number, their address in the other state, the homestead exemption in another state, all that information is provided to them. That's not that much more work. Okay, there are some service costs. It depends on the type of challenge. 230s do not require any service costs in the law. It's only a 229 when someone's going to be removed that requires service costs. In other words, requires a letter to be sent. Many boards of election also on 230s will send a notification, a courtesy notification saying, hey, somebody has claimed that there's something wrong with your voter registration and it's going to be handled at this meeting. But that's a choice that the county makes to do. It is not required by law for a 230. 230 is a challenge at the next election. So there are no extra costs to them there. The only extra cost is perhaps the labor to actually look at the list and say, okay, yes, this person is still active, this person. I've had that when I submit challenges. They'll come back at the beginning of the meeting and they'll say, you know, these 5 out of 150 challenges, these 5 are actually flagged as inactive now. So we basically, we're not going to handle them. That's fine, they're inactive, they're already flagged, because there is sometimes a gap between the data that we get. We don't get real-time data from Jarvis day to day. We get it on a regular interval every 1 or 2 months. So we can lag a bit behind, but when they come back and say, yeah, we've checked and these are the inactive ones, fine. So yes, there is some labor involved with that check, but other than that, no costs.
Well, there's a lot of labor if it's a massive challenge. Yeah. Well, I agree.
And massive, you know, the 10,000, 15,000 challenges wouldn't be necessary if the boards were doing their job, if the Secretary of State's office was doing its job, and if ERIC was doing its job. That would not be necessary. And now, if you get these larger volume ones, if the boards of election sign up with Dr. Rick Richards' Ellie then they can go in and they can pull up all that information very quickly, probably even quicker than getting it out of Jarvis, because Jarvis just gives you the voter registration information. Ellie gives you that plus all the other ones, the tax records, the NCOA, PCOA, so the change of address, etc. That's all in one place, and that makes even the larger volumes a lot easier and quicker to do.
Good. Any other questions?
I just have a general question. One of the speakers this morning.
Turn on your microphone, please.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on.
Okay, sorry.
And I don't know that you can answer this necessarily, but perhaps some of the county officials can. There was a speaker who suggested that the percentage of challenges that ultimately were upheld was exceedingly low because most challenged voters were already in the process of being moved to inactive status per the requirements of federal and state law. Does anybody have an estimate of the number of the percentage of challenges that ultimately are upheld and voters removed through the challenge process? I'm looking for a county official who actually conducts these, who actually pursues these. Does Cobb County, do you, Chair Mosbacher, do you have any data on that?
We have held 0, so 100% of them were.
In Fulton County, how many challenges ultimately lead to under 229 or 230?
We have not had a challenge. We had one challenge reheard since I joined the board, but I think it's the new policy that's keeping people from doing any challenges, because we had them regularly before that. And ours isn't even to charge.
Member Hancock, I know that the Gwinnett County, you haven't recently, but I know you've seen some mass challenges. I know that there were tens of thousands. How many of those actually proceeded to removal?
Those were before my time on the board. The ones that we've seen have been at most maybe 15 or 20, and it seems like maybe half of them were put to inactive, but it's been years. We haven't seen anything over a year.
Do we have anybody officially from Forsyth County?
I don't know how many were accepted versus.
But
Yeah, I'm sorry. We've got.
I don't know how many were valid versus invalid. I didn't track that.
I can give you some numbers on my rough own experience because I didn't prepare numbers. But I think over the last 2-3 years, I have probably submitted somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 challenges in various groups. I would say that at least 300 of those have actually been upheld. That means they were either put into a removal process according to the law, NVRA and Georgia statutes, or they were flagged for as challenged, which means when the voter comes to the polls, they are asked to prove that their voter registration data is correct, and if they can't, then then obviously the challenge moves to a removal process, but that's done by the county. However, you say that's roughly 10%. I have to say that, and I've mentioned this before, our board does not accept certain information as evidence. And that is something that is being disputed at the moment. I can't talk a lot about it because it is actually in the courts right now. Having had this particular type of evidence refused a number of times, I finally took what is in 230 and 229, the ability to appeal the decision, and it is being appealed to get clarity in this particular decision of the board. If that had been taken into account, that 2,000 to 3,000 would be much closer to, let's say, 1,500 to 2,000 that would have been accepted.
Mr. Bartels? Mr. Bartowski, and along with Ms. Adams and some of the other officials and Mr. Hancock, whether they're successful challenges or not is somewhat subjective. It's not an exact every size fits all. So, you might submit 1,000 challenges and you might have 20% that are successful, but if that was maybe at a different board with a different standard of what's acceptable for the challenge, so that's not really representative of exactly what happens with the challenges.
Exactly, yep.
With permission, I have some data. Member Gazelle is asking the wrong question. In Cobb County, for those 1,800 cases, not 2,000, 1,800 cases that were turned down, I reviewed every one of them myself. They all moved to North Carolina. They were all registered in North Carolina. They all voted in North Carolina. And I watched as that person took the list and said, no, 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 through the list. I was at Forsyth County when Mr. Pahelski submitted those. And the county said, is your data certified? And I asked, who would you like to certify this data? It came from your Secretary of State. Well, you have to certify it. I said, who would we have certify it? She said, that's up to you. I asked 3 times, who certifies the data? And then finally, the county attorney said, y'all don't have to answer that. We're adjourned, they're denied. So you can't ask how many of them were followed up on because they never got past the initial submission.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize if my question got us off topic of the rule itself, because I think that's what we need to be focused on.
Any other questions from the board? Dr. Johnson?
Yes. As far as challenges go, we have to recognize that about 10% of people move every year, and movers are oftentimes the basis for challenges. And if 10% of people move, say in Cobb County, with a voting age population of 525,000, it would be 52,500 people a year to attend to, whether if they to verify if they've moved in county, which is not an issue really, if they've moved out of county, which is an issue, or if they've moved out of state. But it's a lot of numbers. So it's not 1,000, 5,000, or 10,000. It's 52,000 in Cobb County. And Cobb County is registered to vote at the rate of 107% of the voting age population. That means there are more people registered to vote in Cobb County than are in the voting age population. And if we're striving to achieve uniformity, the voting age, the voter registration percentages varies in this state from 70% to 119%. That's not very uniform. Some counties are doing a much better job than others. And if we all need to be reminded, 21-228, the very first sentence says that the registrars shall be charged with the duty of examining from time to time the qualifications of each elector of the county whose name is entered on the list of electors. It is their duty, it's their job to maintain the voter rolls, to make sure the voter rolls are current and accurate for each and every election. So when a challenger, this challenges, this is rather new legislation, but obviously our General Assembly thought there was an issue with the voter rolls, or they wouldn't have written, they would not have written this legislation. And so I think we need to pay attention to this. And the issue with challengers, they're working for free. I guess they're all volunteers. They do 90% of the work, perhaps, of finding voters that they think are no longer eligible for one reason or another, and they hand it to the county registrars, whose duty is to verify the work that was done. I dare not, wouldn't want to know a registrar would not look at that information and not verify it. That is not the way to maintain the voter rolls. It's their duty. Even if they get information from the Secretary of State, it is their duty to verify that information. So I do know that Mark Elias, the left-wing radical lawyer, sent a letter 3 years ago to every county in the state threatening to sue them if they performed voter list maintenance. Well, that shut it down pretty well. I mean, that shut down a lot of counties from doing their regular voter list maintenance. They were scared to death of being sued. And so they let the voter list just flounder and accumulate more voters, or they're very reluctant, or became very reluctant to hear challenges, actually. And the new charge policy threw more cold water on the efforts of people to challenge voters that shouldn't be on the list. And finally, I'd say my concern is, if you move an ineligible voter to the inactive list, are they flagged? Are they flagged that they're on the inactive list, but they're no longer eligible, like they've moved, or they're out of state or something? Or do we let them sit on the voter rolls for 2 elections and they're not flagged at all, so that if they so choose, they could come back and just vote and no one would question whether they were eligible or not?
So in answer to that last question, there are 2 issues there. The first one, the law does suggest a process, and that is, if someone who is inactive appears at the precinct, then they have to sign an affidavit that their data is correct, and then they will be allowed to vote, which is, I would say, reasonable. I submitted, after the November 24 elections, an ORR to the Forsyth County Board and asked for a list of all the inactive voters that had signed such an affidavit and been allowed to vote, and they said there were none. So there is that. So the question is the process being followed or not?
Right.
But,
Well, thank you. So our job as a board is to enforce the law, to uphold the law. And the law states, right now, the law states that there's a provision for challenges. And it's our duty to uphold that law. Therefore, I'm in favor of your rule petition. And we did ask the Attorney General for an opinion about the legality of charge or no charge. And the Attorney General was very clear that, in their opinion, the State Election Board does have the authority.
I wouldn't want to read anything in the letter particularly because
Yeah, I'm not reading.
Okay.
Sorry. It's a photograph.
Okay.
Okay. But, however, there was a recommendation for some language cleanup in the rule petition that you presented, which I would certainly be in favor of having some legal counsel to make sure that the wording is clear and consistent with State Election Board rules.
okay. Any other questions? Or?
Any further questions? Chair will entertain a motion. Dr. Johnson, do you have one?
Mr. Chair, I move that we take this rule and follow the guidance of the Attorney General with the intent to adopt this rule that will prohibit counties from charging challengers to submit challenges for voter roll issues, and the burden to be borne will be borne by the counties. My motion is to take this rule and follow the Attorney General's guidance and bring it back at the next meeting for a vote.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have motion and second. Any discussion?
Procedurally, that would require resubmission and a new 30-day notice and comment period.
Depends on the level of changes made, I would think.
Any changes whatsoever requires a new.
I think it will.
Yep.
Will.
Okay. We have motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to break for lunch. Do we have a motion to break for lunch? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. We will break for lunch till 1:20. 1:20. Wow.
can, but they don't know how to.
I thought I was, gonna start slow dancing in a minute with my executive director.
No, you ain't either.
All right, welcome back. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to make a few changes to try and allow the counties to get out of here quicker if possible. So we're going to go through and do the dismissal cases real quick. And my understanding is that SCB 2024-122 Toombs County, there's somebody here to speak on that case. Anybody from Toombs County? Okay, all right, we'll get with you in a minute. SCB 2024-193 Atkinson County. Is there somebody here to speak on that one? We'll come back to that one. And 2025-036 Cherokee County. Someone here to speak on that one? Okay, so we're not going to vote on those en masse. The rest of them, though, we have the following cases that have been recommended for dismissal. They are SCB 2022-359 Richmond County voter registration problems, SCB 2022-360 City of Marshallville, Macon County special election not called to fill a vacancy, SCB 2023-008 Chatham County voter registered to vote in Tennessee and Georgia, SCB 2023-092 Upson County City of Thomaston candidate's name left off ballot, SCB 2024-107 Hancock County absentee ballot fraud voter intimidation, SCB 2024-182 Cobb County ballot anomaly for 11th Congressional District, November 2024 general election, SCB 2024-212 Pickens County deceased voter fraud from November 2024 general election, SCB 2025-025 Newton County assistance to disabled issue, SCB 2025-044 Clayton County polling place change issue, SCB 2025-048 Atkinson County City of Pearson candidate qualifying issue, SCB 2025-061 Athens Clark unqualified voter, SCB 2025-085 Grady County City of Cairo poll worker issue, SCB 2025-091 Chatham County absentee ballot mailing issue, SCB 2025-109 Jefferson County City of Louisville or Louisville poll watcher issue, and SCB 2026-025 Chatham County double voting Georgia and North Carolina. The chair would entertain a motion on dismissal of the above named cases. We have a motion to dismiss the above named cases. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Member Gazal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to highlight the fact that while the named cases appear to be quite serious, the reason that we're dismissing them is that they have been investigated and found that there are no violations. And that goes for the very last case, the SCB 2026-025. That was a referral directly from the Department of Justice for a potential double voter. And in fact, these are just simply two individuals with the exact same name in two different states. And that is highlighting once again the importance of having access to this private information that is not publicly available to determine whether or not voters are committing crimes, because this would be a felony if it had been the case. So I wanted to uplift this particular fact pattern as being really important and why proper investigation and access to this information is so important.
Thank you, Member Gazal.
Mr. Chair, I would agree. The titles that are associated with these counties oftentimes does not reflect what the actual complaint is. It may be that it sounds like a serious complaint, but the real complaint is not what's reflected in the title. And likewise, a very minor appearing complaint may actually be a very serious complaint. So it goes both ways, and that's why we as a board and our investigators verify what is submitted to us, because that's the thing you need to do.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I appreciate the clarification. I do call out the entire title so that when the summary is done, it references the agenda for the record. So we have a motion and a second to dismiss the above-named cases. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Toombs County. Toombs County was here, right? So Toombs County, we're going to talk about your case. This is SCB 2024-122. And it does. If you'd come forward, please. Did you want to respond? Toombs County? Let me get to it real quick here. Would you read up this? This is tab number 10. If you'd read it off, please, Mr. Executive Director.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint during the May 21, 2024 general primary election. Number one, candidate for Toombs County Sheriff Wesley Walker alleges the voter intimidation was occurring in Toombs County. Voters were threatened with retaliation if they voted for a supporter for or supported his candidacy. This is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-567, intimidation of electors. Number two, candidate for Toombs County Sheriff Wesley Walker alleges the campaign workers for Jordan Knight, candidate for Toombs County Sheriff, were approaching voters who were in line at vote at the Cedar Crossing polling location. This is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-414, restrictions on campaign activities. And number three, candidate for Toombs County Sheriff Wesley Walker alleges that there were equipment issues at the Cedar Crossing polling location. Ballot scanner was powered off or unplugged at lunchtime on Election Day.
The complaint in this case is Chief Wesley Walker, and the respondent is Jordan Knight. The investigators found no potential violations were found. Who would like to speak first? If you'd identify yourself, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Wesley Walker. I'm the complainant in this case. I'm the police chief in Lyons, Georgia. I've been there for over 14 years now. I have about 40 years experience in law enforcement. I've been in it since 1987. In 2024, I decided to run for sheriff. And this was actually the second time I had run for public office. And just during this campaign, I saw a lot of things going on that concerned me about voter intimidation. And what I would like to do is request that an investigation be conducted, an appropriate investigation be conducted into alleged interference with this primary election, and to determine if there are violations of Georgia election law involving prohibited campaign activity in and around polling locations and interference with election results. The conduct that I'm going to be talking about would be in violation of Code Section 21-2-414 and 21-2-566 mainly. On that day, I observed, and I had others observe this as well that came and told me about it, that individuals engaged in campaign-related activities within restricted distances of polling places, including solicitation of votes, distribution or display of campaign materials, and/or direct interaction with voters while ballots were being cast. Campaign workers and/or affiliated individuals allegedly established unauthorized tables, booths, organized electioneering activities in their polling place in violation of Georgia law. Certain actions and conduct by individuals in their polling locations created intimidation, obstruction, confusion, or improper interference with voters and election officials during the voting process. Voters and poll workers reported disruptions and interference that may have materially affected the orderly conduct of the primary election. As I said, during the actual day of the primary and actually getting out and campaigning prior to that, I actually observed deputies from the Toombs County Sheriff's Office patrolling the precincts in a manner that prospective voters actually came to me and voiced their concern that they called intimidating. There was a particular deputy sheriff in uniform in a marked patrol unit that I believe was his duties that day from 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening to actually patrol each precinct, because I saw him and I had others tell me that they saw him at every precinct in the county. I had the sheriff at the time was not my opponent. He was retiring, and his son, Jordan Kite, is the one that was running in 2024, who was my opponent. And of course, the current sheriff was campaigning hard to get his son in office, which I understand, but I feel like that some of his tactics, again, were intimidating to voters. And I had people come to me and tell me, and even going out knocking on doors and talking to people in the community, if I heard it once, I heard it 1,000 times, that, look, Wesley, I'd love to support you, but I'm scared to. I can't do it openly, because they feared retaliation by the sheriff's office. I even have a statement that was written by an individual. Y'all are welcome to see it. That basically says just that. I had confronted this person or approached this person and asked for their help. And asked for their help in campaigning because I knew that they would be beneficial to me. They were from the county. They knew a lot of people, and but they were scared to death to openly support me, because they had personally seen some tactics by the sheriff's office that were concerning to this person and that they feared would happen to them. I had a business owner contact me and had told me that I could put a sign on a piece of property that he owned for my campaign. So I had a sign built, out of big frame, and put the sign in it and put it on this particular business's piece of property. And it was out there for probably a few weeks, and the business owner called me one day and said, "Just want you to know that I received a call from the sheriff, and he's upset that I've got your sign on my property, and he's told me that I need to take it down." He wasn't sure what to do. And I told him, I said, I'm not trying to cause you any issues. You're going to have to make that decision. And we discussed about, my campaign and some of the things that I was planning on trying to do. And we hung up the phone. Well, a few days later, I happened to ride by that location, and the sign was laying on its side. And I got out, was pulled in, got out, and somebody had taken a tire that was on a rim, looked like maybe off a wheelbarrow or something like that, and what appeared to me had been driving by and tossed it out the window for the tire to go through the sign, and it did quite a bit of damage. And I've got pictures to that effect. I fixed the sign, put it back up. Took me a couple of days, I think, to get all that done, put it back up. A few days later, I came back by, and the sign was completely gone out of the frame, and the frame was pushed up against a building that was on that piece of property, laying on its side again. I had another sign, big, huge 4x8 sign that I'd also had somebody that paid to have this printed and framed up for me, and I got permission to put it in the front lawn of a lady's residence. And I think it stayed there a couple of weeks, and it completely disappeared, frame and all. And this was a big sign. It had to take more than one person to haul this sign off. I spoke about approaching voters in line. I actually observed at one of the precincts a campaign worker for my opponent in a T-shirt that had his name and all his campaign material on it, approach a lady that had just pulled up to the precinct. She parked right in front of the building where you go in to vote. And this particular person left the campaign tent and walked up to her with something in his hand, a piece of paper or something, I couldn't tell. I was trying to make sure that I followed all the laws, the rules, and everything so that nobody could say that I violated any campaign or election rules or regulations. So I was a good distance away from where this was taking place. But I took my phone out and tried to take a picture of it best I can, and it's a little blurry, but I do have a photograph of that as well. But I personally observed that. OCGA 21-2-414 prohibits campaign activities and solicitation within specified distances of polling places. Specifically, the statute prohibits any person from soliciting votes, distributing and displaying campaign materials, or establishing tables or booths within 150 feet of the outer edge of any building containing a polling place. And there's 5 precincts in Toombs County, and 4 of them I can, and I didn't measure, but my opponent's tent was right up next to the building, or right at the building, which suspicions me that it was within the 150 feet. And you can't come within 25 feet of any voter standing in line to vote. I personally observed a worker for my opponent approach somebody that had just got out of their vehicle to go in to vote. And they were definitely within that 25-foot rule. Additionally, OCGA 22-566 provides that any person who willfully interferes with the conduct of a primary or election obstructs access to polling places or materially interferes with poll officers or voters may be guilty of a felony offense. The reported conduct described above raises serious concerns regarding unlawful electioneering, voter intimidation, interference with the lawful administration of the May 21st, 2024 primary. After the election was over with and I got to I actually did some requests through our local elections office for some information. And taking a look at that information, it appeared to me that there was just, it didn't look right. Every precinct, except for one, the percentages were almost identical. It was almost like somebody had figured the numbers prior to and rubber stamped this was how it was going to turn out. Again, it's only the second time I'd run for public office and wasn't really sure what to do with this or how to approach it. I had a lot of information I was trying to go through. It took me several months. And just recently, I came in contact with a person that I felt like could help me some, and that gentleman's name is David Cross. He was actually here earlier, and he had to leave and go back to work. But I had asked for his assistance in to help in looking into these totals and that kind of thing. And he began to dig into some information at Secretary of State's website and come to find out that the election results have disappeared from the Secretary of State's website. And this was prior to the statutory retention records limitations. So, you know, again, just kind of raises another red flag with me that something just didn't seem quite right with these results.
Let me ask a question, if you don't mind. I'm not questioning the validity of your comments on it, but did you bring any witnesses with you that were intimidated?
Well, wasn't quite sure if I would be allowed to present witnesses or evidence or anything. Again, I've never done anything like this before, so I could have, but I didn't because I wasn't sure if they would be able to testify. I did get one to write a statement to that effect, and I was hoping, I wasn't even sure that y'all would allow me to present it or not, but I brought it just in case. Like I say, I've got pictures on my phone because I wasn't quite sure how far y'all would allow me to go with this.
Oh, we got great links on some things.
So I didn't subpoena any witnesses because, again, I felt like from the letter I got that this was an opportunity. Y'all are affording me an opportunity to come and just make a statement on my complaint and on my behalf so that you hear it from me directly. So I wasn't quite sure how far I could go with this. So no, it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, this board receives the investigation from the investigators that go out, and there's nothing in here that, in the investigation that really details somebody being intimidated, gives us a lot of information on that.
Mm-hmm.
There's an allegation that was confirmed of the sign being stolen, but stealing the sign isn't covered under election code, really. That's a criminal issue, not an election code issue.
Well, my point is that, in my opinion, the spirit of the law, the intent of the law of voter intimidation is so that the voter can vote for whatever candidate they feel they want to vote for without fear of anything or any repercussions or anything. So you have to look at what's in that voter's mind at the time that they're trying to decide who they're going to vote for. And if they're fearing retaliation from a certain person, that if I vote this way, something may happen to me, especially when you're talking about law enforcement, I think that's what you have to look at is what's going through the mind of that voter. I know the investigator, Michael Parrott, that came down, and I don't know Michael. I don't know how long he's been doing this. We didn't get into a whole lot of that. He told me who he was and what he was going to do. I gave him the information that I had. But he admitted to me that he didn't know a whole lot about the election laws, and he didn't really know why he was there. So I just don't feel like that the investigation that he conducted was appropriate. This particular person that you have a statement from will tell you that Michael Parrott came to him and talked to him, and that he asked leading questions as though he was trying to get him to answer in such a way that there was no violations. And this particular person is former law enforcement. So those kinds of things concern me about the investigation. There's, again, several red flags that come up with me. You know, and I'll say this, and I'll let y'all decide whatever you want to decide. Again, I've been doing this for almost 40 years. I've seen corruption in local communities to the point that I've tried to fight that because I don't do well with corruption. I think it's wrong. The laws apply to everybody. They don't just apply to certain few. And we even get in trouble in law enforcement if we selectively enforce the laws. We can't do that. And sometimes I've seen that done, and in my opinion, that's corruption. And I've stood up to that to the point that it's cost me everything. I had to testify in a RICO action against my father-in-law, my wife, and her sister that cost me everything. I lost my home, I lost my marriage, I lost my children, I lost my job because of it. But you know what? If I had to go back and do it all over again, I'd do the exact same thing because it was the right thing to do, because I got up there and I told the truth, no matter the consequences. I had another situation, my first chief's job in a small town in South Georgia. I hadn't been there 9 months, or actually probably about 6 months, and I discovered corruption in that local government that involved the mayor's son. And I was doing what the council had asked me to do, and that was to clean up a part of that town that they wasn't happy with. Well, unfortunately, the mayor's son got wrapped up in it to the point that the GBI and the FBI got involved. And I was meeting with the FBI on a regular basis that nobody knew about. And it got to the point that the mayor sent 2 councilmen to my office one morning and tried to get me to dismiss charges and give back evidence in this case so that her son wouldn't be implicated. And I recorded the whole conversation. And they told me that if I didn't do it, they were going to get rid of me. Well, guess what? They got rid of me because of it.
Yeah,
And let me say this, is that, you know, I've seen corruption throughout my whole career, and I've fought against it, and it never fails. The people that I fought against, nothing ever happens to them. That time when the mayor's son got involved, it went to the DA's office, and the DA decided not to indict them. And it was the mayor and about 4 councilmen and a bunch of other people too. And so here I am again, almost 40 years into this, and I see corruption in our local community. And I want to stand up for it because I feel like it's the right thing to do.
well, it is the right thing to do. We appreciate
But
that.
I don't know that it's going to change anything.
Yeah, the board has to vote based on the facts that we have before us. And, I mean, you're in law enforcement, you know that. And, you know, if you had brought some witnesses that actually experienced intimidation and be able to tell us about those events, then we'd be able to consider that, you know, those people, what they
Well,
experienced, because,
Again, the letter that I got was not specific on what I could do as far as that goes. And I didn't want to ask these witnesses to drive 4 hours and sit in this hearing and not be able to testify.
So I would just like to say thank you for standing up for what you believe to be the right thing. I know it's hard, and I know what it's like to be, you know, part of the lone man out there doing that. So thank you for doing that. So I would imagine the gentleman in the back is now the current sheriff. Is
That's
that
correct.
correct?
Yes.
And so his father was the sheriff before?
Yes, ma'am.
For how long?
20-something years.
20-something years. So, and I understand coming to an SEB meeting and presenting there, it's not like you kind of know the ropes, like you've been to state court or superior court or magistrate court, and you kind of know how it goes and that kind of thing. You're not exactly prepared. I will say that I don't know the investigator. By some of the other cases, he's been more thorough than other investigators. At the SEB, you know, we've kind of been handicapped by the fact that we haven't had our own full-time investigators that are trained in election law and all that kind of stuff. So we have been at the mercy of the Secretary of the State to do those kinds of things. But I believe this investigator to be thorough, and his report seems to be somewhat thorough, but maybe not getting to the heart of all the issues and that kind of thing. So, like, if you could have anything happen in this case, what would it be? To go back and interview witnesses more thoroughly? What would it be,
Yeah,
based on your law enforcement perspective?
I would like to see a independent investigator that doesn't come in with a pre-notion that there's nothing to this, because that was the impression I got from him, that he didn't want to be there, and he didn't know why he was there, and he really didn't care about what I had to say. And I would just like to see an independent investigation be done, and that would really dig into what these witnesses that I've got that need to be talked to, if they'll talk to him. See, that's another thing, is that I know some that he went and talked to that wouldn't tell him what they had told me because they were scared. They were scared that something would happen to them, and some of them were business owners, and they were scared that something might happen to their business, and that's their livelihood. So again, there's that intimidation factor. But I know he wouldn't recognize that because he's just going through the motions, so to speak.
Well, sometimes the one thing worse than big town politics is small town politics.
Well, I've heard that, probably more times than I want to count, is that, oh, well, it's just nasty South Georgia politics. You know?
It happens in North Georgia too, don't worry.
Well, and I'm sure it does, but I'm from South Georgia, and I've heard that more times than I want to count. But, yeah, it may be, but that don't make it right, There's laws in place for this, and they need to be enforced. And I just feel like that a lot of times people just turn their head to it and just chalk it up as, oh, that's politics, and they move on about their business because they don't take it seriously. Well, when you're a public official trying to run for a public office, then yeah, you take it seriously, or I do. That's why I'm here today. That's why I drove 4 hours up here. And I know I didn't have to come. The letter told me that. I didn't have to show up today. I could have stayed home. But I felt like that just the simple fact that y'all sent me the letter and afforded this opportunity to me to drive up here, I wasn't going to turn it down. I was going to take the time to do that because you need to hear from me. I filed this complaint. I want you to hear from me. So I drove 4 hours up here just to do this, even though I didn't have to, because that's how serious I take it.
And we appreciate that, Chief. We really do. Thank you. We're going to hear from the respondent now. If you'll stand over there, please. Are you Jordan Knight? Sheriff Kite? Yes. Kite. Are you Jeff Kite? The judge?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Then I don't have to recuse myself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. I myself made a 4-hour trip because this is very important to me as well.
Please introduce yourself for the court reporter.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Introduce yourself for the court reporter, please.
My name is Jordan Kite. I'm from Toombs County. I thought it was very important that I come and see about this as well. You took the time to send a letter to me regarding these accusations and these facts of the findings of the investigation. And so I felt like that prompted a time for me to arrive and speak my piece if there was any to be said.
Please proceed.
So with that being said, voter intimidation, how do I know who's going to vote? They go behind, you've all voted, you go behind the machine, you go in and you vote. When you walk out, who knows who you voted for? Nobody. So how in the world can I sit here, and I guess there could be some type of intimidation factor, but what's that to be able to make a person 100% say, oh my Lord, I've got to vote for Jordan Kite. I will never have a clue whether they voted for me or not unless they come to me and tell me. They can vote for whoever they want. The way the voting is set up, the privacy of it affords them that opportunity. Therefore, they don't have to worry about intimidation or anything of, retaliation in that matter. My father was elected in 1998. He was retired Sheriff Alvy Lee Kite Jr. We have dealt with elections. I've dealt with elections growing up from childhood. The laws, I don't think, have changed a whole lot as far as the voting precincts, where you can be at, what you can do, your conduct, the laws of the election and ethics and things of that nature. So I know those things. I know what you can and can't do. Being within 150 foot of a polling location, it's a no-brainer. Everybody's out there. Who's not going to see that? I'm not going to take and jeopardize myself by putting my tent any closer than what the law or the ethics and the law allows. As long as I'm out there, I have a tent out there that represents us, like we have the right to do, then that's what we're going to do. Most people have already made their mind up before they show up to the polls anyways. But Michael Peacock, the investigator, reached out based on what I understand from the letter, because I was not provided hardly any information from him. But based on the letter, he reached out to the people who were provided by the complainant, Wesley Walker, and interviewed them.
Let me, for the record, it's Michael Parrott.
Parrott? I
Parrott, yeah.
apologize.
That's right. I
Michael,
just want to make sure the court reporter knew that we had,
I apologize for that. Michael Parrott?
yes.
And he comes back and with a claim of it's unfounded. He didn't come up with any claims that were founded in this situation. I mean, that just could be because there are no actual claims. There was one in question about approaching a voter or being within the 150-foot space of the voting precinct that I was questioned about. I worked with the investigator on that. He provided me with a picture that was provided with him. I helped him identify exactly who it was, provided him with his contact information, and he was able to talk to that person. Based on where the person parked at, the actual voter was never spoken to. The occupant in the car, being the daughter of the voter, was approached outside of the 150-foot mark after the mother had entered the actual building. It's a small town. We don't have lines backed up way around the building. He admitted that. I'm thankful that he did, because that was what he said was the truth. And then he spoke to her because she's family. And then he left and turned around and came back before the mother returned back to the vehicle. And so, was I happy about that? No, because it put us on the edge. But there again, I worked with the investigator as best as I could to, not hide anything. He spoke with the poll worker, and as that comes out in his investigation, there's unfounded on the distance, and that him actually speaking with the voter. The girl, the daughter, was underage; she can't vote. She's a high school at that time. This also has in here something to do about with the voting machines being down during lunchtime. I have no idea about that. Once I learned about this, I did question it because I want to know that however long that time was, could have been votes that I could have received as well. So did I lose votes? I don't, the answer I got was that there were no complaints filed or any knowledge of that. So, I think it's a matter of opinion on the investigator's ability to do his job. He seemed very thorough to me. I know when we got finished talking. But, I think that's simply a matter of just opinion on whether you feel like that he's a good investigator and knows how to do his job or not. He was very thorough in the aspects of the time that we spoke. So, I won't take up any more of your time. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Anybody, any questions for the sheriff?
I apologize.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Y'all have all read the findings, I take it? Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this case.
Mr. Chairman, I would actually like to speak to the investigator on this case. I've never met him, never talked to him, so I would actually like to find out. Sorry. Yeah, I would like to continue this case, and I would like to have the opportunity to speak to the investigator and get some more details, and I feel like to make any kind of ruling at this point in time would be premature.
We have motion to continue the case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to continue the case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing the case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Dr. Johnson, aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move. This case will be continued by a vote of 4-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry. Yeah, gentlemen, Sheriff Chief, when the case comes back up, you can attend via Zoom if it's easier than driving 4 hours for you, so. That's up to y'all, though. If you want to attend via Zoom, just send us an email prior to that, and we'll send you the link to where you can do that, okay? Yes.
Would I be able to get a copy of the investigative file?
Probably not. They don't give out full investigative files for open investigations. You should be able to get a copy of the summary of investigation. The summary, I believe, so. Yeah.
I've requested a copy.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. All right? All right.
Mr. Sheriff?
Yeah.
I noticed that you had a copy. Did you get it through an ORR?
A copy of the summary sent out.
Gotcha. Okay,
to
understood.
respondents- To respondents. Yeah.
I think, I would like to visit our policy on that. I think if someone is a complainant in a case, they're a party to it, just like someone would be party to an action in civil litigation. I would think that the complainant has every right to have a copy of the investigation report.
It's a summary, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. And if you have witnesses, you can, they can be on Zoom too. Yep. Well, when it's rescheduled again. Thank you. Next on the agenda is SCB 2024-193, Atkinson County interference with elections. Is there somebody here from Atkinson County? Member King, I believe that's the one you. No, mine was 36. Who wanted that one pulled? Was it Atkinson County? Well, Chair will entertain a motion on that case then.
What's the number, what tab?
12. Oh, I'm the one that pulled it, I'm sorry. It's already been a long day. This is one where, yeah, why don't you read it, please?
The Georgia Secretary of State's office received a complaint from Atkinson County Election Supervisor Sandra Sweat alleging the voter Vonita Walker attempted to vote a second time. After casting and scanning her ballot, Ms. Walker told polling staff she had not voted and did not know what was on her ballot. She then caused a commotion while others were present inside the polling place, claiming that she had not voted, that the ballot she had scanned belonged to someone else and had been left in the printer. Ms. Sweat stated that this was not true, as every voter up to that point had properly cast their ballot. Ms. Walker then attempted to return to the poll pad clerk, stating that she wanted to vote again. Ms. Sweat informed her that she could not vote a second time, and attempting to do so was against the law. Ms. Sweat reported that Ms. Walker was a distraction to the other voters and that her use of profanity and was inappropriate. She also stated that Ms. Walker's actions delayed others from scanning and casting their ballots. The incident occurred during the advanced voting period for November 5th, 2024 general election.
Now, the reason I pulled this one is that I have this great dislike for people that cause disturbances in the election polling locations. Ms. Walker properly checked in, received a voter access card, completed selections on the ballot marking device, reviewed a printed ballot, and scanned it. And after receiving an I voted sticker, Ms. Walker began loudly claiming she had not voted, that her ballot was blank, and that the ballot she scanned belonged to someone else. Poll staff reported that Ms. Walker used profanity, caused a disruption, impeded other voters from scanning their ballots, and attempted to return to the poll pad station again, despite being informed it's not permissible. So my thought was that that's a potential violation, 21-2-566, interference with primaries or elections. If the board wants to dismiss it, that the board can do that. My thought was continue this case and list her as a respondent with that potential violation, have her be able to defend herself on that.
I'm okay with that, because I'm wondering if there's some mental challenges happening.
I
There may be
asked
some
that question.
disabilities.
Ms. Walker is an older lady,
Okay.
and I would certainly take that into consideration, depending on her mental capability, but I don't know her mental capability from reading this.
I mean, you're not saying because she's older that she
No,
may have.
but you're the one that asked about mental
I had
challenges.
to do it. I had to do it.
Yeah.
No,
Any-
no, I get it. Yeah, I think we should continue it to see.
Yeah. So Chair, the Chair would entertain a motion. Member Gazal, did you have a question?
Did you make the motion to continue?
I will. I move that we continue this case for further investigation. I would, is it, yeah. Is it working? No, it's not working. It's probably best for everyone that it's not. But I move that we continue this case for further investigation.
Is there a second?
Second.
With motion second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-036 Cherokee County, failure to post polling locations change, July 2025. That is 15.
The Secretary of State opened an investigation after receiving a complaint regarding a polling location change without proper public notification having been made by the county, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-270.
The complainant is Pamela Thompson. I take you're Ms. Thompson?
Yes.
And the respondent is Cherokee County Board of Elections and Voter Registration.
Right.
Please identify yourself, speaking to the microphone so our
All right, thank you. Let's try and put it in a place where I can read this. All right. All right, can you hear me? All right. My name's Pamela Thompson. Thank you so much for hearing my case today regarding the failure to post polling location changes in Cherokee County on July 15th, 2025. Early on, I was willing to accept the lack of notice as maybe a simple oversight. Early on, I was willing to accept the lack of notice as maybe a simple oversight. I was handed a flyer on my June 17th vote stating that the polling location may change. That's an emphasis on the may. Since this flyer did not state the location, and other than that, there wasn't any notice that it actually did change. On July 15th, like most people, I have to go to work. And at some point in the day, I visited both the Cherokee votes and my voter page. All right. All right. Yeah, so on July 15th, from work, I visited both the Cherokee Votes site and my voter page, and on neither page did I see any kind of notice that the polling location had actually changed. There were banners up, but neither of them referenced a polling location change. So I went about my day and left just with enough time to get to my normal polling location, with about 15 minutes left in the day to go ahead and vote. And when I did get there, which is Clark Creek STEM Academy, there was a notice over there that the polling location had moved to Canton City Hall. So it's, July is the middle of summer. Nobody's going to school. Nobody's going to see this one poster on the wall. And Canton City Hall is a good 30 to 45 minute drive, even more, if, it's rush hour traffic. So basically, yeah, that's it. There's just no way for me to actually get to the polling location. I can read the discourse between myself and the Cherokee County election specialist, Julianne Roberts. It basically ended with my final response that I did receive that June 17th flyer, but it wasn't useful, as previously stated. It didn't say that it definitely was changing or where. I never heard back until I received notice of this hearing, which has now been delayed on multiple occasions, to the point that I no longer believe the issue is a simple oversight. All right. For the dozens of hours I've spent watching these meetings, and the thousands of hours on behalf of others, the millions, if not billions of dollars that have been wasted arguing the legitimacy of voters, at no point has anyone looked at the state of Georgia's absolutely abysmal record of voter participation. Voter turnout for the Cherokee County election on July 17th was 0.64%. 0.64% voter turnout. For the June 15th, it was 2.12%. Now, these are primaries, they're runoffs, there's naturally less voter participation. Now, I will say, yes, it was a minority runoff. And let's see, Canton City Hall is in the smack center of the county. So if you're from any corner of the county, or if you work outside the county, like I work in Kennesaw, it is no less than 40 minutes to an hour to get there and back. So going to vote there, it's going to be a good 2 hours of your day, give or take. It's not convenient for anyone.
So when I say voter turnout is dismal in this state, the 2024 presidential election turnout was 72% of registered active voters in the presidential election. Now, we just needed more people to acknowledge in this state that state, county, local, primary elections, the elections that matter and affect our lives, voter turnout in every county, almost every county except for 3 in the state of Georgia, voter turnout is between 20 and 30%. There's 3 counties where it tops 40%. We need to stop asking if the people who are voting should be allowed to vote and start asking why the majority of people who are eligible and registered are not voting. For some reason, a minority of voters are able to decide our elections. And I ask that everyone in this room and watching this feed, please dedicate more time and effort to increasing voter engagement and accessibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with you. It's dismal. Ms. Thompson, thank you for saying. I want to, the board has to decide whether the public notice were provided according to the code. And so Cherokee County provided us with the following documentation. I don't know if you've been able to read this. So newspaper ads published in the Cherokee Tribune on June 26th and July 3rd, which is the legal organ. Article from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution on July the 9th. Press release from Cherokee County Communications Division on June the 23rd. Cherokee County Chamber of Commerce website posting. Social media posts. Photo examples of notices posted at polling locations. Official notice placed at polling locations on July 1st. And picture of yard sign posted at each polling location on July 14th. Email to poll workers giving them instructions regarding the posting and signage. And Cherokee County was listed on the Secretary of State's website as being one of the county's consolidating polling locations. And also provided a screenshot of SOS My Voter page titled Important Notice announces that many counties had consolidated polling locations and directed voters to their local election offices for further details. They provided a whole bunch of documentation for the posting, so.
Right, and on the website, it's referring you to somewhere else, and that information was not there. How many of you get the newspaper and read for notices? Anybody?
I know, but that doesn't, I mean,
No. And I had to physically drive into the school parking lot and walk up to the gym door to see that posting. So at some point, we need to be asking ourselves, are these legal requirements sufficient? Because if I had been mailed a postcard, if I had been sent an email, I've gotten physical mail from you to come here. I've gotten emails from this board to come here. And that seems like that could be just one thing that would make it sufficient as far as letting me know where I need to go vote should something change. A part of what I was told is the party in this runoff is less than 1% of the county. So that's why we moved it to this one location. So if we're talking about less than 1% of voters in the county, that does not seem like a huge expense to print a postcard, letting people know. You know, nobody sees most of these legal required, postings.
yeah, I can't disagree with any of that. The question is whether they followed the law.
Right,
And that's what we have to decide is whether they followed the law,
Right.
which is what's required, so.
right, understandable, yeah. I will just say, I didn't take a screenshot of the website. I wish I hadn't thrown that flyer in the trash that day, so the janitor was in the office at the same time. But it wasn't there. I looked for my phone, so when I say there may have been an oversight, maybe you could see that banner that actually stated where to go from a laptop computer, but it was not showing up on my phone. And 97% of people are looking at websites from their phone. So, like I said, minor oversight potentially, that they put it on the desktop site and it didn't translate to a mobile site.
Any questions?
No, I mean, I agree. I think I understand the frustration. However, I also understand that for the counties, in order for you to get that personalized message, it has to go to every registered voter, which is extremely expensive. And so, sending it through the paper, even though I agree, I don't read the paper either, especially our paper, the AJC. But I will say that, that with Cherokee County, I mean, that is public notice.
Right.
So.
Right, yeah, that's the minimum required public notice. I've gone through that for some other things.
Any further questions? Mr. Respondent? Anybody need to hear from Cherokee County on this? No? No? Thank you, Ms. Thomas, we appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
The chair will entertain a motion on this case.
Due to the fact that they did use the proper channels, I make a motion that we dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss SCB 2025-036. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is possible letters of instruction. We'll vote on those en masse too, in masse. Yeah, we did that up front, yes. Yeah, it's a long day today already. SCB 2022-006, tab 24, a request was made to continue that case, and I've already agreed to continue that case. The request was made yesterday. SCB 2024-013, Long County voter registration issue. I've been speaking with Dr. Johnson about that case, and there's no violation listed on that, but Dr. Johnson would like an opportunity to look through the code and see if there is a potential violation there, but there's not one listed, so the chair will entertain a motion to continue that case.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second to continue SCB 2024-013, Long County. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next case we're going to hear is SCB 2021-021. It's the first one, Cobb County improper processing of absentee ballot. And I'm bringing that one up because also with that case too, and that is number 23. As soon as I find it here.
Mr. Chairman, when you get a minute, I have a question.
All right. This is another one where there were several complaints, but there were no violations listed on this one. There were 3 complaints, complaint 1, 2, and 3, and so there were no violations listed on it. And there were no, well, the respondents, Secretary of State and Tate Fall, Director of Elections, but there are no violations on that. And I didn't know why it's listed under letter of instructions. My opinion is it should have been a dismissal case.
My question is, how did a case get investigated without an alleged election law violation? The Secretary of State investigators should have provided an alleged election violation in order to investigate this.
Well, the complainants reported receiving absentee ballots addressed to individuals not residing at their address, not receiving their request absentee ballot, or that their ballot was mailed to the wrong address. Yeah, you want to continue it? We have a motion to continue. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion to continue from Member King, a second from Member Johnston.
I recommend sending it back.
I'm sorry. Is it referring to this case? Okay, come up, please. come to the,
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to note that this is a 2021 case resulting from 2020. And oftentimes people keep saying that we don't have any older cases and that kind of thing, and I'd just like to point that out.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Greg Crone. I'm retired. I was a director of Lockheed Martin Aerospace, F-22, cockpit systems, pilot design, with a lot of experience in software and a lot of exposure to software and processing. And one of the things I think we can agree on is that software does what it's programmed to do. Software does what it's programmed to do. This is an interesting case because what happened here is that 3 times, 3 different dates, I applied for absentee ballot and never received one. Here's what the programmed system did. Each time I applied, I received a letter a few minutes after applying, an email, not a letter, an email that said, thank you for applying, and you can see that in the data package that I sent you. You can also see in that data package that I downloaded the direct receipt of applying for an absentee ballot. Time passed. My wife received her absentee ballot. She's 10 years younger than I am. That may be relevant. Maybe, but I'll tell you why. So as I became suspicious, after I applied the second time with the same result, software does what it's programmed to do. Let me make this point. The system replied to me twice. It allowed me to download my record. It sent me an email. The system did that. It was programmed to do that. So I do not receive absentee ballot. I go to the local election office in Marietta, and I sit down at the desk, and I ask the person, why haven't I received my absentee ballot? The person, kind person, turned her screen to me with my records and said, you've never applied for an absentee ballot. She showed me the screen, and there was no record of an absentee ballot request. I pulled out my phone where I had the receipts staged, showed them to the woman. She just shook her head and said, there's no record that you ever applied for an absentee ballot. That day, I went to the desk and requested an absentee ballot, which they did send me. They handed it to me, I think, at that date. And I took it home. I did notice that the absentee ballot on that date was a different color than what other people were having handed to them. So I went back home and I applied for an absentee ballot online again. The third time, the same result. The program sent me a letter saying thank you, an email, excuse me, saying thank you for applying for an absentee ballot. I downloaded the record of the absentee ballot, which you can see in the data case. It's right there. And never received an absentee ballot on that request, nor when I called the state secretary's office to talk to their person, his name is in the record that I sent you, and later I talked to Francis Watson. They both told me there was no record that I'd ever applied on those dates for absentee ballots, even though I had the receipts in my hand. Now comes a fourth incident. 24 months later, I receive an email on my phone that says, thank you for voting by absentee ballot in the runoff election. I called the office, and I informed them at that time that I never voted by absentee ballot in that runoff election. So I want to ask you this, because systems do what they're programmed to do. How do we know that the code that people are entering at the working level is valid code for the intention of the voting system? How do we know that? How do we know that that code isn't being corrupted purposely in some fashion? And here's where the age question comes in. At that time, I was 70 years old, a Republican. And it happens 3 times on 3 different dates, which rules out a software glitch, a failure of the computer system, electrical failures, 3 different dates, 3 different attempts, same results. And the condemning part is the Secretary of State's office repeatedly told me there were no records of those requests. So I ask this question. If the coding in your system is working, if it is working as Brad claimed it was at those times, why was it working for so many thousands of people, but not for me? Why was it working only partially for me, the downloading of the specific application, the follow-up email that said, thank you for your request, and then nothing else worked on my behalf, with no records in the state systems? So why does it work for some people and doesn't work for me when coding only does what it's told to do?
Is it Chrome?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So thank you for having the receipts on this, because a lot of people try and then they close out their browser or they don't get a screenshot and things like that. So thank you for being diligent about that. Your story is not unique. I think a lot of the issues that happen with our voting system happen because people are on an island, they're isolated. You know, you're not talking to Mr. Jones who had it happen to him, who's not talking to Ms. Smith, who's, you know, this happens more frequently than I think people realize. In fact, I just heard of a story in DeKalb County where a similar thing happened. Went through all the steps to request an absentee ballot. Congratulations, your ballot's, you know, whatever, and then it doesn't show. Or there has been, it's a shame that Ms. Mossbacher isn't still here. I don't think she's here, because in Cobb County, we have had, I'm a Cobb resident, and we have had issues with people in Uokava ballots, requesting Uokava ballots and never receiving them. Same scenario, same situation. So I think that this goes beyond the capability of what some of the investigators can do at the SOS's office. This is a case that I would like to see this board take up and follow through all the steps, really look at all the evidence, and engage someone who can actually look at it. And maybe, you know, thankfully Ms. Dover's still here. I don't know if you've had any of these issues in Cherokee County or not. If it's just a random, oops, you didn't get your ballot. Or, like you said, you feel kind of targeted at this point, I'm sure, that this has happened numerous times. It's like, why is it happening with you? Or what about other people who are not computer savvy? They go online, they go through all the steps, and they just never get their absentee ballot, and it just never occurs to them that, hey, there's maybe an issue, or the first go-to would be, it got lost in the mail. And that's not right. If we're going to have an absentee ballot system, it needs to work. So I would love to hear what everyone else says, but I make a motion that this be further investigated and continued.
Yeah, I'm glad you came here today, because I would have blamed this on the post office, which is my favorite punching bag these days. But it would be helpful to me in continuing to investigate this if you're willing to send me an email and just detail what you told us, along with a picture of the response that you got.
I have sent that to you, sir.
It is? Okay, I'm sorry then. All right, yeah, we'll.
Mr. Crone, thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've really put this story together. Cobb County has a history of having problems with absentee by mail voters. And it's not just your election, that election, it's repeated elections. And oftentimes it ends up that the problem is so significant that a lawsuit is conveniently ready to be filed by ACLU to extend the receipt of absentee ballots to Cobb County, because it has created such a problem for the absentee by mail voters. And in the 2020 election, Amber McReynolds with Vote at Home was in charge of implementing absentee by mail voting online portal, is my understanding. And I'm not sure how that method worked well or not so well in the 2020 election. But you're one of thousands of people who complained about absentee by mail voting.
May I make a suggestion?
Certainly.
Having looked at this from my perspective, this would require a software coding edit and some investigation of the people that are actually doing the coding. Are they manipulating it? Because if it's working for some people, it should work for all people with respect to the coding. When this occurred 3 times in the exact same pattern, it rules out other types of activity. It just rules it out. So from my perspective, a good place to investigate is the coding, lines of coding, and who's doing the coding. Because this appears very selective, and the part that really is troubling is that none of these records showed up on my screen at the state board, and I had 2 of your representatives, Francis Watson was one of them, tell me you have no record of ever doing this. And you have to ask how a system can respond to me, send me emails. The same computer system then does not trigger the delivery of an absentee ballot.
It seems that there may be problems with the electronic system in various aspects of the elections in Georgia.
Okay, there may be.
Your backup
But there's
document-
also problems with the programming that allowed this to happen.
Correct, the source code.
Yes.
Yes.
Your backup documentation is perfect. Thank you.
Yes, I was getting ready to say, I mean, if someone presents a confirmation to tell them that it's not accurate, it's kind of bizarre to me. That's the whole point of confirmation.
Yep. We have a
Thank you.
motion to continue the case. There a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case will be continued. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
For further
Board.
investigation. The remaining cases, unless somebody wants to pull one of those, have been identified as possible letter of instruction. We will vote on those en masse unless somebody wants to pull one of the cases. Sorry? Spalding County, yes. As soon as we get done with these cases, we got to be out here by 5, and so people that show up today need to be able to leave. I'm going to vote on these others, and then we'll get to Spalding County. SCB 2024-096, Dougherty County, poll worker conduct issue, voter intimidation. SCB 2024-167, Richmond County, photographs of ballots removed from ballot box. SCB 2024-185, Worth County, photograph taken of the ballot scanner. SCB 2025-030, Wheeler County, allowed voters to vote prior to opening of the poll. SCB 2025-076, Brooks County, photographed ballot. SCB 2025-088, Bullock County, City of Statesboro, restrictions on campaign activities. Is there anybody in the audience here to speak on any of these cases? Which case is yours, sir? Brooks County? Okay. Is there anybody else to speak on any of these cases?
Okay, Mr. Smith, okay? Okay.
Did you want to speak? No, you didn't want to speak, right? Okay, all right, yeah. She told me earlier she didn't want to speak. Okay, huh? Okay, that's all right. All right.
Give her a Waffle House card, please.
So, let me go through them again. So the rest of these we'll vote on. SCB 2024-096, SCB 2024-167, SCB 2024-185, SCB 2025-030, and SCB 2025-088 have all been recommended for a letter of instruction. Chair will entertain a motion on those. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction on the above named cases signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Can I ask a question? Does sending a letter mean that they can vote again and everything's taken care of?
Yes, yeah, the letter of instruction is telling you that we've identified a code section that's been violated. Please don't do that again. All right? All right, we will hear SCB 2025-079 Spalding County. It's tab number 31.
She's able to talk whenever you're ready.
Okay, let us read it first.
The Georgia Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation based on the correspondence received on October 20th, 2025 from Ms. Kimberly Slaughter, Director, Spalding County Board of Elections and Registration. Ms. Spalding informed the Secretary of State that Ms. Vicki N. Ali posted a photograph of her ballot and that it was generated on the ballot marking device, the BMD, she used to cast her vote for the Public Service Commissioner, a potential violation of state law.
The complainant's Kimberly Slaughter, the respondent's Vicki Ali. The findings is that Ms. Ali did take a photo of her ballot and that she posted it on Facebook. So that was confirmed in the investigation. And is Ms. Ali on here or is Ms. Slaughter on here?
You have Ms. Slaughter and Ms.
Who?
Wyndham. We have Ms. Slaughter and Ms. Wyndham.
Mr. Chairman, this is
Ms.
Stephanie
Slaughter?
Wyndham. I am the attorney for Spalding County Board of Elections and Voter Registration. Ms. Slaughter is also on. I'm not sure if she's had the ability to unmute.
I'm here.
Ms. Slaughter, can you hear us?
I'm
Ms.
present. Can you
It's
hear
coming
me?
through very low. It is my volume's almost all the way up.
Speak up, then. I'll speak up.
Ms. Slaughter or Ms. Wyndham, you can hear us, please speak up. We can't hear you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, is that any better?
Is this any better?
Halfway up.
Ms. Slaughter, are you online?
Yes, I am. This is Kimberly Slaughter.
See. Or.
Tell her to speak.
Ms. Slaughter, are you online?
Yes, I am online.
Okay. Would you like to make a statement?
Yes. So can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, my statement is the same. I would just like to read to you what was submitted. I'm sorry, hold on. I've had to bounce back and forth between screens. Hold just a minute. Okay, so on October the 20th, Monday, 2025, I submitted to the Secretary of State and State Election Board at 1:05 p.m. It was brought to my attention that a post had been made on the SCP Community Hub Facebook page by a voter who had included a picture of her ballot generated on the BMD ballot marking device, which violates OCGA 21-2-568
25.2 and OCGA 21-2-413E. The voter's name is Vicky N. Alley. The screenshot of the post was attached in the email as well. As required by law, I'm reporting this finding. Ms. Alley was phoned by her county commissioner, who informed her that this was a violation. Ms. Alley immediately removed her post and expressed that she was very sorry for her action. And so that was my submission to you all. And I do believe that she has that understanding. Proper signage was in place, but it was overlooked by the voter, but she was sincerely sorry for her action.
Thank you.
Ms. Slaughter. I think for consistency, we decided that this needs to be a letter of instruction or a letter of reprimand. We've gone both ways, but anything like this, to me, is posted on Facebook. Not that she just took pictures, so.
I think it should be a letter of instruction.
We have motion, we have motion second, just a letter of instruction. Any further discussion?
I think the fact that the voter was unaware and took it down and expressed remorse differentiates the cases where any voters refuse to do that. Well, I agree. We
have motion second, just a letter of instruction. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction will be issued. Thank you, Ms. Slaughter.
Yeah, no, I need an attorney. Where's the movie? So I need to use an attorney for one.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-076 Brooks County photograph ballot. That is tab 30. Please.
The Secretary of State's office received a complaint alleging that a candidate for mayor of Quitman, Georgia, posted a photograph on his Facebook page showing a ballot marking device screen displaying his name with a check mark beside it, Exhibit 1. This complaint was submitted on October 15, 2025, and assigned to the investigations on October 16, 2025.
Respondents are James Lawrence and LaDonna McMillan Lawrence. Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Lawrence?
I am.
All right.
My wife, I'm sorry that she couldn't make it. We actually had plans, and I canceled it because I didn't know the context of this. Until just right now, I didn't know what a letter of instruction was. So I figured I'd come and just give a statement.
We're much more important than the plans you had.
So we do sincerely apologize. There was no malice intent in that Facebook post. I believe it took longer to get here than it stayed online. We do apologize. But since I'm here, I've learned a lot. This is my first time coming here. And I think you guys do a great job for our state. So thank you so much.
We should have had you up in public comment.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
We're going to invite you back to speak tomorrow afternoon. Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
Is there a second? Second. We have motion second, issue of letter of instruction. Any discussion?
Very briefly, I just want to reiterate the importance of making sure that our candidates are prepared when folks when they qualify to run for office. They should be given the sort of information like this to help them avoid these little pitfalls. So,
Mr. Chairman, you drove all the way from Quitman, is that right? Yes. That is a very long way, so thank you for doing that. But also, I want to say, I know that it had to be an innocent thing, like a sense of pride to see your name on the ballot, to see that check mark. And so thank you for stepping up to run as a candidate, because it's not an easy thing to do. So regardless, this was a whole learning process for you, but thank you for being willing to serve the state of Georgia.
Thank you. Did we vote on this one? Oh, we have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of instruction. Well, thank you very much. You can go back to Quitman. Safe travels. We're going to go through quickly through the violation cases. We have 3 of them to hear real quick. We do have to be out of here by 5 o'clock today, which means we'll probably wrap up at 4:40, Sean, to give everybody time to.
If we finish by 5, we'll get it.
Finish by 5. Okay, finish by 5, all right. First item on the agenda is SCB 2025-078, DeKalb County voter registration fraud.
The Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after receiving a complaint that reported an individual was registered at an address where they did not live.
The complaint is, Toriana Moore, and the respondent's Eduardo Armando Jones. Are you Mr. Jones? Yes. The findings, potential violation, OCGA 21-2-216, qualification of electors, 21-2-217, rules for determining residents, and 21-2-562, fraudulent entries. Please go ahead.
Yes. So I'm gonna be completely honest. Today I learned that 30 days after you move, you're supposed to change your address. I had no idea that that's something you were supposed to do. I was always told you go to the polling locations that's on your license. The address on my license is the address me and Ms. Moore shared together. So after learning about this, the investigator called me. I answered all the questions. I told him exactly where I stayed during the years, during which elections. I asked him, so what would be my next instruction? He said, change my voter registration and get my license changed. I did that. I'm registered to vote in Henry County. My address on my license is in Henry County now. So now that I know, I even when people tell me, oh yeah, I'm going to drive to Cobb County because that's where my car is registered. No, wherever you live at is where you go register, where you should be registered to vote. Don't do it so you don't have to come sit in meetings like this. And so I'm big on advocating for those instructions now. So.
We're going to do a witness poster for you.
Mr. Jones, would you do a public service announcement for us?
I will. I've learned just sitting here, just like the gentleman said, I've learned so much sitting here. The gentleman that worked for Lockheed Martin with the security, with the programming issue, I'm do data analysis. I'm fully aware of it's 1 = 0. It will send a different code to whether it could be a code that says applicants over 70 will get a different programming, and that programming language could be corrupt somehow. And Ellie guy, I do, like I said, I do data analysis. I asked him immediately, like, hey, do you need someone to work for you? I can help you with doing that, because that's what I do for a living, is data analytics.
How many times have you voted in your life?
4 or 5 times. For presidential elections, first time I voted was for the Obama, I was in college.
So you've been voting since 2008?
Yep.
And you never had an issue before?
Never had an issue.
Okay.
Granted, she's my ex.
You can be blaming it on her. She's the one that caused the problem.
Yeah.
Last time I accused my wife of something, it didn't go so well. It was last night. Don't you tell me.
Yeah, and until now, I never knew. I thought one of the programs found me, and I was like, oh. But when you just said Toriana Moore, I was like, oh, that makes more sense.
I asked my wife last night to remind me of something today. She says, what? You got 2 legs? Go write yourself a note. All right.
Yeah.
So I think Dr. Johnston has a great idea. If you would get with Sean, and Sean, if you would just do a little video as penance for voting in the wrong location, do a little video about your experience today. I think people do need to know how important, number one, how important voting is. How important it is, just like with the gentleman from Quitman, being a candidate and seeing your name on a ballot and that check mark by your name, like, I value who I am as an American citizen, that I'm going to run for office. Or like you said, you know, the place where you're registered to vote, because that's so important, because you're determining your local officials. You're determining your school board people that are going to make decisions to affect your children. You're voting for your city council person or your county commission person. That's your community. And as they say, not to talk about an organization, but all voting is local, that really is a true statement. And so it's so important to be voting where you're registered, where you live, like you said.
I want to thank you for showing up today. It makes a difference. We have this happen occasionally. It's a very serious violation when you don't vote where you live, and people will do that occasionally. It's a very serious violation, but when you show up and help this board understand how it occurred, it hopefully makes a difference for people. So any further questions, this gentleman? The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we send a letter of instruction, so he'll have the details in writing.
We have motion and
For your
letter of
PSA.
instruction. Is there a second? We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you all.
Back home.
So could I make a motion to ask him to?
I could formally do one when I could write a script and everything, because if I do it off the top of my head, it is not. Okay.
Give us your current address to get in touch with you.
Ellie, that would be a great way to.
Yeah, good. All right, thank you.
We got his ex-wife.
That's right. We'll call your ex-wife. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-077, Gwinnett County felon voter. Now, I think that this is incorrect, because I think it's actually Towns County, not Gwinnett County, that's shown on the report here. Because when you read the report, everything talks about Towns County, not Gwinnett County. So the report is wrong. It's not a Gwinnett County case. It's a Towns County case, felon voter, so.
So this is 077?
Yes, SCB 2025-077,
Would you like me to read it?
please. But put town, well, it says Towns County, actually. in the-
The Georgia Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation based on correspondence received on October 16, 2025 from the Towns County Board of Elections and Registration. Ms. Edwards informed the Secretary of State that Mr. Clifton M. Spiegel, a convicted felon, arrived at the Towns County Civic Center with the intention to vote, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-216.
The complainant in this case is Towns County Supervisor of Elections, Rachel Edwards, and the respondent is Clifton Michael Spiegel. Are you Mr. Spiegel? Yes, sir. All right. Please, identify yourself for the court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. I'm Clifton Spiegel, the respondent?
Yes, you responded.
Yes. So after I became a felon, I received a voter registration card in the mail. Went online, checked my status on there, which said I was active, so I had questions about it. I showed up on election day and presented myself as a felon and said, hey, I got my card, my account says active, what's going on? The lady walked away. This was in Gwinnett.
It was in Gwinnett.
It's a kind of a two-part. So there was an election in 2020 in Gwinnett where I did end up voting. As I showed up, had the question. They made a phone call, came back with a piece of paper, said, sign this and you can vote. And I signed it and assumed they knew what they were doing. Later moved up to Towns County, where I received another voter registration card. And I didn't even think about it when I was leaving the library, which is basically in the same parking lot as the the polling station there. When I ran into my neighbor and he said, hey, I just voted, you should go vote. So I walked in and That time I didn't think about presenting myself as a felon first, but when they offered me, for me to sign a non-felon affidavit, I said I cannot do that because I am indeed a felon. Had a full conversation with Ann, the polling manager there, and where she informed me in better detail what was going on, and said, all right, well, I cannot vote, I am a felon, y'all have a blessed day. And now here I stand. And I did check my account today, my voter page, and it does list me as active, so I do not know what that means.
So it says that when you're advised by Taos County that you're a felon, you confirm that you are a convicted felon and you decline to complete the non-felon affidavit.
From my understanding, signing that affidavit is saying that I am not a felon, so I could not complete that.
Yeah, so you, Gwinnett County, did you tell them at Gwinnett County you were a felon too?
I did. I walked in, said I'm a felon. You gave me I was mailed my voter registration card. I checked online, but I'm a felon. What does all of that mean? And
did you vote in Gwinnett County?
I did.
They let you vote even though you told them that?
I did. They did.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Are you a first offender?
No, sir.
Okay.
Are you still under judicial supervision?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm still on probation. In fact, being here today might probably violate me, so.
We're not going to tell anybody.
I appreciate it.
Doesn't matter if you're on YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
Do you remember registering to vote? Or did you do it before or after crime was committed?
I've been registered. I've voted in several elections before I was a felon.
Before, okay,
Yes,
so you
ma'am.
were already on the list in
Yes, I've
general.
been voting since 2004.
But you still,
It's still listed
Yeah.
as active on the My Voter page, which I pulled up sitting here today.
but they
Did you
sent
get a
you
driver's
registering.
license since then?
I've changed my address, my driver's license. I changed my address in the system up to Towns County after I moved.
When was the last time you got a driver's license?
I've got one now.
Did it automatically register you then?
It might have.
Mr. Spiegel, was this a Georgia offense or in a
It was a
different state?
Georgia offense, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What state, what county?
Clayton.
Clayton.
So you re-registered your driver's license when you moved to Clayton?
I've never lived in Clayton. I just worked in Clayton.
Oh, Towns County.
Yes. I've
So you
changed
moved,
my,
you re-registered then, when you got your driver's license? They automatically register you.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
we've had this happen before.
so.
When you did vote, were you, okay, the first time they gave you a document to allow you to vote. Do you remember what that document was called?
I do not.
Okay.
But if it had been presented to me as the
Yeah.
same thing in Towns County, I said, no, I'm a felon. I can't do that.
And then you didn't vote once you told them that you can't do it
In Towns County. Yes, ma'am, I did not vote.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But you told them you were a felon in Gwinnett County, right?
I walked in the door saying, I've got a question. I'm a felon. You gave me, I've been mailed my voter registration card, and I've checked online, and it says I'm active. What does that mean?
Now, why, you knew that you're a felon, you weren't allowed to vote. They let you vote in Gwinnett County, then you went to Towns County. Why'd you try and vote again?
The results of the first time, I didn't even think about it. See, I was walking out of the library, ran across my neighbor, who was like, hey, I just voted. You should go vote. I didn't even think anything of it because of the results of the first time.
Okay. Yep. Any further questions?
I would actually move for a continuance because the county we need to find out where the failure was because he should have been flagged as a felon. So I would actually move to continue this case for further investigation.
Yeah, I would suggest if we continue this that you attend by Zoom next time so that you don't violate any,
Well, it's for the potential charge. It's not for showing up anywhere. I'm free to go anywhere in the state, but any potential charge is what's going to violate me.
I would like to add Gwinnett as a respondent to this case.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little confusing in the. So we have a motion to continue this case. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? There's no opposition. So we're going to do a little more work on this case and add Gwinnett as a respondent, Mr. Executive Director. So if you were to send it to AG, if you were to send it to AG.
Criminal jurisdiction, we would have to make a referral to a district attorney if we chose to do that. We're not doing that at this time.
Okay, I was just looking at the bottom of the list, it's saying OCGA 21-2-216 for potential violation.
Yep.
We are
All
not
right.
at this time making a
Okay, and at no point was I trying to do anything, I never presented myself as anything but a felon, and I wasn't trying to do anything malicious with this. I had a question, and that's where it ended up. And I stand before you as a felon today because people in a government I worked for did not do their jobs and their due diligence. Thank you all for doing your jobs and your due diligence, even though it was an hour and a half drive.
Yeah, but you're going back to the mountains. I don't feel sorry for you.
I know.
I don't
Feel free
feel
to
sorry
pop
for
up
you.
anytime. There's a little restaurant in Hiawassee called Marina Station. It's
Love
on the
Hiawassee.
resort. Yeah,
What's the name of it?
Marina Station.
I've been there.
I worked there.
Yeah, love Hiawassee.
Come on up, see us sometime.
Okay.
Do y'all need anything else today? All right, y'all have a blessed day.
Can you do this last one? Okay, and then we'll do a break. Yep. Last case we're going to hear today, and then the rest of y'all can leave. SCB 2024-028 Cherokee County Union Hill Community Center issues, it's tab 35.
The Georgia Secretary of State opened this investigation following a complaint received from the complainant, Ann Dover, Director of Cherokee County Elections Office, regarding the respondent, Susan Chapman, wearing a T-shirt that had a picture and name of Joe Biden on it inside the polling location, and she refused to cover the T-shirt when asked by the poll workers. This is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-414, A123, restrictions on campaign activities. It's also a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-567, A1B, intimidation of electors.
The respondent is Suzanne Chapman. Is Ms. Chapman here? Ms. Chapman? Ms. Chapman, no. And the complainant's Ms. Dover is here. Is there any questions from the complainant here? From Cherokee County? I mean, the case was pretty straightforward to me. And once again, it's somebody being belligerent in a polling location, which the chairman does not like. The investigation found that she had a picture of Joe Biden's picture, wouldn't cover it up, got mouthy. Police were called on this individual, which always concerns me. So, the Chair would entertain a motion. I'm sorry.
Is this not the case that was sent to the AG? The AG then came back and presented it and said they removed the fine, and then y'all voted to continue it because y'all brought up the MAGA hat. I just want to make sure it's not the same one because
Should be in video.
I think this is. Okay, so this is the case that the board sent to the AG's office. The AG then brought it back to the board and said, recommended no fine, I think.
Well, I think they recommended a fine, and she wouldn't accept anything. She wouldn't pay anything.
Either way, I just want to make sure the board is clear what we're dealing with here. It was brought back to the board. This is not a fresh, brand-new case.
Yep.
The reason that there was a concern by the AG, if I recall correctly, and They're not on Zoom. I think if I recall correctly, it was about consistency because they provided numerous other cases with similar fact patterns where there was no fine levied.
Yeah,
And that was,
You're
and
right.
then, but at some point, I believe that they requested that we simply refer it back and don't they intend to take it to an administrative law judge?
yeah.
So I move that we re-refer the case to the Attorney General's office
Yeah,
for
the problem I have with
disposition.
this one is the police had to be called on this individual, which differentiates it me from other cases. So anytime you have to call the police, it's,
The Attorney General, I think, recommended not fining. And so that's what brought this to.
But they came back and requested that we re-refer it, recommended a re-referral.
got it, all right. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Would you make it again, please?
I move that we refer this case to the Attorney General's office for disposition.
Right. We have motions or second?
Second.
We have motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That concludes our cases for today. Without dissent, we will break for a 5 to 7 minute break and be back here at 3:35. How about that? 3:35. Yes. to just one lady speak real quick. Lady didn't speak. Welcome back. We'll call the State Election Board meeting back into session. We have one quick thing. The chairman was too quick on dismissing some cases. We have a young lady here who wanted to speak on one of the cases. She was the complainant on SCB 2025-044 Clayton County polling place change issue. The board did vote to dismiss that case, but she would like to present to the board. So please come forward and speak and identify yourself for our court reporter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the board. My name is Valerie Rachel. I am from the city of Riverdale, Georgia. I don't have the summary from the Secretary of State, so I was not aware where the case stood or what happened. I sent an email, a letter on yesterday to the board detailing what I thought would have maybe been in the summary. Didn't know that it is issued from the Secretary of State. One thing I would like to definitely point out is the conflict of interest. The election supervisor for the city of Riverdale is also the city clerk. She was just nominated as the interim city manager, and she received an additional $5,169 per pay period for being the interim city manager. We had a city manager during the election. Immediately after the election, they terminated the city manager and made the city clerk and the election supervisor the city manager. They also backpaid the city manager from January to current to get the money that she would have received being the manager of the city. So she's the city manager, she's the city clerk, and she's the election supervisor. I believe that is a conflict of interest. And when the gentleman was speaking from Lockheed Martin about the codes and the machines, I definitely experienced when I went to vote during the runoff and the general election, the machines went down. Ms. Vaughn, which is the election supervisor, the city clerk, and the interim city manager, stated that she was reaching out to IT. Listening to the gentleman with Lockheed Martin, those are fairly new machines. We asked during a council meeting the year prior if the city of Riverdale would allow Clayton County to run the elections. They said no. It would only cost Clayton County about $30,000 to run the city of Riverdale elections. The city of Riverdale, which is, they're not breaking the law, but it was almost $100,000 plus spent on machines. So the conflict of interest, I would just kindly ask the board, is it something you would consider looking into further? Because they have a history. My case is not the first case that has been escalated regarding voter irregularities and a conflict of interest there. And the same person that was involved in those previous cases is still present at the city of Riverdale.
All right, so the fact that she is holding three different positions, the board didn't consider that because it wasn't part of the complaint, so that would have to be a separate complaint that had to be investigated. The board considered complaints that the city of Riverdale required to cast ballots in two separate locations, one to the city of Riverdale polling site for city council elections and another at the county designated polling place for special elections or addendums. And the second part of the complaint was that the city of Riverdale secretary is hand counting ballots. So the results of the investigation, and those are the two things this board considered, the two complaints, okay?
Yes, sir.
The results of the investigation were that the The city of Riverdale operates under a charter that legally makes him responsible for conducting its own elections. Therefore, all polling locations for municipal elections are designated by the city, and the county election officials are responsible for selecting polling locations for county. So that's the reason they vote in two different places.
Yes, sir.
And so that complaint was unsubstantiated because they're allowed to do that. Okay, so the board voted on that. The second one was that there was a hand counting of ballots, which raised concern about accuracy and fairness. The complainant made the complaint based on chatter she heard at a prior city council meeting. Investigation revealed the city of Riverdale purchased the state-recommended voting machines that have been used since 2023, and it went on to detail that. So that one also was unsubstantiated that they were actually counting ballots by hand. It was done per the machines. So that's what we had to vote on today, and that was the results of the investigations. If there's a conflict of interest on them holding different positions, and that's a new complaint that needs to be filed that will be investigated, and the board would consider that as a separate complaint, so.
Okay. Yes, sir. And I wasn't aware of the previous or what the Secretary of State initially, or, what, I just wasn't aware. And the hand counting, it was some hand counting of some of the ballots. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to read my letter from yesterday, and it did address the counting and how it was done. I wasn't there because I was a candidate, so I wasn't allowed legally to be there, but my poll watcher did submit a detailed letter to the investigator from the Secretary of State. I think it was Mr. Michael Daugherty.
Yeah, I think there's some allegations in your letter, the absentee provisional ballot concerns. It also is a separate complaint.
Yes, sir.
From the hand counting of ballots. The provisional ballots not being in the right district, that's also different from what we consider today. So, I think that we'll take this letter, Mr. Executive Director, and look at it. The letter she submitted yesterday. It's in the file. It's in the file. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And see if there are additional complaints that need to be made based on her letter yesterday. Okay, those are a little bit different than what this board had to view.
Yes,
So,
sir.
all
And
right.
I was lost on it too, so I really didn't
Okay.
know. And that was the reason I did come. I think I had mentioned to Ms. Sherry that I would watch it online, but I wanted to be here so that I could address the board.
Well, I'm glad you showed up, because
Thank
if
you,
there are other complaints, then we need to investigate those too, so.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you showed up.
Thank you. I appreciate you for allowing me to speak, and I know that you have to leave, so thank you.
No, we
I
need
really
to
appreciate
record
it.
these good comments and play them tomorrow during
Yes.
public comments.
We're
Every time somebody says something nasty, we're gonna play one of these.
No,
I
because
think
you
it's real
guys
good.
have been more than helpful. Anytime that I've reached out from day one, Ms. Hope has always, even when I really didn't know, but I just wasn't aware of the summary from the Secretary of State.
Okay.
Now, she would be listed as a complaint from the news.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yep.
okay. So I'll receive something in the mail?
You'll get notified, you'll get contacted by an investigator.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. You have an amazing day.
And don't hesitate, our emails are on the website, don't hesitate to reach out and, if you have any questions or if there's anything that we can do. For me personally, I don't know about the rest of these people. Kidding.
Thank you.
Everybody's very helpful and very willing to
Yes.
answer questions and that kind of thing. I try to always email people back, so don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you. I will be looking for my letter, And thank you. I cannot thank you enough. You all have an amazing day.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Back to the agenda. Y'all want to do public comments now? Sorry.
Anything to avoid the rules, huh, Mr. Chair?
Come on. The next item on the agenda is a petition for rulemaking, consideration and possible final adoption of petition submitted by Dr. Janice Johnston regarding numbered lists of voters, proposed amendments to Rule 183-1-12-.02 definitions, Rule 183-1-112, -12-.11, subsection 2, subsection A, conducting elections. Dr. Johnston.
Would you like a review?
I think for the benefit of
Would
the
you like a
audience,
sample?
for the benefit of the audience, you may want to just to go over the petition again,
Sean,
please.
got it?
Please,
Oh, there you go.
If we can limit you to 15 minutes, please.
Are you in control? Right.
Oh, sorry. Here, here we go. There you go. Oh. If you'd set the clock for 15 minutes, I'll turn this around so Dr. Johnson can see it.
Thank you, Chairman Revere. On May 19th, the primary election we recently held, early in the morning, I received a phone call from DeKalb County that reported poll pads were not working at Linwood Park. Following that call, another call came in that Gwinnett reported a poll pad problem. It was corrected in about an hour, according to sources. But by the afternoon, Gwinnett was having other poll pad problems. Poll pads were not syncing with Jarvis. Later in the morning, on May 19th, there were reports of poll pad problems at Fulton County. Party ballot totals not registering which ballot was being pulled. Following that call, another call was received by Cobb County that reported multiple poll pad problems in many locations in Cobb County. Poll pads displayed for voter resulted in a report of no ballot found. 29 polling places were affected, 29, 34 precincts affected, 61 poll pads were affected. There were reports of problems with poll pads, electronic poll books in Chatham County, White County, Houston County, Grady County, Franklin County, and Lawrence County. And those are the ones that I know of. The response to some of these problems included pulling out the emergency numbered voter list because the poll pads were not working. These phone calls only confirmed the need to have a papered, numbered list of voters. Sean, next slide, please. Oh, boy. Next slide. All right. Numbered list of voters. Here's the definition in the code book. One or more sheets of uniform size containing consecutively numbered blank spaces for the insertion of voters' names at the time of and in the order of receiving ballots or number slips governing admissions to the voting machines. Next slide. Oh, here you go. There's a certified voter list, a numbered list of voters, photo ID. Okay. Next slide. Here's an actual photo of a numbered list of voters that all of the board has in their hands now. Next slide. Here's an old numbered list of voters. Same thing. These forms are produced by the Secretary of State. Next slide. Here's Georgia law that, that confirms that a numbered list of voters is required. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next slide. 9, 10, 11, 12. Next slide. 13, 14, 15, and a state election board rule. Next slide. The petition that I am submitting for rule changes involves two SEB rules. One rule is simply the definitions section of 183.1.12.02, and in SEB rule 183.112.112A, conducting elections. Next slide. Definitions is just a repeat of the definition that's found in the code, in the OCGA code book. Numbered list of voters means one or more sheets of uniform size containing consecutively numbered blank spaces for the insertion of voters' names at the time of and in the order of receiving their ballots. Next slide. This is the same thing in, as you see it, in the whole list of definitions. Next slide. Numbered list of voters in conducting elections. In red is the change. The voter's name shall then be recorded in ink and entered on the appropriate numbered list of voters. Numbered list of voters means one or more sheets of uniform size containing consecutively numbered blank spaces for the insertion of voters' names at the time of and in the order of receiving their ballots. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Numbered list of voters is so important. It's one of the election documents that goes to the superintendent and the clerk of the court. Next slide. Cost for a numbered list of voters is not great. This simply paper forms that are already produced. They're already actually in the poll manager's manual. Nothing new needs to be created, although I might put more lines on a piece of paper, but the form is already there. The cost would just simply be the cost of some paper and pens, and the clerk signing in the voters would keep their numbered list of voters, whether it was early voting or election day voting. Next slide. That's all. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I do have some questions. First of all, I want to know why
They may look like they're under 18, but
why is my name the only board member on that list? I have a question.
notice the name.
You shouldn't spell her name that way.
Look
She's no
closely.
H.
Do you see any familiar names?
About this list, so is a separate list to be maintained for regular voters, certified absentee voters, and rejected absentee voters? Because you have to check this box up here.
This is the Secretary of State's form.
Right, but this is the one do we have to keep, does each poll pad have to have a different list than for each one of those identified voters in?
So these are to be used for in-person voting. And if you wanted to differentiate early in-person voting, which is technically absentee, one might check, but it'd probably be best that the Secretary of State would amend this so it'd be clear that it's an early voting list, early vote in person versus an election day list. And that's just more for identification purposes or audit purposes, that you don't get confused and accumulate a lot of numbered list of voters from the different aspects of the voting.
That's why I think we need
Conduct.
alterations to this, because,
Send a memo to the Secretary of State.
I'm sure they'll get right on it.
I mean, I really do, because that means they'd have to have 3 lists per, and will one of
Correct.
these be at every single poll pad then?
I think I would leave that up to the election directors to make that decision. I've seen some polling places where actually one person checks every voter in. They're not very busy, and they do that first, and then they funnel them to the different poll pads. I've also seen where everybody just comes into a clerk and their poll pad, and a list could be kept at each place. I think I have full confidence that election directors can make those decisions.
Well, how would you do that? Because if, Well, that's what I'm saying, it wouldn't be sequential, because every poll pad, if you just had every poll pad, you'd have 1 through 50, and then 1 through 50, and then 1 through 50.
It will not, but it will be it will be sequential in that it's the date and the location and the voting site. So that will be a cumulative.
person could have like 50, 1 through 50, the next one have 100.
Right,
Well,
yeah, that was my question, is that
I mean, I think it being out of order kind of helps with protecting the voters. as well.
Privacy.
So, yeah, with privacy, so we don't need to be.
but what is so valuable is to have the contemporaneous collection, an indelible election document to refer back to when the poll pad doesn't work, when the electronic poll book breaks down, when a glitch happens, when it goes blank, when it quits syncing and you're not sure if they're actually being registered into Jarvis and collected. This will be your paper document to refer back to if there's an audit, if there's a forensic audit, if there are the numbered voters doesn't match the number of ballots. This is the document. Now, will it be perfect? No, someone will forget to write a name down, but it is the paper document to go back to. It's the thing you can go to if the poll pad file is lost, if the poll pad file is not produced in a timely way, or ever, which is apparently a chronic problem these days. We're promised to have a numbered voter list a day or two after the election. That's not good enough. And sometimes it's 2 or 3 weeks after election. Perhaps, and maybe you know better, or you get it faster. Okay.
Also, with that paper number list of voters, when you've got a primary, you're gonna have a Democratic, a list of voters, a Republican, and a nonpartisan. So you're gonna have 3. Is that how you're gonna? do
Right.
that?
Well, that would be efficient to have that for record keeping.
That's a thought that I have. You're talking about a number list of voters.
If you wanted to be efficient with that, to keep your separate ballots and lists, but when you're having your primary, everybody's coming in to vote also. It's a list to be kept for the day. So that's a good organizational thought.
Do those things need to be in the rule? How to do it?
No.
Mr. Chairman, we accepted comments this morning on the rules, so I would suggest very, very
Yep.
respectfully that this is a conversation of the board, and if we do have questions of county members, that we should be able to do that.
Yep.
I just want to, I do think that this can't be used in this form for precisely the reasons that have been mentioned. The Secretary of State would be required to create new forms. There's nothing in the rule that mandates separate lists be maintained, so I think that would be up to the county to make that determination. There's also nothing in the rule that would dictate how each board would choose to use this list. So there's nothing in either the law or the rule that would mandate that these handwritten lists be used for certification. If a board chose to do that, they could do so. And I happen to agree with Dr. Johnston that having a backup, as long as counties, as they are implementing this, are doing it in such a way that doesn't create a backlog and a choke point in precincts especially. So I intend to support this rule.
we need to quit right there.
Make a motion.
You got the mojo going.
I'll make a motion right now.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Johnson? Any other comments?
I wanted to thank Dr. Johnston for taking our discussion into account and making adjustments to the rule on the way.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we pass. Adopt this rule, the numbered list rule.
I second.
The first rule or the second rule or both rules? You're just doing the first rule now, correct?
You just,
You do both of them? We have two rules here.
It's the definition and then the rule?
The proposed amendments for
Yes.
both rules.
Okay, so I make a motion that we adopt the, both rules in regards to the numbered list.
We have a motion to adopt rule number one, or amendment to rule number 183-1-12-.02 definitions and rule number 183-1-12-.11 subsection 2, subsection A, conducting elections. Is there a second?
second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Did you vote?
May I vote?
Probably not.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Was there a motion to move Member Grubb's petitions to tomorrow?
I'm gonna cry.
We're just teasing, sorry. You're not teasing?
I'm not reading
The next item on the agenda is rulemaking petitions, proposed rules by member Sally Grubbs. The first item is petition submitted by member Sally Grubbs, temporary rule, proposed rule 183-1-15-.02, definition of vote. Member Grubbs.
Okay.
Okay, this was brought up at the last meeting, and I did packets, just so everybody out there knows, I did packets for the board. And what I did is I have the proposed rule amendments. These are the same ones that I presented at the last meeting, and but printed in landscape. And then what I did is, the format is so important. And then I did a second set, and I did individual voting blocks because this actually is their amendments to a number of different things. So if we would look at Exhibit 1, the red font is the temporary rule for Congressional District 13. The blue font would be a permanent rule, and then the underlined text represents additions. So at the first section in Exhibit 1, 183-1-15-.02, definition of a vote. Now remember, I did present those at the last meeting, but did not call for a vote because I wanted the entire board's input in this and did not want to, didn't want to have anything skewed. I wanted us all to participate in this.
Can I clarify one thing?
Sure.
What's the green font?
The green font is a little bit of an edit since last week, just clarifying a couple of things based on input I received. The blue would be a permanent rule change, and we would be voting on that. The green is calling your attention to the fact that that is a little bit of a clarification addition from the last meeting. And then the red font is a temporary rule for Congressional 13. And just so everyone here knows, I feel like this is particularly important given the letter that was sent by the Secretary of State at 3 o'clock yesterday by Blake Evans concerning the Congressional 13 race. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started. On the left-hand side, you'll see where it says Amendment A, tabulate from paper ballot, not the image. So, and Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, do you want me to go through all of it first, or can we just go through and take votes as we go? I would prefer to go through and take votes as we go.
Take votes on what?
On the verbiage that's changed, like in blue or red. See, have you got this one that has the box on the side? No, it's the other one. It's that one. On that first page, on the left-hand side, you'll see the box. Okay? So in subparagraph 2, for optical voting systems, it says that, and this would be a permanent rule change, a vote cast, and it's defining the vote, a vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot. So if agreeable, I'd like to go ahead and vote on that verbiage.
Not to be that.
I don't think we can vote on an individual, I mean, there's a lot of changes in there.
It is A through Z.
I don't know,
There are 26.
A through what? I think, yeah, we have to vote on the entire rule, not,
Well, it's not one rule.
I'm really confused.
I mean, this is one rule with multiple different changes in it. I mean, I think it's within the discretion of the board to take it on each individual item.
Is it severable?
Well, I think definitely defining what a vote is severable.
So I agree that the SOS is wanting to scan the copies of it. I totally agree with you on that. But I don't think we've ever voted in pieces like that. It was all one rule.
Which is what we just did with Dr. Johnson's, which had several different places where there were changes made.
Right.
We didn't vote on individual, which,
I mean, it's not run one rule, it's subparts under that. I mean, 183-1-15.02, subparagraph 2 is an individual rule.
So how many total rules
How do
you
you
have,
total them?
so I can make sure I'm...
It's A through Z, 26.
26 rules.
well, and some of them are temporary and some of them are permanent. And
Correct.
Some of them are, I mean, and then the greens changes from the last time we saw it, and then it's just,
Because I listened to the input of people that had commentary on it.
I understand. And what's the blue underlined in red?
That's me and my word processing skills of not being able to change the underline red. I highlighted it and changed it, and it apparently didn't change.
Forgive me, Member Groves, I thought this was all one rule that was making all these adjustments to the codes, so that's how I viewed it
I don't think, well,
originally.
for one thing, I think, as I sit and look at it, and, we were talking about the Congressional 13 race, and that clearly doesn't affect all the counties. So that's why it's a temporary rule. And then all of these subparagraphs are actually, they technically are individual rules. And what I didn't want to have happen is, okay, you want to vote for Amendment A, but you don't want to vote on anything for Congressional 13. That shouldn't negate the value of defining what a vote is. So if with the all or nothing scenario, if there's anything, because I admit it, there's, you've got 4 different exhibits in the rule proposals. So when you're looking at the different exhibits, those are totally separate rules. So it's not an all or nothing thing. When you look at Exhibit 2, that comes under conduct of elections, not under definition of a vote.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Well, I don't, I'm not sure you can make a point of order, but,
Well, just, I'm not a parliamentarian, but I have read Robert's rules. I believe what you can do in this case is start a motion for all the changes and then accept amendments to the motion to exclude certain parts of the text.
Right, but that doesn't.
would certainly complicate things even more than they're already complicated, so that
I
would,
think that's the Roberts way to do it.
yeah, that,
Member Grubbs.
Yes.
According to my back of the envelope calculation, early voting for the special election starts on July 6th.
Right, it does.
So this rule could not possibly be in place by the time early voting begins.
Yeah, therein lies part of the problem.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, like I said, I presented it last time, everybody's had the rules. I thought, okay, if we break it down by, calling it by amendment number, but I don't, and Dr. Johnston, to your point a little bit ago, when you look at Amendment B, first of all, we have to define the vote in conformity with SB 189, which was never done. Rules were never updated after SB 189 was passed. So in subparagraph H, under Exhibit 1, that conforms the rule to the July 1st law requiring text as the official vote. Although, so you have to, since that was never changed from 189, we had to comply with the verbiage of 189, then say, there's no way we can comply with that, which is where subparagraph 2 comes in, because counties can't comply with the new law and the new rule. Therefore, the backup system would become the voting method for CD 13. So that was the reason why subparagraph H1 was put in there. I had to go back and look at my notes because the rules were never updated from SB 189.
How does this interact with the special session in 2 weeks?
How does it interact with the Blue Ribbon Committee on Elections fixing things? How does it interact with everything else? I mean, I understand that we have the special session coming, but we don't have a guarantee. And you know what? If we have the special session, these are rules that are in compliance with current law as we sit today. And if we come out of a special session with a hope and a wing and a prayer that they're going to do something, if they don't do it, then everything is in place. If they make changes, then it's going to negate the rules anyway. But we have a duty and a responsibility in the meantime to make rules that are in compliance with current Georgia law.
So I thought we were voting on 4 rules. But if we go through them individually.
There's 4 exhibits, but these are the same rules that I've presented. I just tried to break it down because it seemed like, to be honest, it seemed like nobody was reading the rule proposal.
Oh, no. I read them. We were reading them.
I mean, but it seemed like there was a lack of understanding of it or something. I'm not quite sure.
Well, it just felt like, I think where the conflict was is that there's concern that it's a huge change to the state code.
It's not a change to the code at all.
Well, I mean, the 26.
This is not a change to the code. This is a change to rules to be in agreement with the code.
Well, that's where the difference of opinion is.
Right.
No, it's not, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it is a difference of opinion. Member Grubbs, you and I have difference of opinion on.
What changes the code here?
Well, it changes the way that people will vote in the state of Georgia. It changes the way they vote from a BMD to hand-marked paper ballots is what it does.
Because the BMDs are out of compliance with Georgia law at this time.
I understand your position, but it does change the way that the people of Georgia will vote. And
So when the power goes down at a voting precinct and BMDs are unable to be used, but voting must continue, are you out of compliance with Georgia law to vote on a backup ballot?
no, because that's the provision for that in the code to do that.
It's also a provision in the code, it is also a provision in the code to have a backup system where voting is impossible or impracticable, but you're focusing just on that and not on the other things in the rules, the proposal, defining what the ballot is, and that's exactly what you're saying is exactly why I wanted to break it down, which is, let's define what a vote is. That has nothing to do with the backup system. We have the obligation and duty and told by the legislature, we are dictated to by the legislature to define what a vote is.
But defining that vote the way that you want to define it changes the way that.
No,
the
it
vote
does
is
not.
recorded. Yes, it does.
How does it change it?
Because it forces all counties to go to the.
No, it does
hand-marked
not.
ballots.
You are not reading it correctly. What it says is, a vote cast on an optical scan ballot shall be detected and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot and not an electronic copy or image of the ballot. That has nothing to do with a backup balloting system. That has nothing to do with a hand-marked paper ballot.
When official votes cannot be tabulated by the certified voting system.
We're not
scanners-
talking about that. That's why we're on 183-1-15.02, the definition of a vote. That's why I broke it down this way, is because things are being convoluted in saying that I'm trying to propose to change the voting system when all I'm talking about is defining what a vote is.
From the original paper ballot, so that means that the ballot that you get from the BMD, is that an original paper ballot?
Correct.
Is that an original paper ballot?
Yes.
So when I use the BMD and I get that ballot, that's not an electronic copy or image of the ballot.
That is an original paper ballot.
That doesn't change anything from the way people currently vote.
No, it does not. You go to the BMD, you make your selection, it prints a ballot, that is an original paper ballot, and that is scanned. We're just defining what that is in this rule change. We're not changing how anyone votes in that change.
Well, actually, the paper ballot summary is inserted into the scanner. And the QR code, the pixels in the QR code create an image. And the image is created in the scanner of a ballot. And that is actually, it's that image in the scanner that is tabulated as to the vote. And that also creates the cast vote record. So are you sure that this could be interpreted that you're saying a scanner would not be allowed to tabulate a vote? I mean, I just started wondering about this.
That's a good point.
The image is not counted, the ballot is counted.
Actually,
The image is
no, an image is created from that QR code in the scanner, and it's not in the QR, and it's created in the scanner, and it's that image that is then used to tabulate the votes. That's a technical thing. I mean, but it's how a scanner works.
Yeah.
The scanner's not a photograph machine. It actually it goes through a different process to create that image, and it creates the cast vote record too.
But we're not talking about the scanner, we're talking about what constitutes the vote, what is printed on the paper. How it's tabulated is something separate. How it's scanned is something separate.
Well, it says, and tabulated directly from the original paper ballot, but it's not tabulated from the original paper ballot, it's tabulated from the scanned images of the ballots.
No, it's,
But Amendment A is not defining the vote, it defines how it's tabulated. Under definition of a vote, optical scan voting systems, a vote cast shall be detected and tabulated. That's what this provision is doing. It's defining how it's tabulated, not what constitutes the vote. If that's what you're trying to do, is define what constitutes the vote. That's not what this does. I agree with Dr. Johnston that this defines what is used to tabulate the vote. And I don't even know if this is true in the case of, I don't have enough technical expertise to understand, to know if this is true for hand-marked ballots. If it is, if a scanner reads solely where the mark is from the ballot, or if it creates some sort of a digital image and tabulates based on that digital image. And if that's the case, then this may inadvertently require us to hand tabulate. And I don't have the technical knowledge to know if that's the case.
It might be how this is read, unfortunately. I understand where you're trying to go, Member Grubbs, but this could be interpreted very differently and create a significant problem. Now, I also know that SB 189 is written to suggest that optical character reading is the way to count the vote. And I think the people in Georgia need to know that that is not legal. There is not an EAC certified optical character read of ballots in this country, as far as I know. And if they have the intent of using enhanced voting to tabulate our votes, they will be performing an illegal conduct of the election.
well, what are we going to do about it? Because we weren't even copied on the email.
The simple thing to do is to go to move to, if we want to abide by the intent of 189, is to move to hand-marked paper ballots with an optical scan.
I've been trying to do that for 4 years.
It's very simple. If the General Assembly decides that they want to kick the can, they're ignoring the fact that QR codes are not constitutional. They're not compliant with law. They're not compliant with HAVA as a voter verifiable ballot. And they haven't been compliant for quite a while. But if they want to go down that road themselves, that's the General Assembly. That's not the State Election Board's stance, I don't believe.
Okay, so would you all like to take the rest of the evening and go through it more thoroughly and maybe have some experts weigh in on it? Because regardless, it is our obligation to define what the vote is, and I'm perfectly happy to hear from people way smarter than me on it. I'm happy to put this off until tomorrow, provided that we can come back and discuss it and take a vote tomorrow.
Let me just say that was not my suggestion. That was yours. So,
Well, I think there's work to be done, and, but that's the work of, that perhaps a rules working group would do. It's not something to be hashed out here today or this afternoon at an election board meeting. And there's certainly a lot of unknowns that we're facing as far as June 17th. But these proposed rules are so complicated, and I keep seeing new additions and tweaks to this that I don't feel confident that I could vote on all of these, A through Z. And I'm having a problem with the very first one, and that was the one initially I thought, this sounds good. And now that I think about it, it really could get legally complicated quickly.
That, other than adding the words or image, that's the same way that it's been since I presented it at the last meeting. That nothing has changed except adding or image. But I'm happy to wait till tomorrow if y'all want to consider it this evening, and then perhaps we can have some experts weigh in between now and the close of the meeting tomorrow.
I'm wondering if it's possible to drill it down to maybe one for tomorrow and see, I mean, because the 26th, I feel like that it's going to be hard to get everybody on board to go through each of these 26. But if there's one, if we can look through this evening, if there's one portion of this that we all agree on, or even a few, but.
There's 4 proposed rules here, and I think that they play off of each other is a problem. So if you pass one, you got to.
Oh, that's right.
Go with all 4 of them.
Okay.
I don't think that we can say, you know, they all kind of reference each other.
Okay.
Is the problem.
Okay. Well,
I think that the board needs to look at this tonight, though, and we can certainly discuss it again tomorrow, Member Grubbs. So we'll do that and give us time to look through it tonight and see if the board has any suggestions for tomorrow. Okay? All right, thank you. We have about 30 minutes left today. Do you want to hit some of these new business items that are pretty, we'll hit new business, discussion of June 17th and July 15th meeting dates.
Mr. Chairman, I also have in that packet, I'm sure there was probably not time or attention to that, but I also had another proposed rule concerning the bunker issue. You tell me if y'all want to hear it or not. It's in the packet.
Can we look at that in the morning too?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to consider that.
Tomorrow, okay. All right. Let's do a discussion of June 17th and July 15th meeting dates. I don't know who put that on the agenda, but I think that I had questioned at some point about whether there's need to have the June 17th meeting, since we are having one today and tomorrow, and we don't have any cases to be heard in June. We will have cases available for the July 17th meeting.
And it's the same day as when session starts.
It is the same day as session starts, so special session. So would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that our next meeting be in July.
July the 15th?
July the 15th.
We have a motion to make July 15th the next meeting day. Is there a second? Is there a second to move the July, or to make the, we have a motion to make the next meeting date July the 15th. Is there a second?
Actually, I'm not available on the 15th.
You still made the motion?
I know, hold on.
Are you withdrawing your motion?
I am withdrawing my motion.
I'm not
Problem
available on
with
the
that is
8th.
it's kind
I'm
of
not available on the 8th.
before vacation week, so.
Do we need a July meeting? Could the cases be consolidated into August? Because that had been the discussion initially. If there's a rulemaking meeting that could be called remotely. But I think for cases, is there any reason to have separate meetings in July and August, or can we simply consolidate the cases into August?
Well, it would be great if we could actually know how many cases exist in the universe of the Georgia State Election Board.
There's going to be approximately 30 cases available for hearing. And I was supposed to have those this week. I don't know if they've come in or not yet, so.
But we still don't know how many exist in the world, how many cases actually exist, which would be great to find out.
August 12th and 13th are the two dates that I'm recommending.
We have August 19th.
Oh, we have August
scheduled.
19th. That's right. Okay, so yeah, August 19th and 20th is fine too.
I'm out of the country.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with August 19th and 20th.
Yep.
Are you fine with that?
That works for me.
They would all be so disappointed. They would all be
In
disappointed.
fact, unless we have significant additional business, we should be able to, if cases, we should be able to get done in one day,
Yeah. Okay, so the 19th.
19th.
And if there's any rules or anything that comes up, we can do special.
We can do
call,
special, yep.
Zoom. Mhm.
Yep. So is there a motion to dispense with the June 17th, July 15th meeting date?
So moved.
We have motions, or a second?
Second.
We have motions, second. Any discussion?
Discussion. I think the board should be flexible and ready to meet in July following the session.
We are all flexible, yes, yes.
Yep.
Yes, we've agreed that we can do a special called meeting. We have motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of dispensing of June 17th and July 15th meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
In July as well.
August the 19th, yeah, that's already scheduled, so,
So we need to dispense of the July meeting as well.
yes, we dispensed both of them,
Okay.
yes.
Yep.
But we're going to leave ourselves open in case we need to have a meeting depending on what the legislature decides to do or not do the next couple of weeks. Public response during the meeting, next,
Does it this way open all the people on vacation too if they would like to?
yes, yep. Public discussion during, public response during the meeting,
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to dispense with jazz hands and allow polite clapping and the use of the chairman's gavel to silence unruly extended clapping. I think. It feels like censorship.
yeah,
It feels like censorship.
I want to explain how we got there. I'm not opposite, I want to explain how we got there, because when I first joined this board back in early 2024, it was a very contentious, we had some very contentious meetings. There was a lot of yelling, there was a lot of everything going on, there was booing, there was all of that stuff. Polite clapping, I have no problem with. Yelling, booing, making comments out public is just not appropriate for this sort of meeting. I'm willing to do that, but if it gets out of control again, then I think that the chairman needs the opportunity to silence that, because it just extends the meeting unnecessarily. And I don't want, I've always been one that I think we need to have a controlled meeting without a lot of negativity.
I've had a long talk with Ms. Brumbeck, and she promises not to yell or shout.
With who?
Kate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and any positive comments made toward this board, you can certainly clap as much as you want to, so we'll allow the chairman to be very light on the gavel on those. But, yeah, I'm okay with that. I hate jazz hands, which is why they love to do
I
it.
think it's childish and controlling,
I do too,
and
but
I think clapping is appropriate, and
Limited amounts.
and that's why you have a gavel.
Yeah, and polite claps will move forward in limited amounts.
Is
But
there a second?
please, We'll do it, we'll do it. I just think that, like I said, we all need to be respectful of each other's opinions. We all have different opinions, and we need to be respectful for that. And so anybody gets out of line, it's just not appropriate for this meeting, so. I'm gonna put on no more jazz hands. Oh, too bad. I know that Mr. Schroeder's gonna be very upset by that, because I know you love the jazz hands.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We have a special session from our legislators who haven't done anything about the QR code deadline on July 1st. They have a special session, and we had a meeting scheduled the day after, which would be good to discuss whatever they come up with. And did we just cancel the day after the special?
The meeting actually starts, the meeting we had scheduled starts the day, is on the day the special session starts.
Right, so it's not.
So we're reserving the option to have a meeting after the special session.
Can we do it in June?
Well, it depends.
Midterm's coming up.
It depends on, yeah, we've reserved the opportunity to do that, depending on what happens in special session. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, we can have a special called meeting.
Let's
Yes.
rally.
I got it. Yes, Ms.
the,
Krebs.
the problem is that this is like an urgent thing. And it seems to me that we keep kicking the can down the road. The legislature, they're going to do it, they're going to do it, they're going to do it. Well, guess what? I don't have full faith and confidence they're going to do it. And whatever they decide to do, I am very concerned about the fact that if we put off meetings and things of that nature, there's going to be rules that have to be done that are going to, not looking at the full calendar, even before the November election and the amount of time that it takes to get rules done. Like I said, the whole reason why I had that one change in the paragraph was because rules had not been done to be in compliant for the last 2 years with 189 being impending. There is legislation that has been passed that we have not done rules for. And so if we put off, we continue to put off meetings, and that's why I want to know how many cases in the world of the Georgia State Election Board exist that we can't get the answer to so that we can plan, because to be honest, 2-day meetings are not super convenient. So it would be great to be able to condense it and space out the cases, but we don't need to delay the cases. Likewise, we don't need to delay rulemaking, but that seems to be all we do. And so waiting until seeing what the legislature does on a hope and a prayer, in my view, is just not good enough.
Well, I have a resolution on the agenda for this meeting. So if we don't read it today, we'll read it tomorrow, that addresses your concern. So I think if we just be patient through this meeting, today and tomorrow, you may be pleased.
Well, I do, Member King, I do absolutely support what your resolution says. And I think resolutions can be powerful, but also a resolution is a resolution. Legislation's legislation and rules are rules.
Correct, but the rules, regardless of what we do today or tomorrow, will not be in place in time for the most recent elections that are coming up. So a resolution creates a pathway for the counties, considering that the rules are under time constraints, as well as if there's a lawsuit filed, the rules are held up. So it's just kind of pointless.
I agree. And to your point, as an absolute very last resort, we do have the ability to do emergency rules if need be. Just not, and don't anybody go say, whoever's watching in the ether, I'm not saying we need to do emergency rules, but I'm saying that is also an option if it becomes necessary. So I understand that. I get the resolution. I've been way behind resolutions for sure. I'm a little frustrated this afternoon, so forgive my short response.
It may be that a meeting would, a meeting may need to be called the week of the 24th. And Chairman Verveer says he'll, even though he's out of town, he would be able to perhaps
will attempt to, yeah,
be there remotely.
depending on what day it is, yeah.
Right. So, because there is a lot that we don't know about. We're waiting on the General Assembly to make their legislative decisions. But the board will try to be as flexible as possible to respond in a timely way to what the legislature decides.
All right, next item on the agenda is tabulator tapes, review of tabulator tapes before certification.
I put that on the agenda. I would just want to give a heads up to counties that when they have a violation case, one of the questions I may be asking is, are they providing tabulator tapes for their boards of elections? Especially if the case has anything to do with the conduct of election, I would like to know that counties are providing opening and closing tabulator tapes for their boards to review before certification. So as part of the canvas, I would like to be reassured that Board of Election members, you probably do that. You do that.
It's not possible.
Right.
To do that. The time we have between, I can't start looking until Thursday, because Wednesday they're getting stuff together. And then Friday, we have a pre-certification meeting, and we passed a policy that says after the pre-cert, I can't look at tapes, so I can't go through tapes from 150
Why?
precincts. It's time.
Oh.
It takes, they're closed on Monday. Well, this was a holiday. We had our certification meeting on Tuesday morning at 10, so I didn't have time that Tuesday morning. And I took all day Thursday and didn't get through half of the tapes.
Okay. That's a goal to work toward, that Board of Election members who are taking part in the canvass are able to affirm that the opening and closing tapes are provided and appear matching and appropriate with the right protective counters, right serial numbers for all the tabulators that have to do with in-person voting. So, thank you.
Any comments from the board? No, good. Next item is county preservation of records.
I put that on the agenda. I would like the board to ask a county to preserve their election records for appropriate investigation. So if we have a case assignment that requires an investigation that involves election documents, we'd like to send them a letter requesting that they preserve those documents until the investigation is completed. That's really based on our past experience that we receive cases long after the 2-year required retention of documents. Now, our goal is to have our cases investigated and heard in less than 2 years. But until we reach that goal, we want to make sure that election documents are preserved and available for an investigation to be completed. Thank you.
Member King, if you don't mind, I'm going to put yours in tomorrow, the resolution, because it'll take a little bit of time, and we have 10 minutes left. The last one, engage attorney to write the TUI letter.
Yes, for the people here, as you know, Fulton County was visited by the FBI, and their election documents and ballots were removed and seized for investigation. At the moment that happened, the State Election Board was negotiating with Fulton County in court to obtain those documents for the price of $400,000. And that, even in the face of that, that wasn't a sure thing, because Fulton County was coming up with little issues that would make it even more difficult to obtain the documents, the specific documents that we had requested. So the the document seizure was made and sort of the documents were removed. But the FBI apparently digitized and copied all of the election documents and ballots and provided a copy of that to Shay Alexander, the clerk of Fulton County Court. We have requested those documents from the clerk of the court. We have not, a copy, a flash drive. A flash drive for about $100 would be much preferred to a $400,000 extortion bill, invoice. And so we have requested that, have not received it. Our legal counsel is in the process of exploring that, of trying to obtain that legally. However, there's an alternative route. We can write a letter called a 2E letter to the Department of Justice and request the same electronic copy. So the Attorney General has given us permission to write a letter, utilize an attorney, not them, but an attorney of our choosing, to write a letter and request the documents from the Department of Justice. So I make a motion that we approve the executive director to engage legal counsel to write it and send a 2E letter.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? One abstain. Motion carries 3-0. I think that should conclude our agenda for the day. We're finishing early. I'm sorry. Please, please.
Well, it's on for tomorrow, but it'll be one less thing to do tomorrow. It's the question of vice chair. It's time for me to hand that substitute gavel, I guess, the backup gavel to someone else. And I would like to step down as vice chair and hand that, and I would like to nominate Janelle King to be the vice chair.
We have a motion to appoint Janelle King as the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Janelle King as vice chair. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Welcome, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to,
Hang on one second. Let me catch up. I'm sorry, just a second there. All right. Member Grubbs?
I would just like to say that as far as tomorrow goes, the other documents that I have in the packet that I left this morning, there is the rule on the bunker issue, and then there is also a draft of guidance to counties, which part of that may be covered tomorrow, but I would just like to ask that people review that. I also emailed it yesterday, but I don't know that it was reviewed, and I would just like to address those items tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Hearing no opposition, so moved. This meeting is adjourned. We will.
Wait, we're not adjourning, right?
No, this is recessed. This meeting is in recess till 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. I'm brain dead right now. I'm sorry. I'm just brain dead by this time of the day.